opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Guessing, Knowing, and Imagining. Uncle, did you find the wrong thing? Number 1 opened his closet, looked at the messy clothes inside, flipped through them casually, and found that none of the clothes were missing. Feng looked at his counter number and then at the tag on his hand. The numbers on it all told him that he had not made the wrong call. His clothes were just missing. Damn it, he even stole my clothes. There's nothing good about stealing clothes. They're not expensive clothes. Besides, that's not a big deal in the ninja world. The sound of cabinet doors opening could be heard continuously. My things are not missing, neither are mine. Yi Feng's face became darker and darker. What does that mean? My clothes are gone. Oh, Uncle, I have some bad news for you. Your shoes are gone too. Number 1 looked at Yi Feng and said carefully, but he knew that all of Yi Feng's clothes, including his underwear, were not as valuable as a pair of shoes. He heard Yi Feng show off to him and said it was a limited edition, although he didn't know how much it was worth. Just imagine that if the black warrior suit that Yi Feng gave him was gone, he would feel like killing someone. Yi Feng took a deep breath, staggered back a few steps, leaned against the changing cabinet somewhat weakly, pinched his philtrum, and said tremblingly, that pair of shoes is enough for you to eat. Enough for you to eat ramen for a year. All the clothes and shoes he had since he was a child were not as valuable as the pair of shoes he lost. He bought them when he saw them for sale online after drinking too much one day after sobering up. He was so heartbroken that he didn't even want to wear it. I was thinking about traveling and having new clothes and a new look, so I brought the shoes with me. Thinking about it now, Yi Feng really wanted to slap himself. You said that you didn't even want to wear them when you were riding your bike yesterday, so how come you suddenly went crazy today and came out to take a bath and put on new shoes? What, a year's supply of ramen? Naruto was more anxious than Yi Feng. Uncle, please look for it quickly. Did you put it somewhere else? This is a year's worth of ramen. He used to save money and live frugally for a month before he could only eat it once a year. Naruto couldn't even calculate how much money it was, but it was definitely a lot of money. Number 1 shook his head, indicating that it was useless to look for them. Everyone's shoes were placed at the door of the changing area. He just checked and found that except for Yi Feng's shoes, everyone else's shoes were there. Now Yi Feng was completely exhausted. Compared to the somewhat depressing atmosphere on their side, the atmosphere on the girls' side was quite good. They were chatting and laughing, and walked out of the locker room in groups. What's wrong? Why doesn't Uncle change his clothes? As soon as she came out, Sakura noticed Yi Feng, who was wrapped in a bath towel in a long robe, sitting on a chair and smoking. How should I put it? Number 1 scratched his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Uncle's clothes and shoes were stolen. It's a bit embarrassing to say it. They have a large group of ninjas, including veteran ninjas like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, new generation pillars like Kakashi and Guy, and Yi Feng, a big boss whose strength is beyond the sky. The younger generation also has several sensory ninjas in this situation. Someone was able to sneak up under their noses and steal things. No one would believe it if they told others about it, but it happened. Sakura was speechless. Did you ask the store owner? The counter is right at the door of the changing room. If someone goes in or out, the boss will be the first to notice it. The strange thing is that when Number 1 asked, the boss said that he didn't see anyone coming in or out. Since Orochimaru booked the whole place, the store owner closed the door when Jiraiya came out of the changing room. The shop owner was shocked and hurriedly explained that he was definitely not lazy and he really didn't know how Jiraiya got in. Fortunately, everyone knew what was going on. It couldn't be said that it was easy for Jiraiya to hide his strength from ordinary people. It could only be said that it was easier than easy. The boss also showed no signs of being hit by an illusion. Orochimaru checked it. Even though Orochimaru doesn't know illusions, he has done a lot of research on them. It all started with Itachi, who defeated him in one move and did not want to reveal his name. Forget it, let's go. We can't find him anymore. Yi Feng put out his cigarette and said fiercely, I will kill him next time I see him. Uncle, do you know who stole it? Asked Number 1. Well, some guesses. Yi Feng nodded. Apart from Black Zetsu, whom he had met in the morning, he couldn't think of anyone who would have such a great hatred towards him. Apart from being accidentally summoned to the Land of Waves by Naruto, he had never even left a village and few people knew him. Only Black Zetsu can do such a sneaky thing. Wait, kid, Next time we meet, if I don't let you call me Dad, I'm not your Uncle Yi. Sister Wei, please open a space door. I'm not in a good condition to go out. Yi Feng didn't want to face the pointing and talking of passers-by on the street. Although he didn't care much, it was still a bit embarrassing. Kaguya Otsutsuki chuckled and waved her hand. A black space door with constantly changing edges appeared out of nowhere in the hall. The shop owner's eyes turned dark and he fainted. He had never seen such things before. His shop had also received ninjas, and when some ninjas were chatting, the shop owner was forced to know a lot of information related to ninjas. As far as he knew, there were very few people who knew time-space ninjutsu. The most famous one was the Konoha Hokage Minato Namikaze, who was known as the Yellow Flash. More than 10 years ago, the shop owner was worried that he might see something he shouldn't see, so he cleverly fainted. Aren't you going back? Yi Feng, who had stepped one foot into the space gate, asked Kaguya and the others who were not moving. Uncle, you should go back first. We need to go shopping some more, Ino said playfully, holding Kaguya Otsutsuki's arm. I haven't been to night market abroad yet. Abroad? Yi Feng's face twitched. It sounded so incongruous on second thought. There's nothing wrong with it. They are now in the land of hot springs, which is like a foreign country to Ino from the land of fire. It's up to you guys. Have fun, and if you run into any trouble, don't be afraid, just beat them. Ino waved his fist and said impatiently, don't worry, Uncle, I know what to do, just know what to do. Yi Feng said, Sister Wei may not be used to her current life, so you should pay more attention. After all, they lived more than 1,000 years ago. And Yi Feng was worried that Kaguya Otsutsuki would not be able to integrate among Ino's group. Only Ino and Tenten are good at speaking. Compared to Tenten, who is a little shy, Ino's personality is more assertive with the two of them around. Yi Feng didn't worry that his group would suffer any losses. I'm just afraid that some short-sighted people will take a fancy to Kaguya Otsutsuki and want to do something irrational. I'm talking about you, Jiraiya with a pig-like face. Hello, beautiful lady. Jiraiya stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiraiya, and I am 28 years old. Perhaps he felt that it was unrealistic to say that he was 18 years old, so Jiraiya changed his words in time. I'm a writer. I wonder if you've heard of Intimate Paradise. If you haven't, it doesn't matter. We can find a place. And, before the word appreciate came out, Kakashi covered Jiraiya's mouth and said nervously, Lord Kaguya, don't listen to his nonsense. I will take him away now. In order to avoid suspicion, he didn't even call him teacher except for Jiraiya, who had just arrived. Everyone present knew the identity of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even calling her a young lady was beneath their years. In order to prevent Jiraiya from saying anything shocking again, Kakashi pulled Jiraiya towards the space gate. Uncle, I was so nervous that I stuttered. Kakashi pushed and squeezed Yi Feng, who was still outside, into the space gate. Oh my god, Yi Feng screamed. Why did you push me? Lord Kaguya, have fun, we're leaving now. Ignoring Yi Feng's dissatisfaction, Kakashi said hello, and together with Kahu rushed to help. One of them lifted the upper body and the other lifted the lower body. Kakashi didn't forget to cover Jiraiya's mouth. The two of them worked together, carried the struggling Jiraiya, and quickly walked into the space gate. Jiraiya hesitated and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, expecting Kaguya Otsutsuki to shake hands with him. Lady Kaguya, we'll take our leave first. Orochimaru said goodbye politely and stepped into the space gate. He is not interested in shopping. Where are we? Naruto didn't want to go back so early. Sakura-chan, can we go shopping together? Idiot. Who wants to go shopping with you? Sakura invited Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, the scenery at night is beautiful. Do you want to go and see it? Number 1 tried hard to hold back his laughter, for he was afraid that he would burst out laughing. He thought of the jokes Yi Feng had told him. Talking about a night with Sasuke would probably only remind him of the night of the genocide. HMPH. Sasuke snorted coldly, said nothing, turned around and walked into the space gate. Sakura, who hadn't reacted yet, was confused. Hey, Shikamaru sighed and reminded, apart from that man, it's best not to mention the night in front of him. His family, that's all. Sakura has already realized that Sasuke's family was destroyed overnight. His face turned pale, and he explained in panic, that's not what I meant. I meant, it's too late to say anything. Sasuke has already gone back. Shadow Clone number 1, who had no concept of life and death, consoled him, don't worry, I'll give your place to Sasuke later. Sasuke will be so happy. What quota? Sakura, who was about to cry, asked sobbingly. No, didn't you read the contract when you signed it? Number 1 was speechless. What quota? It's the quota for resurrection. What contract? Naruto was also interested in the position that could make Sasuke happy, although Naruto always disliked Sasuke. Sasuke's sullen face all day long also made him very unhappy. He really wanted to see the kind of devastation that would appear when Sasuke smiled. You idiot, don't talk to me, Number 1 scolded. You are the only one who signs contracts quickly. You asked me what kind of contract it is. How many contracts have you signed? Wow, Naruto jumped up and shouted, I am the real body. Do you believe that I can dissolve you? What, are you threatening me? Number 1 didn't even look at Naruto. There's a girl who has eyes only for you, but you don't cherish her, and you go to please other girls. Really, if you weren't my real body, I would definitely punch you twice. No way. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Number 1 waved at Naruto. Come here, I'll tell you what the contract is. Naruto, who is unsuspecting, stuck his head out. What? Tell me now. Clang. Number 1 punched Naruto on the head with lightning speed and ran away, not giving Naruto any time to react. Well, Naruto groaned. The unexpected punch almost made him bite his tongue. He squatted on the ground for a long time without reacting. Lady Kaguya, we're leaving first. Have fun and don't worry about spending money. Uncle has made some money recently. Shikamaru waved his hand. He was a lazy person and didn't want to come out unless someone invited him. The soft bed in the hotel is his favorite place. Woof, goodbye, Lady Kaguya. Akamaru lay on top of Inuzuka Kiba's head and called out lazily, goodbye. Kaguya smiled and nodded to Akamaru. Woof, Lord Kaguya can also understand what I say. Akamaru suddenly became energetic. Apart from the Inuzuka clan, who knew what it barked because of their secret techniques and the fact that they had lived together since childhood, Otsutsuki Kaguya was the second person it had seen. The first was Yifeng, but sometimes the way Yifeng looked at it made it a little scared, and it always felt that Yifeng wanted to take a bite of it to taste it. Kaguya smiled, but didn't say anything. She couldn't understand either. It was just that her mental power was too high, so she could know what Akamaru wanted to express. There was a difference between that and Yifeng being able to directly understand Akamaru's speech. Yifeng's ability comes from the blessing he gives to himself. Since he can do almost anything in a convenience store, it is very easy for him to learn dog language. There are also some other miscellaneous abilities that Yifeng learned when he was bored. Others only see him lying lazily on the recliner, but they don't know that his brainstorming is always working. The others had no intention of going shopping and they all stepped through the space gate, leaving Naruto holding his head and wailing, let's go. Ino kicked Naruto's butt after Kaguya casually removed the space gate. Hishin, one on each side of Kaguya Otsutsuki's arm, walked out first. Naruto covered his head and saw Sakura leaving, so he hurriedly chased after her. Hey, wait for me. Hey, Sasuke is gone. Sakura is mine. Naruto, who was fantasizing about his world of just two with Sakura, was completely unaware that he was the light bulb. Naruto-kun, Hinata's face turned red, and she thought the same thing as Naruto at night, holding hands, shopping, enjoying the scenery, admiring the moon. Shoulder to shoulder, the beauty spreads the story. Chapter 177, The Greedy Fellow. It was another sunny day, with bright sunshine and gentle breeze. After playing in the small town of Hot Spring Country for a few days, Yifeng and others rushed to their next destination. The only difference from when they came here was that there were a few more people in the convoy, and, a pig. It is pink and tender, very suitable for making roast suckling pig. Suck it, Puao. Tootin hid in his owner's arms in fear. Oh wow, Yifeng let out a terrifying laugh, staring at the pink little pig without blinking. He had already thought of several ways to deal with the pig. Puao. Oh, whether it's delicious or not, you have to try it to know. Yifeng swallowed his saliva. He wanted to eat pork. Puao. Wang. Chuan is too small, with not much meat on his body. You are different. You are plump and look delicious. Yifeng looked at Chuan with disdain. He didn't know what breed of dog he was, but he grew very slowly. Woof woof woof. Akamaru kept barking, glancing at Kakashi from time to time. You are such a thick-browed and big-eyed Akamaru. You actually betrayed your own kind. Yifeng righteously accused Akamaru and said, although you and Parker are not the same breed of dog, Parker can talk and you can't, but no matter what, how could you have the idea of hitting on Parker? Woof, when did I ever set my sights on Senior Parker? Akamaru felt a little guilty. What? You actually said that Parker has several fat companions. And it doesn't matter if one is missing. Yi Feng was very surprised. Kakashi, you heard it. It's not me who is greedy, it's Akamaru who is greedy. I didn't say I want to eat your dog. Woof. Woof woof woof. Who said, don't bully me because I can't speak? Akamaru jumped anxiously on Inuzuka-Keba's head. Can you check the road? Kakashi said tiredly. If you really have nothing to do, go ahead and explore the road. Puck doesn't dare to come out because of you. Ever since meeting Yi Feng once in the Kingdom of Waves, every time Parker was summoned, he would first check whether Yi Feng was there. If he was, he would immediately cancel the spiritual communication on his own during this period. Kakashi has provided psychological counseling to Parker several times. Fortunately, there were no missions during this period, otherwise he would not have the time. What are you talking about? I'm so easy to talk to. How could Parker be afraid of me? Yi Feng said seriously. Call Parker out and I'll ask him myself. Come on. Kakashi was too lazy to say anything. He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated past Yi Feng. He had finally managed to coax Parker into submission, so how could he possibly channel Parker's spiritual power in front of Yi Feng? Hey, why are you running? Are you feeling guilty? Did you say bad things about me in front of Parker? Yi Feng shouted at Kakashi's back. The wind was against me, and I didn't know if Kakashi heard it or not, but seeing that he was running a little faster, I guessed that he heard it. Tisk. Yi Feng was disdainful and turned to look at Orochimaru, who was walking side by side with him. Has the tail of the snake grown out? Its meat tastes quite good. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and smiled. He was afraid that you would try to take his tail again, so he deliberately didn't let his tail heal so quickly. Now he is recovering in some corner of the Raichi cave. The one snakes, who have always been arrogant and even gave him a headache, can be regarded as having met their natural enemy when they met Yi Feng. The story begins the day before yesterday. Yi Feng was dragged by Kaguya Otsutsuki to go shopping. As he was walking on the road, his eyes suddenly went dark and his whole face became soft before he could feel it carefully. Tsunade, wearing a green windbreaker with a big gamble word on the back, and her little follower Shizune, rushed past a group of people behind her. A group of thugs with sticks were following Tsunade's back, cursing behind the thugs. There was a pink piglet wearing clothes. It's obvious that this little pig comes from a rich family with a pearl necklace hanging around its neck. How could Yi Feng bear being bumped into for no apparent reason? He immediately picked up the piglet that was abandoned by its owner, and ignoring Jiraiya's dissuasion, he quickly ran to the suburbs. First took the pearl necklace off the pig's neck and stuffed it into his pocket, then stripped the piglet naked, built a fire, and prepared to have a snack in the wild. The poor pig was so scared that he cried out in pain, feeling the fire beneath him and tears of regret in his eyes. How did it end up with such a master? It's okay that he cooperated with me to defraud money, but he didn't even take it with him when he ran away. Farewell, my master. If I am reincarnated as a pig in the next life, I will find you to be my master again. I am the pig, leave the pig under the fire. A loud shout came from far away. Yi Feng, who had already prepared the seasoning, snorted disdainfully. You said I should stay, so I should stay. Don't worry, if I see you have a share, I'll leave you a pig's trotter. One isn't enough, another voice sniffed, obviously hungry. Tsunade-sama, just a joke. Tsunade curled her lips. Tunton was her partner. In the past, when she was short of money, she would sell Tunton, and then when the buyer wasn't paying attention, Tunton would come back by itself. She then repeated the above steps, and the money she earned in a day was enough for her to live a carefree life for several days. The most important thing is that Tunton is her backup food. If this trick doesn't work one day and she has no money to eat, she can rely on Tunton and eat sparingly to get through 1 or 2 meals. How could she bear to eat such a good pig unless it was absolutely necessary? I have a feeling that you are thinking of something impolite, Lady Tsunade. Shizune looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Tsunade smiled awkwardly. How could that be? Puyo, master, could you please put me down first? My fur is about to be burnt. Tunton hummed anxiously as they were talking. Tsunade, who came over, kicked the ground. Her toes didn't even put much force, but stuck into the mud. Then she lifted it up, and a large piece of mud was blown away, falling accurately onto the fire. The fire was immediately extinguished, and Tunton, whose hooves were tied, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boy. Tsunade put her hands on her waist and said with her head down, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch my pet, I tell you, you won't be able to leave today unless you have 1,000,000 or 800,000. Yi Feng, who was squatting on the ground, felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on his head. When he looked up, he could only see 2 majestic peaks, which was a sign of great misfortune for their owners. I don't care who you are. Yi Feng stood up and said, I picked it up on the street. Just because you say it's your pet, it's your pet? I said it's mine, tell me. I told you, do you know how precious the firewood I use is? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Oh, Tsunade puffed out her chest, full of disdain. Do you think I was scared? How precious can firewood be? It's everywhere. My pet pig is different. Just go to the market and ask around. If it's less than 500,000, I'll take your surname. If you share my last name, then you are still 1,000 hands. Yi Feng had a strange look on his face. He had not forgotten the fake identity the convenience store had arranged for him. 1,000 hands Yi Feng. Of course he knew Tsunade. Yi Feng recognized her by the iconic windbreaker and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Of course, the most important thing was that she was big, really big, so big that it was unforgettable. He recognized her, but how could he miss such a famous fat sheep in the ninja world? Seeing that Yi Feng was speechless for a long time, Tsunade thought that Yi Feng was guilty, and immediately said proudly, since you are also from Konoha, I have to give you a discount, 500,000. Give me 500,000, and I will pretend that what happened today never happened. She didn't know who Yi Feng was, but after a quick glance on the street, she couldn't possibly forget two old acquaintances, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. There was also a group of little guys, all wearing Konoha Ford protectors. She had worn them for decades and was very familiar with them. Since Yi Feng can hang out with this group of people, it means they are one of us, as the saying goes. When you are away from home, the people you should be most wary of are your fellow villagers, because the people who cheat you are often your fellow villagers. It's easiest to cheat your fellow villagers. Tsunade, who was planning to cheat her fellow villager Yi Feng, had already decided which casino to go to after she succeeded. As for paying back the money, I borrowed the money with my own ability. Why should I pay it back? You didn't catch me. Oh wow, you are really as smart as me. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and laughed, which made Shizune beside her unable to bear watching. She had learned from experience that whenever Tsunade laughed triumphantly, bad things would happen as expected. Yi Feng said arrogantly, 500,000? 500,000 is not enough for you to compensate me. You know the god of ninja, right? Ninja god. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said, I know that very well. He's my grandpa. The famous ninjutsu of the god of ninjas, wood release, is known to everyone in the world. The firewood I used is the original sample that the god of ninjas used to develop wood release. Not only is it of great research value, it also has a special fragrance when lit, which makes the ingredients even more delicious. Original samples are extremely rare, and once ignited, they cannot be burned a second time, which makes them even more precious. You put out my fire, pay me. Yi Feng took 2 steps back, stretched out his hand and said, since you are a weak woman, I won't ask you to pay more. How about this? The discounted price is 1 million, give me the money. Yi Feng, who originally wanted to earn some pocket money, had no intention of cheating Tsunade out of much money, but Tsunade asked for 500,000. Okay, you do the first month and I'll do the 15th. 1 million. No one can stop me. Jingying held Tuden in her arms and stood aside without saying a word. She had realized that Yi Feng was not a good person either. Hey, Lady Tsunade, don't blame me. I've had enough of the days of cheating and deceiving. Today it's your turn to learn a lesson. She was the one who always used Tuden to cheat people out of their money. It was not a pleasant feeling to be chased by someone, so she planned to let Tsunade try it too. They are all family members anyway, so the loss won't be too big. Rather than losing money to the casino or to one's own people, Jingying can accept it more. You're talking nonsense, the weak woman. Tsunade cursed. Do you think I'm a fool? What's the original sample? Wood release is wood release. Where did the original sample come from? Without the chakra to sustain it, wood release is just an ordinary tree, a little taller at most, but other than that, it is no different from an ordinary tree. Not to mention its research value. After burning, it will only turn into a handful of ash. It has no fragrance at all and it is not a special variety. Boy, let me tell you, you can fool other people with this trick, but you can't fool me, Tsunade said coldly. I have been playing with wood release since I was a child. Have you ever seen a 100-meter high Buddha? I am tired of it. You are better at bragging than me. You are tired of playing with a big Buddha, which Shivan has seen a few times, Yi Feng said without hesitation. A 100-meter high Buddha is nothing. Have you ever seen a 100-meter high Susanoo? When the Shura of the ninja world and the god of ninja were fighting, I would not even bother to be the referee if they asked me to do so. What's so interesting about children's playing house? I can do it with one hand. Uncle, did you drink fake wine today? Number 1 couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Feng bragging, how old are you? When Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were dueling, your fake parents were not even born yet. How long have you been here, and you have witnessed their duel? However, since it can be held in one hand, there is no doubt that this number 1 can do it with Feng's current strength. He could be considered to be looking down on them with just one hand. No, he was just in a bad mood when he woke up. Orochimaru added silently. He also found it quite interesting. It was the first time he saw Tsunade so angry and she hadn't taken any action yet. Behave yourself. Orochimaru slapped Jiraiya on the head and said with his arms folded, don't disturb Feng's fun, or you'll be in trouble. Jiraiya, who was given a gravity aura as soon as he arrived and was unable to move, rolled his eyes speechlessly. It's difficult for me to even open my mouth, so how can I be honest? I think you just want to retaliate against me. You are so petty. The phone is not yours, so let me see what happens for a while. Orochimaru understood Jiraiya's meaning silently and slapped him again without saying a word. What's the matter? I borrowed this phone with great difficulty and was just waiting to study it, and you stole it to watch a beautiful girl dance. Ever since they met in the bathhouse, Jiraiya refused to leave, especially when he knew that their final destination was the Rain Country. He had no intention of leaving. He was a stingy man, but he shamelessly moved into Orochimaru's newly opened room. He even took advantage of Orochimaru's time when he was absorbed in thinking of ideas. After watching for a long time and knowing how to operate a mobile phone in a simple way, he stole the phone and hid away, watching videos of beautiful women for a long time. Catcha, poof. Shikamaru took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and ate them while watching with great interest. The people who came took out melon seeds of different flavors from their pockets and started to crackle them. These melon seeds were taken by Kaguya Otsutsuki when she opened a space door to return to the convenience store, and Feng was getting his clothes infected by Shikamaru. They felt that it would be a bit boring if they didn't choose something while watching the fun. Kaguya Otsutsuki changed into modern clothes, wearing a black tight short sleeved top, slim black trousers, sneakers, and the Akatsuki uniform. She no longer looked like her former self. Don't ask her why she was this way, just ask, because of love, not, ahem. She was thinking about it. She saw Feng liked to dress like this, so she started to dress in a similar style to Feng. It's no wonder that since she started dressing like this, Feng has watched fewer videos. Number 1, who came up with the idea, smiled slightly in his heart, hiding his credit and fame. Chapter 178, Beaten, an alternative confession. How old are you? You're just a brat, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're trying to brag like others, Tsunade said disdainfully. How shameless of you to brag and act as a referee? Even a hand of the fallen Buddha would be bigger than you. In fact, she had never seen the big Buddha, but she had heard about it from her grandfather, Hoshirama Senju. Tsunade doesn't have much impression of her grandfather Hoshirama Senju. She didn't understand those things when she was a child. Hoshirama Senju always took her out to play, and she learned the gambling habit at that time. But when she grew up and became independent, she realized how great her grandfather was relying on his personal charm. He convinced the Uchiha clan, which had been hostile for many years, and joined forces with the then Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Madara to end the chaotic warring states period and create the current ninja world. She had been to the Valley of the End where she had the final battle with Madara. Even after decades, she could still vaguely see traces of the battle just by looking at those traces. Tsunade could imagine the power of the war that year. There didn't seem to be any signs of destruction caused by human power. She knew she couldn't do that, even if she opened fire at full power. You know shit. I was the referee to give them face, Feng boasted, and the more he boasted, the more excited he became. When they heard that I wasn't going, they got scared. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop fighting, so they cried and begged me. I have no choice but to go. Well, the fight was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. I saw that something was wrong, so I took action without hesitation. I held down the powerful Susanoo with one hand and the Buddha on top with the other hand, and gave them a stern warning. It's a pity that they both got too excited and wanted to decide who was better and who lived or died no matter what. You're not giving me face. You agreed to let me be the referee. Since they don't give me face, how can I give them face? I kicked Madara to death with one kick, and severely injured Hashirama Senju with one slap. If that kid hadn't run fast, he would have stayed there too. Tsunade, who originally just wanted to make some money, became more and more angry as she listened. Boy, do you want to die? He spoke so badly of her grandfather and simply didn't take her seriously. Oh, I'm so scared. Yi Feng patted his chest pretending to be afraid. He felt disgusted by his artificial look, then his expression changed, and Yi Feng pointed at Orochimaru and said disdainfully, even the Shura of the ninja world and the god of ninja can't beat me together. How can you, a nobody, fight me? Defeat my men first, Orochimaru, go. Orochimaru, who was watching the show, suddenly changed his expression. Facing Tsunade, who was so furious that she even released the yin seal, he had no confidence. Damn bastard Orochimaru, how dare you say that about my grandfather? Tsunade punched Orochimaru in anger. She didn't believe that an ordinary person like Yi Feng knew so much. Someone must have told him. It was you, Orochimaru? You are such a sinister and cunning guy. You have even learned to pretend to be someone else's younger brother. Fooling an ordinary person makes you very successful, right? The mark on her forehead disappeared, replaced by a black cross rune. Both ends of the rune extended downward, passing over her eyes and spreading to all parts of her body. The huge chakra stored in the seal was released instantly. Even if it was just an ordinary punch, it carried unstoppable power. Orochimaru, who is well aware of the power of Tsunade's fist, quickly summoned his strongest summoning beast, Mancall. Damn Orochimaru, 100 sacrifices. Hissa, Mandrake, who didn't understand the situation at first, was about to ask Orochimaru for his appearance fee, 100 human sacrifices, but before he could say anything, he was hit by Tsunade's extremely powerful punch. This punch was just right, not damaging his brain. Wan Snake, who had no time to react, only felt punches like raindrops continuously falling on him, and each punch was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Orochimaru flew backwards, leaving Manja to Tsunade to vent his anger. He didn't have the defense like Manja, nor was he as accustomed to it as Jiraiya. If he was really hit by a real punch, he would have to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. It would be considered that Tsunade went easy on him. It just so happened that he also disliked Wanch. Although it was his spiritual beast, it didn't look like a spiritual beast at all. Every time it came out, it dared to ask him for sacrifices, and they had to be alive. He himself didn't have enough experimental subjects, so he couldn't give any to Wanch. The beaten man was in tears. What was going on? Not only had the promised sacrifice not been given once, but the opponents he faced were getting stronger and stronger. Now they wanted me to fight with Tsunade. Am I cut out for it? Tsunade, an old acquaintance of Manja during the time when Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya teamed up, Manabu was often summoned. At that time, it didn't dare to stab, and it was a piece of cake for Tsunade or Jiraiya to deal with it. It was only after the three of them separated that it became a little bolder. Oh, if you don't give me a sacrifice, I won't come out and leave you without a spirit beast. Thinking about the 10,000 snakes, it still has some influence in Longi Cave. This time, the former teammates became enemies. After being punched, Wanch wanted to retreat. Damn it Orochimaru, just wait for me. It's not its style to leave without saying something harsh. Orochimaru made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Manjusri could do as he pleased. HMPH, just pretending. Wanch snorted in his heart and muttered silently, resolve. Although psychic beasts have signed a contract with humans and can be summoned to fight by humans, this contractual relationship is not a superior-subordinate relationship, but an equal relationship. When the spirit beasts see that the situation is not good, they can decide whether to go back at any time. What's more, the spirit beasts can also communicate in reverse and convey the people who have signed a contract with them to the place where they live. Although it is rarely used by summoned beasts, the place where summoning beasts live may not necessarily be suitable for humans to survive, even for ninjas. After all, ninjas are just humans who are slightly more powerful, and are essentially no different from humans. Wanch, who didn't want to be beaten for no reason, had decided to run away. What's going on? Wanch was horrified. Why can't I go back? This was the first time it encountered such a situation, and it had never even heard that the word solution would be ineffective. Unlock, unlock, unlock. Wanch was muttering frantically in his mind, but it was of no use. He punched countless times, and every punch missed. Isn't this enough? If I can't go back anytime, won't I die here? Wanch, who had never thought of dying before, was completely panicked this time. Sister Wei, do you have this ability? Yi Feng approached Kaguya Otsutsuki and asked curiously. It was also the first time for him to see a psychic beast unable to return, and he used to envy it. Just imagine that if you can't win, you can leave at any time, and others can't do anything to you. Isn't that great? The reason why the summoned beasts are so fearless when fighting is because they can fight when they want to, and end their summoning ability at any time when they don't want to fight. If they didn't have this trump card and had worries, how could they display such strong fighting power? Kaguya Otsutsuki lifted the hair beside her ear, looked at the slightly absent-minded Yi Feng, and said in her heart with secret joy, if you are sensitive enough to the changes in space, you can do it too. Hiromi Hirasaka involves space, opening the space door, allowing her to go anywhere she wants in an instant. Well, that's provided that she has enough chakra. Sister Wei, are you teasing me? Where did you learn this? Yi Feng, who had fallen into one of the three major illusions in life, quickly woke up. With his heartbeat speeding up, he avoided Kaguya Otsutsuki's sight and guessed, so, Sister Wei, you can find the space around it so that it couldn't end the summoning. Yeah, Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded, seeing that Yi Feng seemed very interested in the wanj. She had no intention of letting them go. Number 1 told her that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach. Although she doesn't know how to cook, she can still help with the ingredients needed for cooking wanj. Who didn't know he was being targeted, finally couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. Can you please let me go, Lady Tsunade? I have no grudge against you. Orochimaru is right next to us, go find him. Why are you beating me? I didn't have the nerve to say that your hand feels so good, so I didn't stop Tsunade, so I found an excuse and said, it will be Orochimaru's turn soon, but let's talk about you first. I heard that you eat 100 living people every time you come out. How many have you eaten over the years? It ate up an entire country. Yi Feng put his hands to his mouth to make a trumpet shape and shouted, the 10,000 snakes are not ordinary snakes. Their lifespan is much longer than that of humans. If Orochimaru dies one day, it will be free of shackles. What if it goes to Konoha village one day and eats up all the villagers? Konoha village is the hard work of the third Hokage. If Lord Senju Hashirama knew about this, he would never rest in peace. These 3 generations are not those 3 generations. Those 3 generations are not worthy of each other. Slander, you are slandering me, he is slandering me. Orochimaru, he is slandering me. If one snake had the legs, he would have jumped up in anxiety. Hey, stop hitting me. I have no plans to go to Konoha village. Without Orochimaru's cooperation, would it be so bold as to cause trouble in Konoha village? Not to mention Konoha, it doesn't dare to go to any of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world alone. How can a ninja village like this, where even the tailed beasts can be dealt with, be a place for a summoning beast like it to run wild? Bang bang bang. Tsunade attacked with even greater force. She knew how courageous Mandrake was, and what Yi Feng said, in her opinion, was really possible. Although she hasn't been back to the village for a long time, it doesn't mean she doesn't love the village. Her childhood memories, including some good memories, were all created in the village. When the village is there, she still has a thought. When the village is gone, she doesn't even have a thought. If anyone dares to destroy her village and erase her memories, she will not let anyone go, not even a snake. Puff. Watch opened his mouth and spat out a pool of blood. Yi Feng was amazed by the amount of bleeding, which was more than the total amount of blood in the human body. Knowing that Tsunade was hemophobia, Mandalay specifically vomited blood towards Tsunade, but Tsunade was well prepared. She closed her eyes and blocked her sense of smell. She attacked with her eyes closed, not worrying at all about missing the target. The bodies of the 10,000 snakes were so huge that the sounds they made when crawling on the ground could not be covered up. Tsunade could tell the location of the 10,000 snakes just by listening. Oh, all the normally indestructible scales now become weapons that hurt oneself. The broken scales were deeply embedded in the flesh, and every movement on the ground brought tearing pain. The small town not far away disappeared at some point, and was replaced by an endless desert with sandstorms all over the sky. It was trying to crawl towards the town, but its hope of taking the townspeople as hostages was shattered. It collapsed to the ground with a dead heart, motionless, allowing Tsunade's fist to fall on it. Huh? Naruto scratched his head. Don't you know ninjutsu? Naruto thought he was under an illusion, but suddenly remembered that Yi Feng's illusion could only be used in convenience stores and could not be used outside, so he turned to look at Kaguya Otsutsuki and asked, Grandma Kaguya, this is your illusion. Sakura, why did you hit me? Naruto felt very aggrieved after being punched. Idiot. Sakura yelled, call me Kaguya-sama. Don't you know that girls pay the most attention to age issues? Kaguya is too old, and calling her that will make her sound old. It would be better to call her sir, which shows respect and avoids the criticism of her age. Oh, Naruto said aggrievedly, Lord Kaguya, this is yours. Sakura, why did you hit me again? I didn't make any mistakes this time, idiot. Don't ask, just keep watching. Sakura said the most taboo thing for ninjas is to inquire about other people's ninjutsu. Not every ninja is generous and would teach them various ninjutsu like Feng. After a few days of getting along, Sakura knew that Kaguya Otsutsuki was easy to talk to, but when it came to bottom line issues, it was better to be careful. In fact, when the topic of love is not involved, Sakura's IQ was always online looking at the fist hanging above his head. Naruto shut up in good conscience, but his eyes looked a little aggrieved. Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled. She really liked this noisy feeling. Everyone had a good personality, unlike her two sons. Bah, it's better not to mention them. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She touched her face. Why are you looking at me? Retracting his gaze, Feng pretended nothing happened. It's not that there is something. It's that there is something missing. What's missing? Kaguya's face was a little red and hot, and her heart was beating faster. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and she couldn't even explain it. I need this. Bore. After succeeding, Feng quickly turned his head. The warmth on her face disappeared in a flash, and Kaguya subconsciously looked towards Naruto and his group. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she breathed a sigh of relief like a guilty thief. You're going to die? I patted Feng gently. There are so many children here. Oh, so when they were away, a wicked smile appeared on Feng's face. Couldn't he do something even more excessive? Kaguya's voice was as thin as a mosquito and barely audible. If he hadn't been close, Feng would have almost not heard it. Chapter 179, The Deceiving Snake. Can't see me, can't see me. Naruto and his group didn't even look away. If someone didn't know, they would think the scene of Meijiki getting beaten was very interesting. They didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing the two of them, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Even Orochimaru was thinking that he might as well just kill Mandrake and leave quickly so as not to disturb the two from further developing their relationship. No matter who it is, he can't afford to offend. Jiraiya was very envious. Look, it's only been a few days and the relationship is almost confirmed. Tsunade, when will you accept me? After Kakashi's private explanation, Jiraiya roughly knew what happened. Of course, without Feng's permission, Kakashi didn't say much. Jiraiya only knew that Kaguya Otsutsuki had been sealed for a long time and was only recently rescued by Feng. As for the specific identity of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he still doesn't know. Number 1 stood with his hands behind his back, feeling a little lost. He had only been in the position of military advisor for a few days before he was about to be laid off. Looking at the current situation, there was no need for his advice. The two of them clearly have a crush on each other, and his existence is completely unnecessary. Gilulu, a thunder-like sound sounded at an inopportune time, and Naruto covered his stomach in embarrassment. Damn it, why at this time? He also wanted to see more of Feng's performance so that he could learn from it and use it on Xiaoying in the future. It's over now. Uncle won't blame me, right? Just like he hated the time when he was shopping with Sakura because of Sasuke, the light bulb. If you put yourself in his shoes, isn't he the light bulb now? A light bulb that can make sounds. Fortunately, Feng was in a good mood and thought everything was good. It's time for dinner. How about we have a picnic today? When I went out, I was planning to eat. Kaguya Otsutsuki had no objection. It was all fine with her. Even if she didn't eat anything, she wouldn't starve to death. At her level, she no longer needed food to survive. Eating was just to satisfy her appetite. In fact, before she met Feng, even more than 1,000 years ago when she was not sealed, even when she lived in the ninja world, she had never eaten any food. Chakra fruit doesn't count. That thing is used to increase strength, not to fill hunger. Naruto, number 1, get ready, we're going to have barbecue for lunch, Feng said, clapping his hands. Here I am, uncle. Number 1 trotted over and said eagerly, how about I go back to town and buy some meat? This is the suburbs, they haven't prepared any ingredients. Where can they get the barbecue? The outskirts of the town are a bit desolate and there are no animals living there. It's not cost-effective to go further, so it's better to buy it in the town. Isn't this ready-made? Feng raised his head. Snake meat. It's fresh. One snake, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, felt a chill passing through his body. He opened his eyelids slightly, but found nothing. Hey, uncle, this snake eats people. Naruto was a little disgusted. He could eat snake meat, but after eating human snake meat, he felt a little disgusted. It has never eaten a human, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. I don't know if the other snakes in the Raichi cave have eaten humans, but the 10,000 snakes have never eaten a human. I can guarantee that. The Longby cave is very closed and outsiders cannot enter at all. He accidentally entered the Long cave that year and signed the psychic contract after escaping death. The reason why the three holy places are called the three holy places is because the space where they live is relatively independent and is a different space attached to the ninja world. Apart from a passage connecting to the ninja world, there is no other connection between the three holy places and the ninja world. Among the three holy places, Long cave is the least friendly to humans. Apart from him, he has never seen anyone else who can communicate with the snakes in Long cave. Only the 10,000 snakes yearn for the human world, which is why he can summon the 10,000 snakes every time, even though the snakes were yelling loudly and saying they would not come next time if no sacrifices were given. They were still controlled by him with the words, "If you don't want to come, I can change another snake." Do you still want to eat people after following him? He himself doesn't eat humans. He just uses some people for experiments. So Orochimaru was sure that Manabu had never eaten anyone, at least not when they were following him. Don't think about those things, Yi Feng deliberately teased Naruto and said. The food you usually eat may not be cleaner than the 10,000 snakes. Just like crops in the field, can they thrive without fertilizer? Do you know what the word fertilizer in fertilization means? Naruto shook his head. How would he know? He didn't grow crops. Even if he had a mission occasionally, it was always weeding or something like that. He had never seen anything about fertilizing. Otherwise, why do some people say that you ninjas are so high and mighty? Yi Feng said with great regret. Alice. This is very bad. You know, food is the most important thing for people, including ninjas. Without food, human civilization is like a shaky building, and it may collapse at any time. You must know that man is iron and rice is steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. When there is no more food growing in the land, and droughts, floods, and other adverse weather conditions occur, you will have nothing to eat and will look for anything that can fill your stomach, no matter if it's food or not, as long as it can fill your stomach. Tree bark, grass roots, and even soil will become something that everyone is scrambling for. This is not an exaggeration. As far as I know, during the Warring States period, such things were even common. Cannibalism was also common. We should buzz. It was as if there were hundreds of flies buzzing around my ears. Naruto covered his ears in pain. His expression slightly distorted. Naruto didn't know whether he would chew on tree bark when he was extremely hungry, but when he was hungry, he would even eat expired food. So Naruto did not doubt the truthfulness of what Yi Feng said. But, uncle, you have gone off topic again. We are talking about applying fertilizer, not about cherishing food. Naruto had been used to a hard life since he was a child. Besides being scolded the most, he also often ate expired food, which happened quite frequently. Naruto, the one who knows the smell of expired food best, what's the meaning of this pride on your face? Do you think it's an honor to be a ninja and you don't have to work in the fields? Yi Feng frowned and asked seriously, Uncle, please stop messing with me. Mingren would not be fooled. Every time Yi Feng showed a serious expression, it was probably just an act. He had become immune to it. He simply said, Uncle, if you really don't know what kind of fertilizer is applied to the land, just tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Hey, brat, how dare you look down on me? Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves, very indignant. It's true that he has never farmed before, but he used to live in the countryside. The older generation of farmers have been farming all their lives. Don't they have more experience than some crappy experts? Before modern fertilizers were invented, traditional methods were used. These methods have been proven to be effective over thousands of years and are widely recognized as being effective. Let me tell you, kid, the fertilizer used for fertilization is something you see every day. Yi Feng smiled and asked, you are familiar with feces, right? It is the excrement you excrete every day. Have you ever thought about how much feces are produced in a day with so many people in the village? And where does this feces go in the end? Let me reiterate, Naruto is not a fool. He is just too lazy to use his brain. Naruto, who used his brain, easily guessed the answer to the question. Could it be? Could it be? What is it? Tell me, Yi Feng encouraged with a smile. Naruto closed his eyes, ready to die, and said loudly, in the ground. All feces go to the ground in the end. Snapped. Yi Feng snapped his fingers, clapped his hands and said, correct answer, no reward, that's right. The fertilizer applied to the land comes from the collected feces. The fermented feces are very nutritious for the things growing in the land. In the entire ninja world, there is nothing that is not fertilized with feces in the fields. Think about it, the food you eat every day is grown from other people's feces. From planting seeds to the seeds taking root, sprouting, blooming and bearing fruits, every process involves feces. You said that plants have no choice when they eat feces, But humans have many options when they eat food. I ate feces? And every day. Naruto felt a little sick to his stomach. I have never thought about this question before, but now that I think about it, it is really terrifying. Vomit. Among the crowd of onlookers nearby, some were already retching. The smarter a person is, the more he likes to fantasize. Shikamaru, who has a very quick mind, has already imagined the scene of himself eating feces. Shikamaru looked at the melon seeds in his hand and the potato chips tucked under his armpit, and hesitated for a moment to eat or not to eat. Shikamaru's face was full of confusion. After thinking about it, he decided that even if it was unclean, he wouldn't get sick if he ate it. He didn't see it anyway, so he didn't care how the fertilizer was applied. Having figured it out, Shikamaru crackled melon seeds and watched the crushing battle very seriously. Even though Manza seemed to be seriously injured, Tsunade didn't use her real strength. If she had really punched him seriously, Manza would definitely not have been able to withstand it. After scaring Naruto, Feng walked towards the snakes and said, "So animals don't necessarily eat cleaner food than humans. Take the snakes for example. They definitely won't eat feces, right? Snakes don't have this habit either." Naruto retched and said, "Animals have a lot of parasites." "That's what you said, uncle. I've seen you eat less normally." Feng said with a smile and raised his eyebrows. "What is fire used for?" "It's used for disinfection and sterilization. Most parasites can't withstand high-temperature flames. Besides, didn't I say before that the more humane an animal is, the fewer parasites it has?" "What is the principle?" Naruto thought about it for a long time and could only attribute it to the fact that animals have human nature and love to take baths. The more they take baths, the cleaner they will become. Closer, come closer. Watch closed his eyes and thought fiercely in his heart, "If you come any closer, I will eat you in one bite." "Damn, you actually said that I understand human nature." "Bah, you are the only one who understands human nature. Your whole family understands human nature. I am one snake, a spiritual beast, and the spiritual beast of Longdi Cave, one of the 3 noble holy places. How can a mortal like you imagine my wisdom?" Thinking it was almost time, Watch quietly opened his eyes and was overjoyed. "Boy, you asked for this." An ordinary human dared to get so close to it, almost reaching its mouth. Laughing loudly, Watch opened his mouth wide, with a fierce light in his eyes, and swallowed Feng in one gulp. There is no need to swallow. Feng, a tiny human, is not even enough to fill its teeth, but it wasn't easy. "After so many years, I finally got to eat it." "Ha ha ha, stupid Orochimaru, you actually dared to let a human get so close to me," Manzo said proudly. "Don't blame me, that human asked for it." "Damn Orochimaru, what's with that look in your eyes?" One snake was shocked and angry. I expected to see regret on Orochimaru's face, but instead I saw only pity. Orochimaru shook his head and said, "After all these years, you are still as blind as ever. There were so many people to choose from, so I picked the one who could fight the best." No one was in a hurry at all. They all saw the gesture Feng made. Although Shizune was a little worried, she still went with the flow, mainly because Orochimaru trapped her and didn't let her move. "Damn Manda, spit him out." Tsunade, who was confused, said angrily. Due to a moment of carelessness, she actually let Watch eat a person in front of her. After all, she had not taken action for a long time and her vigilance had dropped. "Impossible." 10,000 snakes uttered their tongues, and the snakeheads with horns shook their heads. Although the look in Orochimaru's eyes gave it a bad feeling, it was absolutely impossible for it to vomit out the food it had eaten. It is a noble snake, not a cow or a horse, and it cannot chew the cud. That human is probably about to melt by now. Ordinary humans cannot withstand its stomach acid. Damn it, damn it. Tsunade's force increased a little. "If you don't spit him out, I'll beat you to death," Watch still said stubbornly. "It's comfortable. The massage strength is just right." The skin and flesh were torn and the blood was flowing, all under it, forming a small river. Beach number 1, who was watching the fun, stopped at Satsuki Kaguya, who was a little worried and wanted to take action. "Don't worry, Kaguya-sama, I just want to have some fun." With a roll of his eyes, number 1 cried out, "My poor uncle, you said you didn't want to inherit the Qianshao family's legacy, but you had to come out to do something. Now look what happened, you've been eaten by a snake." "What did you say?" A figure suddenly appeared in front of number 1. Tsunade grabbed number 1's collar and shouted, "What did you just say? What Senju? What legacy?" She hadn't heard anyone mention the surname Senju for a long time. Number 1 said with tears in his eyes and a twitching nose, "Uncle, my original name is Qianshao Feng, and I am one of the few remaining members of the Qianshao clan." Like a bolt from the blue, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, Wanting to hear what this old friend had to say, Orochimaru spread his hands, played along with number 1 and said, "He's right, damn Orochimaru, you actually let an ordinary person from the Senju clan die?" After striking Orochimaru with an angry punch, Tsunade transformed into the wind and appeared in the belly of the snake. She is the most powerful medical ninja, so it is easy for her to find Mandrake's stomach. Chapter 180, Reminiscence of the Past. The chakra scalpel usually used for treatment quickly condensed in Tsunade's hand. She concentrated and looked for the right place to cut. "You'd better pray that he's okay, otherwise I'll kill you," Tsunade shouted angrily. The snakes, unable to resist, subconsciously tried to coil up their bodies. If an ordinary human entered their bodies, he would be melted into a pool of blood by the stomach acid in a short while. "He is dead, and I am dead too." Watch had no hope of luck, nor any regrets. He was going to die anyway, but at least he remembered his original intention and ate a human before dying. "I just ate it too fast and couldn't taste it." Mandrake pretending to be dead made Tsunade even more angry, and the spirit she had been trying to force to overcome fear also emerged uncontrollably. She left the village not only because of the death of her family and friends, but also because the successive deaths of these people became one of the reasons for her to leave the village. Everyone says that she is the ninja with the highest medical skills in the ninja world, but facing the powerlessness of seeing a loved one die in her arms would make anyone collapse. She's even more serious because she is a medical ninja. The highest level medical ninja in the ninja world, but all her life's learning was of no use at that time. She could only watch the blood flow out. She tried desperately to cover the wound. Blood flowed through her fingers, staining her hands and eyes red. From then on, she suffered from a very serious hemophobia. Whenever she saw blood, her hands and feet would become weak and she would not be able to muster any strength. Unable to continue working as a ninja, she had no choice but to leave that sad place. After many years of wandering, she never went back. She has already thought about her own ending. Shizune is the niece of her boyfriend Kato Dan, Kato Dan's only living relative, and also her only living relative. She wants to raise Shizune well. It doesn't matter whether she becomes a ninja or not. What matters is that she is happy. She didn't want Shizune to live in the hopeless ninja world. The ninja world was too hard, and there was no need to let a young person get involved. Tsunade had a good idea. As long as she was alive, she would protect Shizune. Until the day she could no longer move, she would find a place to end the rest of her life. Shizune would be the one who would collect her body. After so many years, she thought her illness had improved, but unexpectedly, it was still the same. The strong smell of blood filled her nose, and her eyes turned red. Tsunade took several deep breaths but failed to aim the chakra scalpel at the right position. Manzo was also stimulated by Tsunade's repetition and couldn't stand it. He whispered hoarsely, "If you want to do it quickly. If you can't do it, find someone else. Please don't torture me." "You're sawing wood here, in and out." The chakra scalpel is made of highly concentrated chakra. It is sharp and has an extremely high temperature. It was originally used to stop bleeding for patients during surgery, but here it became a tool of torture. Staying in one position for a long time, one snake could even smell the smell of his own body burning. Jiraiya. Tsunade's hands were covered in sweat. He turned to look at the silent Jiraiya and begged, "Help me, I can't do it." Tsunade blamed herself for her incompetence in her heart. She hated herself for not being able to overcome her fear and get out of the psychological shadow. After decades, Jiraiya's eyes bulged, his muscles tensed, and his chakra burst out in an attempt to break free, but the binding force of the gravity halo was beyond his imagination. Even though he used too much force and his gums were bleeding, he was still unable to move. Orochimaru stood aside and said indifferently, "Don't waste your energy. You can't break free with your strength." It's not like he doesn't know how powerful the gravity halo is. After the initial experience, Feng adjusted the gravity halo on them to the appropriate gravity, which not only did not affect their normal lives, but also had a certain training effect. Only after they have adapted to this stage will Feng increase the gravity. There was no other way around it. It wasn't that Feng had to do it himself, but mainly because Orochimaru and the others had learned so much during this period of time. He hadn't learned anything, but he had to learn everything no matter which one it is. Orochimaru and others are reluctant to give up, but there has to be a first-come first-served order. Now it seems that the cultivation of ki comes before anything else. After all, it is a new power system, and it can be combined with the old power system. They were extremely envious of Kai and Xiaoli's success, although he didn't know what Feng was planning to do by letting the 10,000 snakes swallow him. Orochimaru, who hadn't received any instructions, said on his own, "Long time no see, Tsunade. I didn't have time to say hello just now. Don't look for that idiot Jiraiya." He can't move now, don't get me wrong, it wasn't me who did it, pointing at the 10,000 snakes, or more precisely, at Feng and the 10,000 snake stomachs. Orochimaru smiled and said, it was Feng who did it. You, the Senju clan, really have abnormal talents. First, there was the first Hokage who awakened the body of a sage, and then there was Feng, who awakened new abilities based on the body of a sage. Orochimaru kept talking nonsense. The concept of the sage body was told to him by Feng, and Orochimaru believed it without a doubt. Even though Hashirama Senju's cells had been dead for decades, they still had cell activity far exceeding that of ordinary people. Orochimaru, who studies frequently, is well aware of this. It doesn't mean that the higher the cell activity, the better. If you can't bear it, various almost incurable diseases will follow. In serious cases, your whole body will be highly rotten, and it is not impossible that it will finally melt into a pool of blood. But if you can bear it, the benefits are obvious. Highly active body cells mean that you will not get sick or injured. Even if you are injured, you will recover quickly, and the speed of recovery will be beyond your imagination. To put it simply, you are almost immortal. Maybe the speed at which others hurt you is slower than the speed at which you recover. What Orochimaru couldn't understand was how Hashirama Senju, who had such a powerful physique, died. Given whose status and position in Konoha, the cause of death could not be found. It is also unclear about Danzo, who is working with him, and whose status is second only to the Hokage. It was as if someone deliberately concealed the real cause of Hashirama Senju's death. And almost all that could be found were groundless. It is said that after the decisive battle with his best friend Uchiha Madara, he became depressed and did not want to live anymore because of his best friend's death, so he took the initiative to commit suicide. This is a ridiculous statement. Even though the person who said it was Feng, Orochimaru just smiled and said nothing. What a joke. Do you think he is a fool? At that time, the village was just established and everything was in the process of being revived. It is impossible for Hashirama Senju, who had always hoped for peace, to give up his life for such a reason. Orochimaru could barely accept the statement that there were some after effects left after the decisive battle. Although he failed to find any trace of necrosis in the cells in his subsequent research, it at least sounded reliable and was somewhat convincing. As for Feng's physique, it was purely made up by Orochimaru. The magic of convenience stores is something that everyone else can discover, so Orochimaru can naturally discover it as well. This had nothing to do with the fact that he had been in the convenience store for a few days. It was too conspicuous, and it was hard for him not to notice it. It doesn't matter to Orochimaru whether the identity is fake or not, as long as the benefits are real. However, in Orochimaru's opinion, although Feng does not have the body of a sage, his powerful strength brings him a physique that is no less than that of a sage, or even stronger. At least for Feng, who is interested in physical training, most of the attacks in the ninja world could not break his defense. Orochimaru, who originally disagreed with Feng's statement that ninjas were high in attack and low in defense, changed his mind after seeing Feng's strong physique. This is also the reason why he is not averse to the gravity, or he was originally just a scientist and research was his main job. Improving his strength was secondary, and that was not what he was pursuing. If Feng hadn't said that without a strong physique, Orochimaru would not be able to learn anything. Even if he taught him in the future, Orochimaru would not have gone to such great lengths to train his body anyway. For him, if the body is broken, he can just replace it. The reincarnation system he developed is for this reason. Hey, Naruto touched number one's shoulder and whispered, is he imitating an uncle? How come he suddenly became dazed while talking? SHH, number one made a gesture to silence the crowd. Don't talk, the show is about to begin. The temporary pause is just for the next big move. According to the experience summarized by number one's observation, every time Feng does this, there will be a person or a group of people who will be heartbroken. Orochimaru, who imitated him, will probably do the same next. As expected, Orochimaru first glanced at the two of them with a half smile, then said, Feng's ability is more like a combination. He has both the body of a first-generation sage and the wisdom of a second-generation. Given time, if he can grow up, he will definitely bring the ninja world to a new height. What? He was not imitating Feng. It was just that as he was talking, he thought of other things. This is a common problem among many older people, who like to preach Feng is the abnormal guy. He clearly possesses great strength, but has no interest in power at all. If it were him. Well, if it were me, I would probably be the same. There is no need to deliberately pursue power. Real power is inseparable. If you have strength, you will naturally have power. It starts again. Why do I always become dazed when adults are talking? Naruto muttered quietly. Kakashi on the side couldn't help laughing and said, when you miss Sakura, Don't you also like to daydream? Yeah, and he likes to giggle, number 1 added. He's laughing like a fool. You're the fool. Naruto stole a glance at Sakura, and seeing that Sakura didn't notice him, he said in a disappointed tone, that was love. Do you know what love is? Kaguya Otsutsuki asked suddenly. Her eyes were somewhat deep as she looked straight at Feng. I'm really watching. With her eyes rolled back, the flesh and blood of the 10,000 snakes were like nothing to her. She could clearly see that Feng's whole body was wrapped in chakra and floating, and had left the stomach area when he noticed her gaze. He waved to her and asked her which part of the meat she wanted to eat. After replying that it was alright, Kaguya Otsutsuki withdrew her gaze. Anything is fine. Feng scratched his head. It was indeed a very vague statement. Fortunately, Kaguya Otsutsuki is not an ordinary person. Whatever she says is true, unlike some people who say one thing and mean another. Looking around, I found that the passage that was wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side was the inside of the Wunsh's body. Some dark environments do not affect Feng's vision. A blood-red eye is emitting an inconspicuous red light in his left eye socket. That's right, Uchiha Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan was borrowed by him again. Although the Sharingan is not as useful as the Byakugan in detection, it can still be used as a flashlight in dark environments. Love? This, Naruto stammered and couldn't answer. Number 1 rolled his eyes and said, what an idiot. Didn't I talk about this topic before? You were devastated at that time, have you forgotten? The veins around her eyes disappeared. Kaguya Otsutsuki closed her eyes, smiled slightly and said, love is not defined, everyone has their own understanding, so don't worry about it, just like it. Hinata shrank her neck, her pretty face flushed, and she subconsciously avoided Otsutsuki Kaguya's sight. Kaguya Otsutsuki smiled. The young Hinata reminded her of her past self that was more than 1,000 years ago, when she first came to the ninja world. At that time, the fruit of the sacred tree was not yet ripe. When her partner left the sacred tree and went to various places to investigate the situation, she met a human being by chance. The man was the leader of a small country. She forgot his name and she didn't want to remember it. Being inexperienced, she quickly succumbed to the man's sweet talk. She didn't know what happened at that time. Maybe it was really love that made people stupid. In order to change that man's short life, she ambushed and killed her partner when the fruit was about to ripen, picked the fruit, and prepared to give it to the man to eat. Unfortunately, perhaps it was true what Feng had said to her, beauty is a disaster, and possessing a treasure is a crime. The leader of a nearby small country learned of her existence, and somehow learned it from someone who believed that if they ate the fruit of the sacred tree, they would gain immortality. So they joined forces and forced the man to hand her over if. At that time, the man could be a little braver. Even if he just argued a few words, she would help him. To her disappointment, when the man heard that other countries would unite to attack if he didn't hand her over, he immediately regarded her as a monster. Before the coalition forces arrived, he couldn't wait to tie her up and send her over. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Her sincerity is wasted. Maybe this is her retribution. She betrayed others, so naturally others will betray her. Chapter 181. You have to rely on yourself. In the end, the man died. She didn't even use any strength. She just gave him a light punch, and all the coalition forces died with her one move. After eating the fruit, her strength skyrocketed, and she pacified the chaotic world. At that time, she became known as the goddess of the rabbit and had some other titles. Her mission had failed, and she and her partner, who had not returned to report the news in time, would inevitably attract investigation from other tribesmen. There are many masters in the tribe. She can defeat 1 or 2, but not 3 or 4. It was too late to move her position and replant the sacred tree, so she could only use the existing strength and make other plans using her own abilities. She created 2 sons, hoping that they would be her helpers when they grew up. At the same time, the rebels used to quell the troubled times could not be wasted, and she used the sacred tree to train them into weapons. A humanoid creature, all white, she called it Zetsu, or White Zetsu. As time passed, her 2 sons grew up, and the long-term peace made them unable to see the crisis hidden in the dark. So, she was betrayed again. When she was about to be sealed, she created a 3rd son. Well, it was a backup plan, in the hope that when she woke up, she would not see her tribesmen, but the people who came to save her. Just like that, she, who didn't even have time to be given a name, has been writing letters for thousands of years. In the end, a stranger arrived. Fortunately, this stranger was not like the others, coveting her abilities, but, oh, love at first sight. It's clearly because of his lust for beauty. Although she doesn't reject it, after eating the chakra fruit, She has the ability to distinguish between good and evil in people's hearts. She never thought that her son would betray her, and she never used this ability on her son when she was with Feng. She was shivering most of the time. The rest of the time, she had all kinds of thoughts about delicious food, fun things, but he never had any bad thoughts about her. What else is there to say about this? Hey, Naruto squeezed number one's shoulder, leaned close to number one's ear, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, Master Kaguya, are you also in a daze? Is there no one to take care of you? It was a close call, the ancestor almost cried out, and Sakura's iron fist on his head was just retracted. Why are you speaking so quietly? We are all family, there is nothing we can't listen to. Number one said speechlessly. Do you think that others won't hear you when you speak so quietly? Do you have any misunderstanding about your own quiet voice? He stretched out his little finger, fiddled with his ear, and said suspiciously, are you concerned about the uncle or your hungry stomach? Naruto, who had no idea what embarrassment was, laughed loudly while rubbing his belly. Ahaha, both. Tsunade was almost going crazy. She felt like a clown. Everyone else was calm and collected, but she was the only one who was worried here. When Orochimaru saw that Kaguya Otsutsuki had stopped talking, he continued with the lie he had woven. It's a pity that he has learned chakra for such a short time that he is no match for Manabu. Hey, what about my business? Watch raised his head slightly, glanced, and lay down again tired. Just destroy it, holding a knife and stabbing. Who are you trying to scare? Kakashi's face twitched constantly under his mask. The time was too short. Was he no match for his opponent? He just laughed. He had seen how Feng refined chakra from scratch. He was able to defeat him on the same day. So how could he not be his opponent? Although he knew that Orochimaru was lying, he still felt uncomfortable listening to it. Kai didn't know whether he really understood or was pretending to understand. He was eager to try and want to compete with Watch. Kakashi was so frightened that he quickly grabbed Kai and said, Kai, don't be impulsive. Believe in Feng, he will be fine. As he spoke, he kept winking at Kai. He didn't dare let Kai take action. Among all the people present, to be honest, Kai before he learned how to use ki could be ranked in the top 3. After learning how to use ki, although Kai was still in the top 3, his strength was different from before. He could still easily beat his previous self if Kai gets too excited and opens the 8 gates of ninjutsu. He won't even need to open the last gate. He will straighten out all the snakes and kick them from beginning to end with one kick. Calm down, Teacher Kai, these are our ingredients. Naruto also hugged Kai's thighs in fear, fearing that Kai, who could not calm down, would lose his ingredients. I know. Kai curled his lips helplessly as his hands and feet were held. Then you have to practice with me after dinner. He hadn't done anything for several days, and the previous training around the village was no longer necessary. With the gravity halo, he no longer had to push his body to its limits like before. Following Feng's advice, he had been doing exercises these past few days that, in his opinion, were childish exercises, but the scope was too large and he was not used to it. Train with you. Kakashi let go of his hand as soon as he heard it. Go ahead, but remember to kick the tail, don't kick the snake to death. He didn't want to fight with Kai. In the past, he could still fight back a few moves, but now he was afraid that Kai would punch him to death with one punch. Then you come. Kai looked at Naruto expectantly. How about you use the power of Kurama to fight me? What is Kurama? Naruto asked, blinking in confusion hearing Kurama's name. Jiraiya, who was struggling frantically on the spot, suddenly stopped. His expression was a little worried and a little frightened. He wanted to say something but could only make distorted sounds. Don't unseal it. Although he had never seen Kurama, he had seen the other tailed beasts, and his eyes were filled with astonishment at their terrifying power. And Kurama is recognized as the strongest among the tailed beasts. It is rumored that Kurama alone can deal with the other 8 tailed beasts. His most outstanding disciple died while sealing Kurama. If Kurama broke the seal and came out, Jiraiya couldn't even imagine who on the scene could control Kurama. He couldn't do it anyway. Even Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan, is not able to do so, as the level of the Sharingan is too low and he cannot forcibly control the tailed beasts. Well, nothing. Kai knew he had said the wrong thing, so he kept silent. No matter how Naruto acted coquettishly, it was useless. HMPH, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'll ask my uncle, Naruto said in a childish manner. The tone and expression were like when his friends were showing off toys in front of him but not letting him play with them. So he wanted to go home and ask his parents to buy him another one. Watch lay on the ground, moved his body slightly, stopped pretending, opened his eyes, stared at the ground not far away, and watched intently the ants carry the food they had collected and return to their nests through the hole. After putting down the food, they quickly came out to look for food again. In the past, it depended on luck, but today it doesn't have to. The ants that came out of the cave all crawled towards the direction of the snakes. The pieces of flesh dropped by thousands of snakes on the ground became their target on this rare harvest day. Every ant is full of energy. 1, 2, 3, there were so many that 10,000 snakes couldn't count them all at once. And how many ants were there, trying to take advantage of him? If you act now, you might be able to rescue Yi Feng. No, thousand hands Yi Feng. Orochimaru even put emphasis on the word senju. Manda didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. It admitted defeat. It was very self-aware and knew that it had a bad relationship with Orochimaru. Based on its previous speaking attitude, it was normal for Orochimaru not to save it. Just, can you please stop kicking me when I'm down, you bastard? After all, we've been partners for so long, and if you can't bring yourself to do it to me, you're just waiting for me to be mentally prepared. How about this? Let me go first, and when she is mentally prepared, you can use me to channel the spirit. Okay, Watch was fantasizing in a self-entertaining spirit. Tsunade's breathing became more and more rapid. Stimulated by the blood so close to her, her brain felt dizzy and she was a little unsteady on her feet. Shizune, you do the surgery. Just follow what I normally teach you. Tsunade looked for help at the last hope. Shizune was trained by her personally, and she taught Shizune all the knowledge about medical ninjutsu without reservation. Me, Shizune pointed at herself, shook her head quickly, and refused. Tsunade-sama, I can't do it. I only have theoretical knowledge and have never put it into practice. Having been hanging out with Tsunade for so many years, it is impossible to say that he has no practical experience. Sometimes when they are short of money, they will treat patients for rich families and earn some pocket money, but those rich people only have minor illnesses, and serious illnesses cannot wait for them to come. Who made them homeless? They may be in this country today and run to another country tomorrow. The most important thing is that Orochimaru just told her secretly that now is the best chance to cure Tsunade's hemophobia. There are not many senju alive. They have been broken up into small groups and even they themselves don't know their last name, senju. Tsunade also doesn't know where those people live. Yi Feng is the only person who has been traveling around with the surname Qianshao in all these years, even though it was fake. Tsunade didn't know that if Yi Feng hadn't said it on his own initiative, the identity arranged for him by the convenience store would be real. Well, only the identity is real. As for the other things, such as the unique physique of the Senju family, those are fake. Don't expect Yi Feng, who doesn't even know ninjutsu, to demonstrate Hashirama Senju's would release. Seeing that Shizune refused, Tsunade angrily yelled, assholes. Just wait, if anything happens to Yi Feng, I won't let any of you go. No one. I can't count on anyone. I can't count on anyone. I can only rely on myself. I can only rely on myself. Come on, Tsunade, you can do it. Come on. Tsunade kept cheering herself up in her heart. Not wanting the tragedy to happen again, she raised the chakra scalpel in her hand without hesitation. One hand glowed green. It was the palm immortal technique, an advanced healing ninjutsu that could quickly heal the wounded, no matter it was an external or internal injury, no matter it was a fracture or a bone crack. Pressing the location where the operation was about to take place, Tsunade had already made the plan to perform the operation with one hand and treat the wound with the other. The main thing is efficiency, and she is the only one who can do it. If other medical ninjas come, they simply won't be able to do it. After the knife was slashed, Watch did not feel any pain at all. The anesthetic effect of the palm immortal technique made it even unaware that a big cut had been made on its stomach by Tsunade. When it was almost time, he pulled it horizontally and then upwards, like rolling up a door curtain, to lift up the cut piece of meat, and threw out the chakra scalpel to nail the meat door to Watch's body. Per one snake, he was so busy looking at the ants that he didn't even realize someone had taken control of his body and opened a door to get out. The sunlight from outside shone into Manza's body, allowing Tsunade to clearly see the scene in Manza's stomach stimulated by external sunlight. The tissues and organs in the body begin to vibrate unconsciously and irregularly. Tsunade's eyes narrowed when she saw the empty, flat stomach, and she thought to herself, this is bad. Am I too late? Could it be that Yi Feng has been digested? Yi Feng, I shouted out in desperation, and I don't know if it was because my body was opened, but there was an echo. The sounds of Feng 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 kept echoing. Yi Feng, who was considering whether to cut some intestines to taste them, heard the echoing sound and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Fuck, you're more powerful than me. Yi Feng was startled when Pu appeared. He didn't expect the opening the door operation, he just wanted to imitate Xing's and tease Niu Sao, but he didn't expect Tsunade to be more playful than him. Are you okay? Tsunade was also surprised Yi Feng's body seemed to be integrated into the organs and flesh. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't see any sense of incongruity, as if Yi Feng was originally a part of Wan Shi's body, but if you look closely, you can see the thin chakra coat wrapped around Yi Feng's body. How did you do it? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. How did you do that? Yi Feng didn't understand. He followed Tsunade's line of sight, glanced at himself, and suddenly said, "Oh, you are talking about this. It's simple. Just wrap your body with chakra." Tsunade's mouth twitched fiercely. "I'm not blind. I can see it. I want to know how you did it. Why is it that wrapping the whole body with chakra can make you? She didn't know how to describe Yi Feng's appearance. Fortunately, Yi Feng knew what Tsunade wanted to say. Just like the various escape techniques, earth escape, which allows you to freely shuttle underground, water escape, which can turn your body into water, wood escape seems to have no. In short, you can turn yourself into energy. You can do it too. It was also a sudden idea for him, and after returning from the moon that day, Yi Feng began to try it. Since the earth escape technique allows him to pass through thick layers of soil, why can't he use other escape techniques to penetrate other objects? After combining the ancient and modern Kimandungia with the various escape techniques in novels, Yi Feng looked at everything related to escape techniques, whether useful or not. Of course, it is impossible to finish reading the whole book. Yi Feng is not sure whether Kimandungia really exists, but he knows without thinking that the settings of the novel about escape techniques are fake. He didn't care. All he needed was the idea. After many attempts, he finally succeeded. Chapter 182. Thank you for the invitation. It was also accidental. He doesn't know how to turn his body into energy, but he can work backwards using the convenience store's almost omnipotent ability. He first energized himself, and then tried to restore it bit by bit in the convenience store. He has plenty of opportunities, a high tolerance rate, and a safe experimental environment, allowing Yi Feng to do any experiment without any worries and without worrying about anything happening to himself. It doesn't matter if you don't have time. He can adjust the speed of time flow. No matter how long you stay in the experimental site, when you open the door and come out, only 1 second has passed in the outside world at most. The experimental site is each room. Although Yi Feng can do it as long as it is within the convenience store, the living room is full of people coming and going. It would be weird to do the experiment alone, right? I simply hid in the house and fiddled with my own creative ideas. It doesn't matter if your brain isn't as flexible as others. What matters is that you are willing to learn. If you don't want to learn anything and just want to learn it directly, that won't happen. Another way is to adjust your own frequency to a certain ratio, so that you can also penetrate various objects, including living things. There was something ambiguous about what he said, and Tsunade was completely confused. What frequency, what ratio, and how can it penetrate objects? Tsunade's confused look made Yi Feng scratch his head and said embarrassedly, I don't know much about this aspect, but I just have this idea. He also knew about it from watching The Flash, and The Flash also mentioned it once or twice in the show. But at that time Yi Feng went for the special effects and didn't really pay attention to other aspects. If he hadn't been looking for ideas and looking through various settings a few days ago, he would have forgotten about this. The only requirement to take advantage of this method is to be fast. Fast? How fast? Tsunade still didn't understand. How fast? How fast? Yi Feng thought about the wording and said, it's different from space teleportation. It just requires your own speed to be fast. Space teleportation is the process of directly transporting an object to its destination, omitting the process of rushing in between. People like the Flash run directly from one place to another on foot. It's just a blink of an eye. When the speed reaches a certain level, even time can't catch up with you. Tsunade thought for a long time and found that she couldn't do it. She could increase her speed to a terrifying level in a short period of time, but that was an instantaneous burst. Relying on her own strength to increase her speed, it cannot be sustained and it cannot be stabilized. She probably couldn't do what Yi Feng said, so she stopped worrying and asked, are you okay? The image of someone holding a plum flashed through his mind, and Yi Feng looked down at himself. I'm fine. What could happen to him? There was no one in the ninja world who could pose a threat to him now. Not to mention the 10,000 snakes. Even if its ancestor came, he could use it to make snake soup if he wanted. It's a bit cold. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Wanch, who was counting ants out of boredom, suddenly felt a chill inside his body, as if wind was blowing directly into his body. What kind of wind is so strong that it can blow directly into the body? You have to know that its body size, thick fat and scales on its surface allow it to ignore most storms. As long as it is not in an extremely low temperature environment, it will not feel cold at all. He moved his body unconsciously, and the huge head of Watch swayed, looking towards the place where he felt a cold wind blowing at first glance. Watch's entire body was frozen, as if it was frozen. How could it be? How could it be? Watch murmured in disbelief. Why is there a big hole in my body but I don't feel anything? If it hadn't felt a little cold inside, it wouldn't have known that there was a hole in its body that was as tall as a person. It has such sharp eyes that it can even see its own internal organs. It was such a novel experience. Watch had never thought that one day he would be able to see what his internal organs looked like. Is that my stomach? What is that man trying to do with my stomach? Watch looked at Feng in horror. It didn't expect that the man it swallowed was not only not dead, but was still alive and well, and it seemed that he was planning to do something with its organs. Feng looked up and met Wan Shi's gaze. He smiled and patted Wan Shi's stomach. The gastric juices churning with a bang-bang sound with the support of Tsunade's palm magic. The snake was like anesthetized. Although it could not feel any pain, the images it saw had been transmitted to its mind in real time after being processed by the brain. Watch only felt an excruciating pain in his stomach, as if the sea was turning upside down. He opened his mouth uncontrollably and vomited a large amount of stuff. The gastric juice mixed with the undigested food gave off a bad smell under the horrified eyes of thousands of snakes. Feng walked out of its body slowly, without going through the door opened by Tsunade, but directly came out from other places with a chakra coat wrapped around him. Feng's hairstyle was not even messy. He looked the same when he went in, and when he came out his whole body shook, and the chakra outer coat dissipated. At the same time, the chakra energy knife, which was shaped like a chakra scalpel, condensed and spread in Feng's hand. When the condensation was completed, under the shocked gazes of Tsunade and Mandapo, who were looking on in horror, Feng waved his hand and drew a straight line next to the door. 2 more cuts were made, and with a plop, the piece of meat without support fell directly to the ground. Come and make way for me. Don't waste your piece. Tsunade involuntarily took a step back, only to see Feng swung his sword and the rolling shutter left Watch's body. Ho ho! It was as if a hole was pierced in the throat, and the thousands of snakes made hoarse sounds and were unable to utter a word. This should be enough to eat. Feng nodded with satisfaction after dissipating the chakra energy knife in his hand, thinking of the few big eaters in the team. Feng added, if it's not enough, cut more. Still cutting. Watch's eyes went dark and he was about to faint. Don't faint yet, Feng said calmly. Turn over a little. Don't let your organs come out after you faint. Thank you so much for reminding me. The snakes couldn't bear it any longer and slammed their heads heavily to the ground, splashing up dust. A tear silently rolled down the corner of its closed eye. I told you to turn over. Feng waved his hand, and a barrier composed of chakra blocked the gap. Some organs that were vibrating and displaced due to the vibration caused by the thousands of snakes falling to the ground were blocked inside by the barrier. Does your palm immortal technique need to be supported all the time to maintain it? The loophole has been patched, and Feng tried to get Tsunade to release her hand. Tsunade shook her head somewhat dully. No, it's okay, that's fine, Feng said. You know how to prepare medicine, right? Do you have any anesthetic? Give Watch some, so that he won't wake up from the pain. Wound? Tsunade wanted to say something, but Feng raised his hand to interrupt her. Don't worry about the wound, let it heal slowly. Since he was about to eat the flesh of the 10,000 snakes, Feng was not so kind and gave the 10,000 snakes some treatment. It was good enough that with a barrier, the organs in the 10,000 snakes' body would not fall out when they turned over. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the space changed again in silence, the boundless desert disappeared, and everyone returned to the outskirts of the town again. This, Tsunade stuttered and couldn't say a complete sentence. I had kept my eyes closed before, but later I finally mustered up the courage to overcome my hemophobia. However, I was so anxious that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings this time. I saw the complete changes in space. No spatial fluctuations? Is it an illusion? Tsunade was a little uncertain. Although she spent most of her time with Senju Hashirama when she was a child, she was also familiar with her second grandfather Senju Tobirama's famous ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God is also a kind of space ninjutsu, and she knows the principle. Her second grandfather Senju Tobirama has talked to her about it, and also told her some ways to crack space ninjutsu. No matter what kind of space ninjutsu it is, when it is activated, it will cause fluctuations in the surrounding space. As long as you can sense the fluctuations in space, You can know where the enemy will appear, but even though she knew it, there were very few people in the entire ninja world who knew space ninjutsu. In decades, Tsunade had never met a ninja who knew space ninjutsu. As a result, she almost forgot how to sense spatial fluctuations. It's not an illusion, there was no intention of explaining. After saying this, Feng began to call on other people to help prepare the ingredients. There is no shortage of firewood in the wild, but there is a shortage of tools. As the scrolls are opened one by one, this last shortcoming is filled. Tsunade came back to her senses and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Did you move the kitchen here? Pots and pans, dining tables and chairs, and various condiments. Except that the environment is open air, the furnishings are almost the same as those in a kitchen. There is even a huge mobile oven that is not available in any kitchen. She had been away from home for so many years, but she had never seen or even heard of anything so outrageous. Sitting on a small stool, Feng was turning the sliced snake meat. He occupied the edge of the specially made oven, which was 6 or 7 meters long. Don't dwell on it. We are here for a trip. We should be well prepared. There is nothing strange about it. The charcoal was very hot, and he needed to turn it over from time to time to avoid overcooking the snake meat. You are welcome to eat whatever you want. Kakashi, don't cut it so thinly. Make it thicker. It's not hot pot. Barbecue is meant to be eaten in large pieces. I haven't held a knife in years, and you're the only one who has done so. Kakashi's swordsmanship is still good, but his knife skills are a little lacking. He hasn't held a knife since his father died, so his knife skills have deteriorated a lot. Uncle, please be careful. Naruto protected his skewers to prevent Feng's seasoning from spilling on them. Then you should stay away from me. Feng, who was sprinkling cumin, said unhappily, I'm already in the corner. Do you really have to follow me? I don't want to either. Naruto muttered. The oven, which is 6 or 7 meters long, is already quite large, but with more than a dozen people surrounding it, it still seems a bit crowded. Go away, those who can't cook, go away and make some fruit plates or something. Feng waved his hand and started to chase people away. In an instant, half of the people surrounding the grill were gone. Several girls left, and Inuzuka Kiba, who couldn't cook but wanted to join in the fun, also left after the space was clear. Naruto quickly moved to the side, fearing that Feng would accidentally spill the seasoning on his skewers. He didn't want to try it again and feel exhausted. Wu Jiraiya was in tears and kept hesitating. Don't forget me, I'm still being held. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you. Feng apologized him sincerely and snapped his fingers. Jiraiya felt his whole body relax instantly, and the sudden relief was so great that he almost lost his balance and sat on the ground. He complained a little. Why did you suddenly trap me? I didn't do anything. You are retaliating, you know that. If you keep on talking nonsense, I'll throw you into outer space. Feng said impatiently. He didn't retaliate. It had nothing to do with the fact that he agreed to treat her but ended up asking her to pay the bill when she was drunk. Well, no, he is not a stingy person. Damn Jiraiya, he pretended to be drunk and ran away with the bill. HMPH, Jiraiya snorted to express his dissatisfaction, but didn't dare to say anything more, because Feng really threw him into outer space. On the night he ran away from the bill, his mind, which was a little groggy at the time, suddenly became clear. If he hadn't paid the money in time, he would probably still be floating in outer space. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya impatiently approached Tsunade and greeted her. The commanding perspective allowed him to see the beautiful scenery at once. The deep and bottomless canyon stunned Jiraiya. Orochimaru moved to the side, fearing that someone's blood would splash onto him. Feeling the burning gaze, Tsunade, who was drinking, suddenly crushed a can in her hand, threw a backhand punch without even turning her head, and snorted coldly, after so many years, you haven't changed your bad habits at all. Just look at it. Why are you so disgusting? Jiraiya screamed. It's broken. It's still the familiar taste, the familiar strength, and the familiar click sound. Jiraiya, with broken ribs, curled up on the ground with a very intriguing expression on his face. 3 parts pain, 3 parts joy, and 4 parts enjoyment, holding a wineglass. The very elegant Orochimaru gloated over the misfortune and said softly, it's what he deserves. It's been so many years, and you haven't learned anything. If you had behaved more normally, Tsunade might have accepted you a long time ago. The farce here did not attract any attention at all. After spending a few days together, everyone knew Jiraiya's character. Not only was he lustful, but he also liked to talk nonsense. Knowing that Naruto could use seduction techniques, she pestered him and insisted that he show her the technique, under the pretext of testing Naruto's ninjutsu. The scene at that time was simply unbearable to watch. Jiraiya, with blood splattering from his nose, almost lost too much blood. This also reminded Naruto of bad memories. Jiraiya's eyes were exactly the same as the one Yi Feng had when he first saw the seduction technique. How can I put it? He couldn't stand it anyway. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 The Purpose of the Next Stop. Although while she survived the picnic, he suffered severe psychological trauma, the big hole in his stomach that wouldn't heal in the short term, and the barrier through which one could see the internal structure of his body. All told of his experience, one snake decided not to accept Orochimaru's summons anymore. Even if he did, he couldn't have the devil Yi Feng around. With a forked tongue, he couldn't even lick his wounds. I can only hide in the corner of Longdi Cave and worry in secret. Tsunade and Shizune also joined the group and became members of the tour group. Yi Feng sold 2 more motorcycles. This made Jiraiya, who had his own plans and kept winking at him, complain a lot. Finally, after being beaten up by Tsunade and Yi Feng, he temporarily became obedient. A convoy of more than a dozen motorcycles sped through the wilderness. The roar made people's blood boil, but it also scared the birds and caused the small animals to flee in all directions. Yi Feng, where are we going next? Kakashi, who was leading the way, turned back. Huh? Didn't I tell you? Yi Feng, wearing sunglasses, changed another bike. Sports cars are only suitable for speed and passion, not for viewing the scenery along the way. Deliberately slowing down will instead lose the unique charm of a sports car. Yi Feng changed into a retro motorcycle and rode slowly, looking very leisurely. You didn't tell me. Kakashi shook his head. Yi Feng did all the planning by himself and didn't tell anyone. Orochimaru, how far are we from your base now? After asking this question, Yi Feng turned to Kakashi and said, let's go to Orochimaru's base first, then we'll go to the grass country to do some work, and then go to the rain country to find someone. As for after that, there shouldn't be anything else. Going out is not just for fun. Doing some things at the same time is also in Yi Feng's plan. Originally, Yi Feng was planning to go to the mysterious kingdom of Laolin after completing his trip to the kingdom of rain. He wanted to see the dragon veins of Laolin, but thinking about so many people, the dragon vein might not be able to support so many people teleporting at the same time, so he cancelled this plan anyway. The dragon vein is there, and it's not impossible for him to go there by himself later, or if there are fewer people, it's not impossible. Orochimaru took out a map, looked at it, calculated silently in his mind and said, based on our current speed, it will take at most a few hours to get there. In the past, it was necessary to hide the location of the base, but now, it doesn't matter if it is exposed. The strongest force in the entire ninja world is by his side, and Orochimaru says he is fearless. Besides, the purpose of establishing the base was to facilitate his own research. If it is gone, it is gone. There are many bases, so he can just change to another one. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He was just thinking that this was a good opportunity to collect information, but then he remembered that the source of the information was right next to him, and there was no need to go far away. Moreover, in the current situation, Orochimaru is considered to be an alternative person among us, so it seems that he doesn't need to collect information about Orochimaru anymore. Thinking of this, he relaxed a lot and said casually, the places you chose are not very good. The land of grass has been in chaos for many years. There are villages in the country, but they are in name only and are not prominent in the ninja world. If it weren't for the ninjas from the land of grass who occasionally show up, many people wouldn't know that there is a country like the land of grass in the ninja world. When talking about the land of grass, Kakashi's first impression was that it was chaotic, followed by the fact that there were many wandering ninjas. No one would go to the land of grass and submit missions to their ninja village. As a result, many ninjas in the land of grass had to come out to make a living. They either took missions on the black market or served as bodyguards for some wealthy person as ninjas. Although in Kakashi's eyes, many ninjas in the land of grass are unqualified, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still very popular, at least better than ordinary guards, and the key is that the price is not expensive, so it is more cost-effective overall. As for the rain country, Kakashi had relatively little impression of it. He only knew that it was a country where it rained all year round. Since the Rain Kingdom is located between the 3 great nations of fire, earth and wind, it is a typical lawless zone, which leads to chaos in the country. Once a war breaks out, it will become a battleground for military strategists. Therefore, no matter which major power it is, we will not see their internal unity that rain with constant rain all year round makes their land relatively barren, not much better than the desert country of Wind Kingdom. The two brothers are in very different situations. One has little rain and drought, while the other is just the opposite. It has so much rain that no land is good. They are not suitable for conventional grain cultivation at all and mostly rely on imports. These two countries, whether the land of grass or the land of rain, are not suitable as tourist destinations. For business, no normal person would go to these two countries. Feng ignored Karin, who had a nervous reaction after hearing about the grass country and almost lost her balance, and said nonchalantly, the grass country was almost there, but the rain country is not as bad as you think, due to the closed environment of the rain country, in the eyes of outsiders. The leader of the rain country is still the same Hanzo of the salamander who was known as the demigod of the ninja world decades ago. If Feng hadn't mentioned a few days ago that Jiraiya's apprentice had already taken control of the rain country, Kakashi and others would still think so. What happened to the rain country? Tsunade, who had just joined the group and was not aware that the rain country had changed hands, took over the conversation and said, if Hanzo of the salamander dares to appear in front of me, I can knock him away with one punch. The past was the past, and the present is now. As the saying goes, times have changed. Her strength has definitely improved even if she didn't train deliberately. The abnormal effect brought by the yin seal made her fearless enough regardless of whether I can win or not. At least I should have no problem fighting off a few moves. Feng glanced at the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead, but did not refute. He just said, if you want Salamander Hanzo to appear in front of you, then you have to find Orochimaru. He has been dead for decades. Don't you know, Orochimaru? Tsunade instantly thought of a forbidden technique created by her second grandfather, Tobirama Senju, which could summon the dead and allow them to continue fighting. He glared at Orochimaru and said viciously, damn Orochimaru, how dare you secretly learn forbidden techniques? Orochimaru was not at all panicked. I have learned many forbidden techniques. Which one are you talking about? Both. Tsunade became even angrier and warned, I'm warning you, if you dare to summon my grandfather, I will never let you go. Tsunade knows Orochimaru's character very well. If he gets the help of the god of ninja and the master of forbidden techniques, who knows what the ninja world will become. Orochimaru fell silent suddenly, as if it was too late. He had already resurrected Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju through the impure world reincarnation. What do you mean by not talking? Tsunade had a bad feeling. You wouldn't, Orochimaru hummed, indicating that it was what you thought. With a squeak, Tsunade stepped on the brakes. The wheels rubbed a long brake mark on the ground. The motorcycle was traveling at high speed and was suddenly braked, and it was the front brake that caused the rear end of the motorcycle to be lifted high. Jingayan, who was sitting in the back, was caught off guard and almost thrown out. Puayao, puayao. Tunton was not so lucky. It broke away from its owner's arms, flew over Tsunade's head, and flew straight into Yifeng's arms, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed and changed the direction. Oh haha. Oh, isn't this Tunton? Your master doesn't want you anymore. Yifeng gave a perverted smile, stepped on the accelerator, and distanced himself from Tsunade. What do you think, we should eat braised or charcoal grilled? Riding with one hand in a world where no one is watching, he is so unbridled. No one will check his violation. Besides, he doesn't have a driver's license, right? Holding down the restless pig, Yifeng pretended to ask for its opinion. Without waiting for it to jump, he said, although roast suckling pig is delicious, we've had barbecue for the past 2 days, so let's braise it. The bones can be used to make soup, and if we can't finish it, we can feed it to a kangaroo. Woof woof, thank you so much, but I don't really want to eat. What happened to Wunsch 2 days ago is still vivid in my mind. Wunsch has a psychological trauma, but he talks as if it doesn't exist, not to mention chewing bones. Now whenever it eats meat it will think of one snake. When Wunsch woke up, he saw a group of people feasting on his flesh. A camera will never forget that look in their eyes. Puayao, I'm still young, my meat is not tasty. If you want to eat pork, I'll ask my master to buy you one in the city ahead. Tunton was trembling, and his cries were full of fear, although it knew that Yifeng was most likely joking with it. Wunsch, what a bad luck. It doesn't want to become like one of those snakes. You have to try it to know whether it tastes good or not. Yifeng consoled him, just cut a little bit. Pig's trotters. Pig's trotters are good for beauty. Don't be afraid. Tsunade is here. She will treat you when the time comes. I guarantee you'll be alive and well, and there won't be any problems at all. Is this human language? What if it can't be cured? A Kamaru thought angrily in his heart. and then he slipped through the collar and got into Inuzuka Kiba's clothes. Tunden's experience taught it another lesson, making it realize that the top of its head was not a safe place either. Without something to grab. What if Inuzuka Kiba suddenly braked and threw it out? Yi Feng's reception was too good, so it didn't want to be held in Yi Feng's arms. Inuzuka Kiba bared his teeth at Yi Feng, asking him to stop scaring as a Kamaru. Uncle, a Kamaru's appetite has become smaller recently. He never ate dog food before, but now he starts eating dog food. What does it have to do with me? Yi Feng pretended to be very surprised. It's a dog, can't you spoil it too much? It's still picky about food? Starve it for a few meals. Do you think it will still be picky about food? When I have time, I will show you a blogger who is an expert at training dogs. After his training, the dog becomes well-behaved and cute. A dog that has been trained by him or not is two completely different concepts, although the blogger also has failures, like the great god 66 who climbed over the wall and has not returned yet, the starving ghost Allah who showed off 12 handfuls of dog food in a row, and Jelly who pretended to graduate but actually went home to take revenge on his master. These are just a few of the blogger's failure cases, and there are many more successful ones. Uncle, Shikamaru is my relative. Inuzuka Kiba glanced at Yi Feng and gently stroked Shikamaru through his clothes. Others may not know, but he knows that a Kamaru is not picky about food. He is just traumatized by the incident with the mandrake. He has had nightmares when he slept these past 2 days, so his appetite has been poor. The dog food was specially developed by the Inuzuka clan for feeding young ninja dogs. Its easy digestibility makes it very suitable for feeding young ninja dogs that have just been weaned and cannot chew too hard. A Kamaru has already gone beyond this category. In addition, he had never fed a Kamaru dog food when he was young. Strictly speaking, this was the first time a Kamaru had eaten it, but he was heartbroken. Well, you have a very good relationship. I can understand that you regard Shikamaru as a relative, but I'm talking about a Kamaru. What does it have to do with Shikamaru? Yi Feng said while holding back his laughter. Shikamaru, you heard it, it was him who said it, I didn't scold you. No. Inuzuka Kiba panicked and quickly explained. Shikamaru, listen to me, I didn't mean that. I was just in a hurry and said the wrong thing. Only then did he realize what he had said, that he had called a Kamaru Shikamaru. You said it wrong. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, you mean, Shikamaru is not your relative? Oh my, Shikamaru, you heard it, even after knowing each other for so many years, Inuzuka Kiba still never treated you as his own. Boring. Shikamaru looked lazy and yawned, not taking Yi Feng's words to heart at all. Uncle, if you really have nothing to do, just study the next plan. Don't think about it when things happen. He didn't believe that Yi Feng, who was too bothered by trouble, would go to the land of grass and the land of rain specifically for tourism. The land of hot spring was not bad, with hot springs and a relatively developed tourism industry. It was a rare and relatively well-developed country in the ninja world, except for the 5 major countries. It's not difficult for Shikamaru to guess the purpose of going to the land of grass. It's probably to support Karan is from the land of grass, and she represented the land of grass to go to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exam. Thinking of what Yi Feng had said, that Karan suffered inhuman abuse in the land of grass, and Karan's momentary trance when she heard about the land of grass just now, Shikamaru instantly understood Yi Feng's purpose of going to the land of grass, the land of rain. He guessed it might be related to Jiraiya's apprentices, Nagato and others. No plan, just push forward. Yi Feng was not surprised that Shikamaru could guess his purpose. He did not hide it, and anyone could see it. He really had no plan. Apart from asking Black Zetsu to help him find out the possible base of the current organization in the Rain Country, with his strength, he didn't need any plan at all. Okay, uncle, just do whatever you want, Shikamaru said lazily and nonchalantly. What shall we eat tonight? How about dog meat? Oh no, Inuzuka Kiba wailed. Shikamaru, you can't do this. You know I'm stupid and you know that's not what I meant. I didn't say anything. Shikamaru smiled, as if he thought it was fun to tease people like Yi Feng, so he deliberately said, I didn't say I wanted to eat a Kamaru, I just said I wanted to eat dog meat. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his mouth. Don't learn from me. Orochimaru sped past on a motorcycle, with Tsunade catching up with him. Lady Tsunade, slow down, I can't stand it anymore, Ashizune screamed as if her soul had flown away. Chapter 184 Natural Cause. Under Tsunade's pursuit, everyone's travel speed was directly doubled. The time that was expected to take 3 or 4 hours to arrive was shortened to only 2 hours. The motorcycle drove directly to the gate of the base. If Orochimaru hadn't been there to show off his prowess in the front, their reckless charge would have already attracted an attack from Orochimaru's men in the base. Lord Yi Feng, Lord Kaguya, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, hello. Kabuto stood at the front of the group and respectfully greeted Yi Feng and others. Just wait, I'll settle the score with you later. Tsunade, who had been chasing for a long time without success, said in a low voice with gritted teeth in front of his subordinates. He still has to give face to Orochimaru. Why am I ranked 5th? Jiraiya asked unhappily in response to the ranking that Tao asked for. He felt that with his own strength, he would at least be ranked 3rd, well, 4th. It was definitely not that he could not beat Tsunade, he just didn't want Tsunade to get hurt. Kabuto smiled but said nothing. If the truth wasn't too hurtful, he really wanted to say it directly. Your strength is not even in the top 5. Lord Orochimaru can only barely rank 4th. He has been busy these days. In addition to helping Orochimaru deliver messages and arranging Kaguya Kimimaro and Jugo named by Yi Feng, he has been comprehending ki. After a few days, he had an idea, and the more he comprehended it, the more he felt that ki was extraordinary. In his opinion, ki is just a name. It does not refer to something specific, just like chakra. It is a name for a certain kind of energy. And there is also the fairy energy transformed from natural energy, which is also a kind of energy and a name. Ki is a general term that does not refer to a specific type of energy. In other words, all energy can be called ki. Ki is everywhere, filling everything in the world. Chakra can be ki, natural energy can be ki, the unknown energy used by Kaguya Otsutsuki can also be ki, all energy can be ki. It's just that the methods of using energy are different, and the physiques of the people using them are different. Some people can withstand it, and some people can't. This is why different energies have different names. Actually, they all lead to the same destination, Lord Yi Feng. I wonder if my understanding is correct. After explaining his thoughts, Dao waited anxiously for Yi Feng's answer. Yi Feng, who had put the car away, had his eyes light up, and he stepped forward and patted Dao on the shoulder. You are a genius, you are right. Ki is not a specific type of energy. All energy can be called ki. It's just that the name is different depending on the user. You have to understand this clearly. Yes, Dao listened very seriously, and unconsciously took Yi Feng to the base. Master Yi Feng, please come this way. I have prepared your room. Jiraiya chuckled. Haha, Orochimaru, isn't this base yours? Why, has someone else taken over now? Orochimaru didn't even bother to pay attention to Jiraiya. He knew Kabuto's character very well. He was the same as him and, to some extent, even more talented than him. The same goes for attitude towards research. When you are in a trance, you won't notice anything around you. Waving his hand to let the others disperse, leaving only Kimimaro and Jugo, Orochimaru frowned and asked, why did you come out? Ahem, Kimimaro said with a feverish look in his eyes. Coughing while enduring the pain in his body, I came out to greet you, my lord, because I knew you were back. To him, Orochimaru is like Zabuza. Both of them met someone who gave them hope when they were most desperate. The dawn in the darkness is the most unforgettable. I won't stay long this time. I may leave tomorrow. Please prepare, Orochimaru said, and ordered, help me arrange for them. Although the base is located underground, the layout and style of the decoration inside is almost the same as that of the outside world. There are also many rooms. Except for the research room and the place where experimental materials are stored, the rest of the rooms are where Orochimaru's men live. No matter what the outside world thinks of Orochimaru, he is still very good to his own people. Call it brainwashing or something else, many of his subordinates regard him as a savior. There are quite a few people in the base. In the huge base, there was no one else except the group of people who were at the door just now. Kabuto Yakashi explained enthusiastically, knowing that you are coming, Orochimaru specifically ordered some unimportant people to go to other bases temporarily. The only ones who can stay in this base now are Orochimaru's most trusted confidants, people who can be absolutely trusted. Although Orochimaru is rather suspicious and won't trust others easily, some people will change after following him for a long time, no matter how much he doubts them. Sister Wei, it will be your turn in a while. Yi Feng held Kaguya's hand and, under the guidance of pharmacist Kabuto, toured the base and said, okay. There was a slight blush on Kaguya Otsutsuki's fair face. How should I put it? Ever since that secret kiss, the nights were long and I couldn't sleep, and some things just happened naturally after being injected with genes. Kaguya Otsutsuki became even more attractive, like a peach. White with a hint of red, Jiraiya was extremely envious of how fast they were progressing. If ice could kill people, Feng would have been burnt to death by Jiraiya's jealousy long ago. Even so, Jiraiya would secretly stare at Feng from time to time, determined to find fault with Feng. Feng was dismissive of this. What a joke. His problems were all exposed for anyone to see. As for the progress, is it fast? It's a bit fast, but how to explain this thing? To be honest, Feng doesn't quite understand what so-called love is. He has never been in love. He just thinks that when two like-minded people can get together, that may be the so-called love. Of course, the premise is to maintain the bottom line and not do messy things in the name of like-mindedness. One is enough. The worldview of people like Aquaman and bootlickers is not suitable for him. Kaguya Otsutsuki has the Baiku eyes that can see through people's hearts. After experiencing betrayal, she should have been cautious and not accepted anyone's sincerity, but Feng was too pure, so pure that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shizer, and still Shizer. Shizer without any distractions was purer than Jiraiya. At least Feng's anger was only directed at her. When he saw Tsunade, he was only moved for a moment, and the rest was pure admiration. She can still tell whether a person is good or bad. Well, after experiencing betrayal, hey, you still call me Sister Wei, won't you change your words? Jiraiya said sarcastically, glancing at Tsunade from time to time. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya's body flew backwards and was embedded in the wall. Brown oil was exposed under the hole. Jiraiya's eyes were confused and he let out a meaningless groan. With his strength, he couldn't even see who did it. Kaguya Otsutsuki put her hand back into Feng's palm as if nothing had happened, and winked at Feng playfully. Sister Wei, stop learning these messy things from number one. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Kaguya smiled. She could feel Feng's body temperature rising a lot in an instant. Well, Feng was speechless. It's good, but it feels, the feeling and temperament don't match. Kaguya has a cool and aloof style, and her playful and funny actions make Feng feel unreal. But, Sister Wei, are you feeling much better now? Feng held Huai's hand tightly. That's right. There's no need to add unnecessary pressure to yourself. From the moment he brought Kaguya out of the seal, he could feel that Kaguya had a lot on her mind, perhaps because she had been betrayed twice, or perhaps because of the arrival of her clan members. At any time the deep worries turned into an unsolvable knot. Since he was not the person involved, even if Feng put himself in Kaguya's perspective, he could not truly understand Kaguya, and he could not find a way to intervene. Even if he wanted to enlighten her in that case, why not change your thinking and let Kaguya come out of it on her own? It wasn't said very directly, but Kaguya understood and nodded. You're right, I feel much better. Don't worry about this, don't worry about that. She is herself, the affairs of the ninja world have nothing to do with her. She has tried her best more than 1,000 years ago. The rest depends on the people of the ninja world themselves. I will be your strong backing, Feng said firmly. This was the confidence that his strength gave him. Kaguya's face turned even redder, and no one knew what she was thinking of. Hey, can you guys pay attention to me? I've been attacked. Jiraiya, who was embedded in the wall, looked at Feng with flaming eyes and asked, is it you? Let me tell you. Feng waved his hand casually, and Jiraiya, who was hit by an invisible heavy blow, was embedded even deeper. After cleaning his ears, Feng turned his head back and forth in confusion and asked, hey, did you hear any sound just now? Woo, that feeling came back again, and Jiraiya found that he couldn't move again. He couldn't even open his mouth, and could only make hesitant sounds. Everyone shook their heads. We didn't hear it. That's strange. Or Chimaru. It looks like there's something unclean in your base. You'll have to clean it up carefully some other day. Yes. A cockroach ran in. I'm going to slap him to death right now, Orochimaru said seriously. Are you Kimimaro? Feng moved his gaze to Kimimaro, who had very obvious features behind Orochimaru. Let's go. Let's find a more spacious place and solve your problem. Let me make it clear first. It may not be solved. You have to be mentally prepared. There is nothing perfect in this world, and Feng dare not guarantee that he can cure Kimimaro. Besides, he is not the doctor who will treat him. Compared to Bai's femininity and androgynous appearance, the equally handsome Kimimaro has a hint of heroism. Perhaps it is related to his bloodline limit. The family-inherited bloodline limit makes the members of Kimimaro's family masters of physical skills. If you ask which ninja village has the most bloodline ninja, it is undoubtedly the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. If it weren't for the continuous internal friction that caused the Hidden Mist village to be in a period of transition, The developed hidden mist village would not necessarily be worse than the Konoha village in terms of strength, not to mention the economy. In a corner of a huge open space, Kimimaro stood shirtless at the front and asked anxiously, "Is it okay now? If not, I'll take off my pants." "No, no, no," Feng hurriedly stopped him. "You don't have to take off your pants." If it weren't for the fact that he had to check the results of the experiment later, Kimimaro wouldn't even have taken off his shirt. "Is there enough space?" Orochimaru asked. "This open space is the largest vacant area in his base, and surrounding it are empty rooms with iron doors. The experimental subjects held there have all been transferred to other bases. To put it simply, this open space is the playground for exercise in the prison. The entire playground is surrounded by a huge barrier. In addition, the food that the experimental subjects usually eat contains drugs that suppress chakra, so even if the experimental subjects were released, Orochimaru was not worried that they would escape from the base now that they have all been moved. "It seems a bit empty." "Enough," Feng said. "Kimimaro is good at physical skills, but before reaching a certain level, the attack range of physical skills is too small, which is a not-so-small disadvantage. Such a large open space is enough for Kimimaro to display his skills." Sister Wei, Kimimaro possesses the Kekkei Genkai corpse bone vein, which allows him to mutate his own bones, making them harder than ordinary steel, and even eject them from his body. Feng briefly told Kaguya about Kimimaro's condition, and then said, "His illness should be that his body can't bear it, or it may be that when the bones were retracted into the body, they brought in bacteria from the outside world. The human body's own immune system is enough to kill most external bacteria, but the key is that Kimimaro himself is in poor health. And his body's own immune system is not good enough to deal with the bacteria brought into the body when the bones are retracted in time. Every time Kimimaro uses his ability, more bacteria accumulate in his body. Over the years, his immune system is overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse. This also made his illness worse and worse. Although Orochimaru tried every possible way to treat Kimimaro, he was limited by his vision and could not find the cause of Kimimaro's illness, so he could not treat him accordingly. His efforts were in vain and he even aggravated Kimimaro's condition. "Another one of mine." Kaguya rubbed her temples. She suddenly felt a headache. It was only more than 1,000 years, but how come there were so many of her descendants? They could be found everywhere. To be precise, anyone in the ninja world who has a bloodline limit is mostly a descendant of the six paths, which is you. Feng shrugged. Before the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki, there was no so-called chakra in the ninja world. Even the term chakra was coined by the sage of six paths. Without chakra, there would naturally be no ninja. Bloodline limits are passed down from generation to generation. Going back further, it was the six path sage, and going back further, it was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki created a total of 2.5 life forms, the six path sage and his younger brother, and the other is Black Zetsu, who is dark-skinned, has big eyes and sharp teeth, and spends his days stealing and thieving. Chapter 185. The cause of the disease has been diagnosed. Let's not talk about Black Zetsu for now. He is not a complete person, and even if he wants to leave descendants, he doesn't have that ability. After Otsutsuki Hamura and the six path sage sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya, he went to the moon formed by the six paths and Chibaku Tensei to guard the seal to prevent Otsutsuki Kaguya from breaking the seal in the ninja world above ground. The only descendants he left behind were the Hyuga clan of Konoha. The other families that possess Kekkei Genkai are most likely descendants of the six path sage. The only direct descendants of the six path sage are the brothers Indra and Ajuro, but this is only on the surface. Feng thought with malicious intent. Didn't the six path sage wander around to repair the ninja world after the war? Do you think anything happened during this period? Just look at how many families with bloodline limits there are in the ninja world. He just didn't believe that so many families with bloodline limits were born to the brothers Indra and Ashura, descendants. Kimimaro frowned slightly. Everyone in his family except him was dead. Even if he didn't die, he had no good feelings towards his family in his childhood memories. Apart from killing, there was only a dark and narrow room. The only light came from the torch at the door, shining through the iron railing door. "Don't worry about this, it has nothing to do with you." Orochimaru waved his hand and said, "I don't even know how many generations of descendants they are. If there are any problems, it has nothing to do with Kaguya Otsutsuki." When Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed, the two brothers of the six path sage had just spread out. Their descendants were not familiar with Kaguya Otsutsuki, let alone Kimimaro. However, he did learn a piece of free information. The families that possess bloodline limits are all descendants of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Can it be said that only the descendants of Kaguya Otsutsuki have bloodline limits? People who possess bloodline limits have special abilities. Which ninja would not envy them, but unfortunately, the special abilities of the bloodline limit cannot be deprived or used by outsiders except through forbidden techniques. This is also the reason why many people in the ninja world covet the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan of Konoha. After all, the eyes of the two families are plug and play, and there is no need for forbidden techniques at all. Bloodline limits are rare, and forbidden techniques are even harder to come by, except for Konoha. Tobirama Senju is not a human, but a pervert. The forbidden techniques he developed himself are comparable to the sum of those in the ninja world. Over 1,000 years, yes, Kimimaro nodded heavily. Since Orochimaru said it had nothing to do with him, then it had nothing to do with him. What are bacteria? Orochimaru asked Feng with interest. He knew what cells were, but this was the first time he heard the term bacteria. Is this what's wrong with Kimimaro? The problem that had troubled him for so long was found just like that. Bacteria. Bacteria. This thing. How do you say it? Wangshan didn't understand either. He just knew this thing, but when Feng wanted to explain what bacteria were, he couldn't do it with his limited knowledge. Stroking his chin, Feng said carefully, "This may be the first time you have heard of the term bacteria, but you must have seen this thing. You know a lot about cells, right?" "Bacteria are a type of cell," Orochimaru listened intently and asked, "And then I don't know," Feng said confidently, "I don't do research. How can I know so much?" "No, then you?" Orochimaru was speechless. "Then don't say anything. It's neither here nor there. It's very uncomfortable to listen to, you know. Go check it yourself on your phone," Feng said. "I'll give you permission later." After the permissions were restricted previously, Orochimaru could only view some content, mostly dancing videos and some videos with no nutritional value. After borrowing it and reading it for 2 days, Orochimaru lost interest knowing that there was a big secret hidden in the phone, but unable to get it out. Orochimaru, who was extremely aroused, simply stopped looking at it to avoid feeling more uncomfortable the more he looked at it. "Okay," Orochimaru had no problem. "Sister Wei, let's start." Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru's desire for knowledge was too strong. He always asked about knowledge that he didn't know. Everything he knew, he had already returned to his high school teachers when he went to college. New school, new atmosphere. If university teachers want to know something from him, it's not impossible. Just don't give a holiday after the college entrance examination. Once you give a holiday, the high-speed train leading to the Palace of Knowledge will turn a corner in an instant and go further and further away. Kaguya opened her Byakugan and began to carefully examine the condition inside Kimimaro's body. Everyone who uses the white eye X-ray will say it is good. The more she looked, the deeper Kaguya's frown deepened. Although Kimimaro looks normal on the outside, his inside is like a hornet's nest. It is no exaggeration to say that he is full of holes. The growth of bones is strange and covered with densely packed small holes. Some of the holes have healed, leaving only slight traces. Some of the small holes tend to spread outward, while others are filled with bone spurs. The bone spurs grow in both directions. One end goes deep into the bone marrow, and the other end goes deep into the flesh. The ribs in the chest also grew abnormally. A normal person's ribs are inward facing and surrounded, but Kimimaro's ribs are slightly protruding outward. This is just the abnormality of the bones. The blood, flesh and organs are even more unbearable. You can tell it's abnormal just by looking at the color. Lord Kaguya, is it very difficult? Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Kimimaro couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it is very troublesome, it's fine. Being able to live this long has exceeded my expectations. People in their family all have short lives. Even if they live a normal life, it is difficult for them to live beyond 30 or 40 years old. The more they fight, the faster they die. Having awakened his family's bloodline limit, he has a shorter lifespan than those in his family who have not awakened it. Perhaps, this is fate, Kimimaro thought with emotion. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his death would be worthless. He felt very unwilling to not contribute his strength to Orochimaru's cause. He knew the secret of Orochimaru's reincarnation, and he was willing to let Orochimaru occupy his body. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Lord Orochimaru once said that my body is the body he wants most. But Lord, please forgive me for being sick. Sir, is there anyone you want to kill? Kimimaro said with murderous intent. Let me help you one last time. His body can't hold on for much longer. After the battle, he will definitely die, but he is willing. Orochimaru folded his arms and tapped his left index finger gently. Oh, the person I want to kill? With your strength, you can't deal with it at all. No, I can. Kimimaro said anxiously. Even if he died, he would bite a piece of flesh from his enemy. I believe in your determination, but I don't want to kill anyone right now. Orochimaru shook his head. He just likes to do research, and based on this, he may have 1 or 2 experimental subjects that he likes, but if he really wants to kill someone, that's not the case. The real purpose of the plan against Konoha was not to kill the third Hokage, but to not want to see Konoha continue to decade. Teacher, you are already old, why do you insist on occupying that position? Is power really that attractive? You were not like this before. Although Danzo did a lot of shady things, without the connivance of the third generation, Danzo would not have been able to cause any trouble. He also had 2 advisors who were just occupying the position for decades without making any contribution. Yi Feng was right, the team should have been replaced long ago. Orochimaru didn't believe that Konoha would not be able to function without these people. He didn't believe that after 4 generations, there would be no suitable successor. How bad could one be if he just picked one? Orochimaru shook his head, put aside his complicated thoughts, and asked, Lord Kaguya, is there really no solution? If it really doesn't work, how about letting him stay in the store? I can pay him. Bai, who was staying in the convenience store, was on the verge of death outside, but in the store, there was nothing unusual, and he was no different from an ordinary person. Orochimaru felt it was a pity that Kimimaro died just like that. If he hadn't been burdened by the disease, Kimimaro's upper limit would have been even higher than his. Why are you panicking? Yi Feng said. Sister Wei hasn't said anything yet, but you guys are just talking and talking at the same time, as if you're going to die in the next second. The result hasn't even come out yet. Why are you jumping to conclusions so early? Kaguya didn't say anything, but just walked forward and touched Kimimaro's head. Among her descendants, Kimimaro looks the most like her. He also has 2 dots above his eyebrows, but the difference is that hers are 2 white dots, while Kimimaro's are 2 red dots. Kimimaro did not resist. He didn't know why, but he felt that the aura of Kaguya made him feel safe, relaxed and warm. Feng, you are right. His body really cannot support his talent. I floated back to Yi Feng and said, it's easy to solve it. We just need to strengthen his physique. The cells of the first Hokage, Jugo, who had been silent the whole time, blurted out, we have the cells of the first Hokage here. As a good friend, Jugo didn't want to see Kimimaro die like this, so when he heard the solution, the first person he thought of was the first Hokage. The activity of the first generation Hokage's cells was the strongest that Jugo had ever seen. It was hard for him to imagine that the activity of just some of the cells was so strong. The complete first generation must have such a strong vitality that he could be called immortal. Feeling the burning gaze behind him, Orochimaru's body stiffened. Damn Orochimaru, give me your life. Tsunade punched Orochimaru angrily. How dare you desecrate my grandfather's body? Today it's either you or me. After glaring at Jugo, Orochimaru dodged and said, Tsunade, I don't want to fight you, I can explain. Shigeo said inwardly. Oh no. Knowing that he had said the wrong thing, he immediately wanted to make amends, but there was a figure that was faster than him. Kimimaro flashed and stood in front of Orochimaru. Sir, you go first. Kimimaro, who originally thought that he had no place to use his talents, did not expect that the opportunity would come so soon. He is also an expert in taijutsu, and he can feel the power of Tsunade's fists, and the wind generated by them is so astonishing he can't stop it. Kimimaro, who was seriously ill and very familiar with the breath of death, felt it instantly. Tsunade's fist gave him the same feeling. It's time to repay your kindness. With Orochimaru right behind him, Kimimaro, who had no way to retreat, deployed his own defenses. Bones broke out of his body and wrapped around him. The bones were glowing a cold white light, which was a bit creepy in the underground. This kind of behavior is not advisable, Yi Feng said to the 12 little warriors behind him. The best defense is offense. He also dug his bones deep into the ground, which is courting death. In this case, won't he be unable to move himself? Hasn't he ever thought that someone would bypass him and attack the people he's protecting? Looking at the people who were deep in thought, Kakashi couldn't bear it anymore and said, don't mislead others. Defense also depends on the time. In this case, the measures he took were wrong. But if 2 people fight alone, the one with stronger defense may not win, but will definitely not lose. He has been through hundreds of battles and has rich combat experience. He knows how to assess the situation best. Different situations require different corresponding measures. The best defense is offense, which is not absolute and depends on the timing. Hearing the analysis in the bone sphere that was not airtight, Kimimaro cursed himself for making such a low-level mistake. By being unable to move for the time being, wasn't that giving Sunyao an opportunity? Orochimaru stood behind the sphere, brows furrowed, motionless. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised as if he was smiling. Interesting, really interesting. After all, Orochimaru has treated Kimimaro many times, and he knows his physical condition better than Kimimaro himself. After knocking on the outer shell of the bone sphere and verifying his idea, Orochimaru suddenly became happy, sweeping away the previous haze, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Lord Kaguya. It's your treat tonight." Kaguya also has the habit of having others treat her. It has to be said that birds of a feather flock together. In just a few days, he has already developed the same problem as Feng solved. Feng was surprised. He had to give benefits to others to treat him. When, just now, Kaguya blinked and explained, "I healed his injuries, but he has to rely on himself to heal his illness. She can restore Kimimaro's body to a healthy state, but it is only temporary. If Kimimaro does not use the ability of his bloodline limit in the future, he can live a normal life and does not have to worry about not living beyond his 30s or 40s. In fact, the average life expectancy of people in the ninja world is not long, and this is even more so for ninjas. No ninja dares to say that he can die normally. Dying of old age is their luxury. In other words, if his physical condition does not improve, there is still a possibility of relapse." Feng asked thoughtfully. Although Kaguya can receive treatment again after the relapse, that would be too much trouble. Wouldn't it delay his time alone? We have to think of a way to solve the root problem once and for all. Chapter 186 Views, Borrowing Chickens and Eggs. "Hey, got it." Feng clapped his hands and shouted, "Orochimaru, give me the money, double the amount. Isn't it easy to improve your physical condition? What is ki used for?" It is used at this time. Even though Sun Wukong died of a heart attack, he was an exception. People like Master Roshi, Krillin and others had never been sick. Feng didn't believe that it had nothing to do with ki. Orochimaru immediately understood what Feng meant, nodded and agreed, "No problem." When Feng said this, it meant that he agreed that he could teach Kimimaro and Chaogo the method of cultivating ki similar to Kimimaro's illness. Jugo is unable to control the power in his body because his physique is not strong enough. Although I have just discussed this with Yato Shideo, as long as it is energy, it can be called ki, but the methods of cultivation are different. If you can't control it using the chakra practice method, that may not be the case if you use another practice method. As she spoke, Tsunade slowed down her punching speed and punched the bone sphere. The sound of bones breaking was heard instantly, and cracks began to spread on the sphere. Finally, there was a loud bang and the entire sphere broke into pieces, revealing Kimimaro, who had come to his senses inside. Looking at the bone fragments scattered on the ground in disbelief, Kimimaro murmured, "Is my body healed?" "Okay." Tsunade kicked Kimimaro away and shouted, "Get out of the way, you're in the way, Orochimaru, you must give me an explanation." Tsunade pinched her fingers until they crackled, as if to say, "If you don't explain to me, I will never let you go today." Orochimaru reached into his arms, took out a stack of bills, and stuffed them into Tsunade's hand without counting. "You, what do you mean?" Tsunade said with some stammering. "I'm telling you, I don't buy it." Having said that, Tsunade did not slow down at all and stuffed the banknotes into her broad arms. A wave caused Jiraiya, who was being carried over, to pop his eyes out. "It's nothing." Orochimaru walked towards the kitchen. "I'm happy today. This is a red envelope for you." Base number 1 stood straight like a javelin, and because the breaks were too sudden, his body even swayed back and forth unconsciously. "Lord Orochimaru, I want it too." Number 1 rubbed his palms together, his face full of anticipation. The private money he had hidden using various methods was almost gone. Of course, he couldn't spend the money so quickly by himself, but there was Naruto. Whenever Naruto was short of money, he would disband his shadow clone, obtain his memories, and take away his private money with memory sharing. It was useless for him to hide the money anywhere, so he simply ignored the idea of giving it to Feng for safekeeping. "Good guy, give the money to Feng for safekeeping. Anyone present here will do it." "Who dares to do it? The new ones don't count." Orochimaru was speechless. He said that just to get rid of Tsunade. It was true that he was in a good mood, but he squandered money casually. Since he met Feng, he changed this bad habit. However, Tsunade was still watching, so Orochimaru had to take out a few more bills from his pocket, counted them carefully, and pulled out one of them. "Here, this is for you." "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, you are a good man." Number 1, who received the banknote, grinned and was overjoyed. He hadn't looked at the amount on the bill yet, but since it came from Orochimaru, the amount must not be too small. Orochimaru, who was given the nice guy card, was about to take a step when he found another person appeared in front of him. Okay, Orochimaru couldn't help but slap his forehead. Didn't I give it to you? You gave me Shadow Clone number 1, but you haven't given me one yet. Naruto has also learned his lesson. At this time, he drew a clear line between himself and his shadow clones no matter whether others recognize it or not. He himself recognizes it. Facing Tsunade's eager eyes, Orochimaru reluctantly drew out another one. Naruto bared his teeth and laughed. Orochimaru, you are such a good person. Good guy card +1. Orochimaru quickly said, no more. I have the remaining money for future use. He was afraid that the remaining people would come to him for money again, especially Feng. He saw that Feng was also a little tempted. Really, he knew that what he said was a lie and that he gave Tsunade's life-saving money, but why did he have to join in the fun? Yakashi Kabuto had a hard time holding back his laughter. He never thought that Orochimaru would get the nice guy card. Oh, Feng looked at Orochimaru with regret as he put the banknotes back. Well, the chance to pick up the money was gone in the kitchen. It would not work to rely on Orochimaru to take action. It was number 1 and Naruto who took action, so the money they earned was not in vain, as it was considered as hard work compensation. With so many people living in a base, there is definitely no shortage of food. In order to save trouble, the cunning original body and clone prepared a few hot pots. The rich smell of hot pot base filled the underground base, causing Orochimaru's other men to sniff and drool constantly. After dinner and exercise, Feng leaned against the head of the bed, smoking a cigarette. Kaguya lay in Feng's arms, her face still flushed and satisfied, her heart at peace. She had forgotten all about her clan members and the humans in the ninja world. The only thing she was worried about now was the third son she met a few days ago, who didn't even have a name. In the past, he was needed as a backup, but now he is no longer needed, so Black Zetsu is in a somewhat awkward situation now. Kaguya is worried that Feng will not accept it. What happened? Kaguya's mood changes were very obvious, and Feng noticed it at the first moment. In some ways, Kaguya is even simpler than Naruto, and she shows everything on her face. Are you worried about your people? Feng consoled him. Don't be afraid. Unless it's your tribe's god who comes, no one else can be your opponent. Besides, you still have me. Even Kaguya before she ate the fruit could be seriously injured by Ishiki. Although it was a sneak attack, it would be useless if you don't have some strength after eating the fruit of the sacred tree. Kaguya's strength is even greater than Ishiki's. In her prime in a head-on confrontation, Ishiki would definitely be the loser, provided that Kaguya could fully demonstrate her strength. Kaguya's shortcomings are too obvious. She has strength but lacks combat experience. Feng was very skeptical of what he had read on the internet before, which said that Kaguya had been fighting with the Six-Path Sage and her brother for several months before being sealed. This statement was seriously exaggerated in the ninja world at that time. These three were the ones with the highest combat power. Kaguya lacked combat experience, and she spoke as if the Six-Path Sage and his brother had plenty of combat experience. Who can be the sparring partner for the Six-Path Sage and his brother? Those with lower strength will only be bullied by the two brothers if they go up, and it would be strange if they can provide any experience. Only people with equal or stronger strength can provide experience. Feng has never heard of any experience that people with less strength can provide. Of course, it's not absolute. If you have novel and unexpected moves, it is possible that you can make someone who is stronger than you fall into the gutter. But a concept of chakra was spread by the Six-Path Sage after Kaguya was sealed, so the combat experience of these two brothers can only be worse than Kaguya's. After all, Kaguya also has tribesmen and has seen higher level battles. It is unrealistic to say that it took several months, but it is still possible that it took only a few days. Yeah, Kaguya nodded first, then shook her head. I'm not worried about them. With Feng around, she didn't have to worry about her own people attacking her. I want to ask, what do you think of that guy? Who's that? Who's that who? Feng looked confused. It's the man you met a few days ago. Don't you have something to tell him? Are you talking about Black Zetsu? Feng asked tentatively. Seeing Kaguya nod affirmatively, Feng said, I'll use my eyes to see. Isn't black good? No, what I mean is, Kaguya was unable to say it, but she knew that Feng could understand what she meant. As expected, Feng smiled and asked, are you afraid that I can't accept it? Faced with the two sons who sealed her, Kaguya was reluctant to take ruthless action. Faced with Black Zetsu who was wholeheartedly trying to save her, Kaguya felt more guilty. What's so unacceptable about this? Feng's hand moved downwards, occupying the high ground. You should be worried about whether he can bear it. After living a personal life for thousands of years, Black Zetsu, who knew that he came from a single-parent family and was running around to save his mother, suddenly learned that he had a father who was younger than him, not even a fraction of his age. Putting himself in the other's shoes, Feng felt that it was a sign of good self-control that he did not explode with anger on the spot. Black Zetsu, who was traveling underground in the rain country, sneezed several times in a row. He knew what was going on without having to think. Damn you, Feng, you must be the one saying bad things about me behind my back. Just wait, I will definitely expose your ugly face to mother. You want to be my father? Dream on. He actually found some clues about the shell organization originally. He thought that the rain country was his base camp. In the open, there was Nagato, who used the rain tiger's freedom technique to monitor it at all times, and in the dark, there was White Zetsu, who was hiding underground. He has vision in the sky and on the ground, and nothing that happens in the rain kingdom can be hidden from his eyes. Even though he and Nagato were not of the same mind, Kuro didn't think Nagato would hide it from him if there was an organization that threatened the Akatsuki. His fighting ability is not strong, but he has a Chihomadara behind him. He didn't expect that. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked. But after checking, he really found something wrong. There is an organization that is actually recruiting scientific researchers from other countries, and it does so openly and honestly. It offers high salaries and various favorable conditions, and even recruitment advertisements can be seen on the streets. That's right, this organization is none other than Akatsuki itself. When he found out this, Black Zetsu felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped in the face. He spent a whole day hunting geese, but was pecked in the eye by a goose. He was so good at this trick that even he didn't notice anything was wrong. If it weren't for Feng's reminder, Zetsu would not have discovered the problem until now. This made Black Zetsu couldn't help but sigh that the name of the current organization was really well chosen. It really was a shell. Just as he took advantage of Nagato, Kara took advantage of Akatsuki. Black Zetsu knew Nagato's final wish. Before fulfilling this final wish, under the leadership of Nagato and others, the rain country underwent earth-shaking changes. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that this country where it rains all year round and should be poor is actually full of skyscrapers, and that people who should be struggling for a living have smiles on their faces that come from the bottom of their hearts? The Akatsuki organization can be divided into two parts. The first is where Orochimaru used to be, a high-end force composed of rebel ninjas from various villages. The second is ordinary Akatsuki members. They have a complex structure and include people from all walks of life. Black Zetsu's previous energy was focused on the former, and he didn't pay any attention to the latter at all. As for the development of the latter, he only knew that it happened, but didn't know the specific situation. The entire Akatsuki organization is no secret in the rain country, and the latter is even more so, because to join the latter, you don't need to have high-end power. Even if you are an ordinary person, as long as you want, you can apply to join. This is the philosophy left behind by Yahiko. He hopes that everyone can live a happy life, so in the early days of the establishment of Akatsuki, there was no joining threshold. The existence of the former was created by Nagato later. Because there is no threshold, everyone can be a member of the Akatsuki organization, and the Kara organization took the opportunity to join. If you want an organization, you need a leader. The people from the Kara organization took advantage of the loophole that ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization can choose to do tasks when they have them, and it is up to you whether to do it or not. There is no force, and successfully took over under the slogan of building a beautiful rain country. They recruited talents from various industries and launched a series of major actions within the rain country. This is what made the rain country what it is today, with tall buildings and smiling faces on everyone. After seeing the results, Nagato and others would naturally feel more confident in them, and the same went for Black Zetsu. Everyone's attention began to shift no matter from which perspective. If it weren't for Feng's reminder, Black Zetsu would not be able to see any problems with him. Everything they did was to make the rain country a better place. The tattoos of some of them would only make people think that this is someone else's special hobby. Who would have thought that this was the logo of another organization? I don't know how long the members of the Akatsuki organization have been hiding inside the Akatsuki organization, and I don't know whether they have secretly transferred the Akatsuki organization's assets. No, it was inevitable. They must have moved. People are also property, not just money, or they can simply study their own content on the Akatsuki organization's territory. This was a great move that even Black Zetsu admired him immensely. He was just using the people in the Kara organization, who were smarter than him, to make others do their own things willingly. Even if you were watching from the side, you wouldn't notice it, and would instead applaud and say, "Well done, how ironic, okay, you guys are great, Black Zetsu Underground gritted his teeth. He found the base that Feng asked him to find, and there was more than one. They were everywhere, more than the bases of the Akatsuki organization in the Rain country. These were all people from the Karen organization, and they were exposed. What's funny is that most of the people coming in and out are from the Akatsuki organization. Hey, let me see what you're going to do. He couldn't wait to see Feng's expression after he knew the news. Chapter 187, Prepare in Advance. Less than 3 seconds after he had this thought, Black Zetsu slapped himself in annoyance, because he suddenly remembered that the ultimate target of the boss behind the Karen organization was his mother. My mother finally came out. How can I let you succeed? Every day, everyone is thinking about his mother. It would be better for Feng to succeed than for you to succeed. At least he wants people, and you want life. Black Zetsu, who didn't know that Feng had already succeeded, worked even harder to travel underground in the Rain country. He wanted to find more information. I won't be able to sleep well unless I capture all the members of the Karen organization in the Rain country. On the other side, Hidden, who couldn't wait to arrive early, was standing on a high mountain, overlooking the Kusagakure village not far away. Youngster, come quickly, my formation has already been drawn. In order to carve a formation that could cover the entire Kusagakure village, he also brought in other helpers. With the efforts of everyone, the people of Kusagakure village did not know that the sword of the six-path sage was already hanging over their heads. Hidden, are you sure your junior will come? Kakuzu said sarcastically. I'm afraid he is fooling you. It's not like he hasn't seen Feng before. He's full of lies. In Kakuzu's opinion, only a fool like Hidden would believe him. He somewhat regretted telling other people in the organization about Feidu being deceived, which made them very interested, and they said they wanted to see it for themselves. The leader Shiandao even said bluntly that if it was appropriate, they would also bring Feng into the organization. Nowadays, every member of the organization who is on missions outside has been pulled over by the leader. You'd better make sure he comes. If I find out you're playing tricks on me, haha, I'll let you see what real art is. Deidara was a little irritable. He was experimenting with a new clay bomb and had just come up with an idea when he was interrupted. Not only was he drafted into the army, but he also lost all his inspiration. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Feidu right away. He usually disliked Feidu because his head was full of evil teachings and he had no artistic talent at all, so he didn't know how to appreciate his art. This makes me even more annoyed. The real art is the eternal puppet. Scorpion looked at Deidara with disdain. What's so fun about clay bombs? Only puppets can be called art. What? Deidara's anger was ignited in an instant. Asshole, you actually look down on me. If you have the guts, let's compete. Look at my bomb. It will not only blow your puppet away, but also blow it into pieces. If we were to say who Deidara can't accept the most within the organization, it would undoubtedly be Sasori. Even though he is his partner, Deidara looks down on him, a guy who is immersed in his own world all day long, regards puppets as more important than his own life, and even transforms his own body. It's really ridiculous. Puppets are just toys controlled by people. What is there to brag about? To say that puppets are art is simply tarnishing the word art. Then you come and try it. Scorpion said fearlessly. His puppet is no ordinary puppet. Not to mention anything else, Deidara's clay bomb can't even break the shell of his puppet. Come on, let's give it a try. Deidara was not afraid at all. He just wanted to try Scorpion's puppet. He was looking forward to seeing Scorpion see the puppet he had carefully crafted being blown to pieces. Want to place a bet? Wherever there is an opportunity to make money, there is Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly took out a piece of cardboard and wrote the odds of Deidara and Sasori on it. Where did you get the cardboard from? Hidden looked curiously behind Kakuzu, then looked around. It was desolate to say the least, but it was not a place where wild cardboard would roam. Don't worry about that. Do you want to place a bet? As long as he had money, Kakuzu didn't care about Hidden drafting him in as a soldier. No, no, no. Feidu quickly shook his head and said, my money is for the younger generation. The younger generations are all working hard, and he, as a senior, cannot fall behind. Think about it, if you win, your money will double. Kakuzu said interestingly, wouldn't that be able to help your juniors better then? He just didn't believe that even an ordinary person like Feidu could be fooled, so why couldn't he fool the corner? If he doesn't fool Hidden, he will just read Kakuzu's name backwards. Feidu was somewhat tempted, but when he recalled that when he went to buy food in the small town of Hot Spring Country, he accidentally saw a woman in a green robe being chased by a group of people from the casino, Feidu gave up the idea of placing a bet. I'd better forget it. There's no good ending to gambling. He knew without thinking what would happen to a woman if she fell into the hands of the people in the casino. If I don't pay off the debt, I might not be able to leave this special place. No, how can this be considered a gamble? In order to avoid having to change his name, Kakuzu tried his best and said things that he would never say normally. Look, we are all family, we know each other well, and the leader is watching us. We are just playing around, so how about this? Whether we win or lose, I will return the money to you. Not very good. Fidouin still shook his head and refused. He didn't believe that Engel would be kind enough to return the money to him. We have been partners for so many years, so everyone knows each other. HMPH, a stubborn guy, Dujiao was at his wits' end and had to turn his attention to other people. How about Itachi? Are you interested in playing a game? Itachi, whose face was mostly hidden by the collar of his robe, looked up and said, you should let them fight first. He has seen many scenes of Scorpion and Deidara arguing with each other. Whenever they talk about the topic of art, the two of them will inevitably start a verbal battle. The puppet on the left is trash, and the bomb on the right is suitable for mining. Even though they quarrel fiercely, he has never seen them fight in all these times. That was when the leader was not around. If he was there, there would be no possibility of a fight between the two. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways, Dujiao said confidently. The fight didn't break out before because he didn't add fuel to the fire. If he had intervened, the two of them would have beaten their brains out, no matter whether the leader was there or not. Humph, if I can't fool Hidden, I can't provoke them. It's useless even if the leader is here. I said it, as long as Itachi places the bet. Dukaku is confident that he can make Deidara and Sasori fight. If they fail, Dukaku, will just read his name backwards. I have no money. Itachi's words made Dukaku give up arguing. No money? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have no money? You're wasting my time. Dujiao continued to shift his gaze. Shigeki Kisame, who was known as the tailless tailed beast, saw Takaku looking at him, and grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. He was about to say something, but Takaku just glanced at him and looked away. Kisame was stunned. What's going on? Everyone is looking at me, but you don't ask me. Why don't you ask me if I want to place a bet? Are you so insignificant? Oh, do you have money? Dujiao asked perfunctorily. Hey, I don't have big money, but I still have small money, said Kisame modestly in front of Dujiao. He didn't dare to call himself a rich man. Everyone knows that Dujiao is the steward of the organization, in charge of this group of people. Every month's salary is paid through Dujiao's hands. Unlike the departments called external in the organization, their internal members and external members can be said to be two different worlds. First of all, the information of their internal members is confidential. People outside may know that there is such a department, but they don't know how many members there are, who they are, and how strong they are. The outside and the inside, although the leader is the same, are completely unrelated. As an internal member, Kisame can receive a salary every month even if he does not go on any missions. If he does go on any missions, he can even get a commission from the missions. How should I put it? He doesn't have much money to spend, but his partner spends a lot. Whenever he runs out of money, he asks him to borrow money. He borrows money many times, but rarely pays him back. Although there are some speculations, they have been partners for such a long time and their feelings are very deep. Kisame does not want to see anything happen to his partner. As a partner, Itachi felt a little guilty, so he sent his salary and commission back to the village after deducting basic expenses. It is also for the only person I care about to have some thoughts after something happens to me. Forgive me, Sasuke. I had no choice. If Itachi hadn't known that his brother might come, he wouldn't have risked being exposed and met the other members of the organization. He usually stays in hiding, and won't return to the Rain Country headquarters unless there is a mission. Even so, he tried his best not to speak and reduce his presence. A small amount of money is fine. How much do you have? Dujiao's eyes lit up and he didn't look disgusted at all. 95 taels. Kisame took out his savings from his pocket somewhat embarrassedly. There are small and large amounts, banknotes and coins. Dujiao opened his mouth and said, I don't even have 100 taels. He wondered where Kisame's money had gone. As far as he knew, Kisame was rather tight on money and had no place to spend money normally. He never imagined that Kisame would be so tight on money. Forget it, I'll give you a round number and consider it as your bet of 100 taels. Takaku was rarely kind-hearted regarding the money and was about to take the money from Kisame when he heard the real steward of the organization speaking. Let him go, he's so poor, Xiaonan said, and the two of you, if you want to fight, go somewhere else and don't let the people below notice it. Once Deidara takes action, the noise will be impossible to hide. They are now too close to the Kusagakure village, so they will inevitably be noticed by the people of the Kusagakure village. HMPH, Dillida and Scorpion each snorted coldly, turned their heads away from each other, and took a few steps to the sides to distance themselves from each other. Kokuzu looked at Kisame with some heartache as he put the money back. He threw the cardboard aside and vented his anger on Hidden. I don't care. You have to let your junior pay. I am very wealthy, it's not expensive, but the price has increased now. If he doesn't come tomorrow, I'll go look for him. Yi Feng was with Orochimaru, and Kokuzu had no trouble finding Yi Feng's trace, subconsciously ignoring the first half of the sentence. Hidden drew his weapon, pointed at Kokuzu, and said angrily, my junior will definitely come. If you dare to slander him like this again, don't blame me for being rude. Kokudo was not angry but happy. He picked up the cardboard and wrote on it, place your bets. Who of you wants to place a bet? Let's see who'll collapse first between me and Hidden. Both of them have strong lives, one is immortal and the other has several lives. Within the organization, they are jokingly called the Immortal Duo. If a fight breaks out, it will take a while and it will be impossible to tell who will win. Besides, God will not watch them fight. Enough. Shyandeo walked out from the shadows, revealing his true face. His expression was cold, not like a living person, and there were thin black sticks stuck in his face. Each member of the organization had a different expression. They all suspected that the leader in front of them was not their real leader. The real leader must be hiding in the dark, but they have never seen him. Itachi lowered his head at the first moment. The more he understood the Sharingan, the more he knew how terrifying it was. Even he could subdue Orochimaru with one move, let alone Tendo, whose eyes were even higher than his. Is this the legendary Samsara Eye? The Sharingan is their family's bloodline limit. There are many records about it, including methods to upgrade the Sharingan's level. It's just the highest record, and it only records the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There are only a few sentences about the Rinnegan for more than 1,000 years. Only the Sage of Six Paths had the Rinnegan. Since then, no Uchiha clan member has been able to awaken it. Itachi didn't know how Tendo got the Rinnegan, but it must be related to their family. He then thought of the mysterious person who helped him destroy his clan. Itachi vaguely felt that an invisible conspiracy enveloped Ivry and Sasuke. I hope you don't come. Once the Kusagakure village is destroyed, it will inevitably attract the attention of everyone in the ninja world, and the 5 major ninja villages will definitely send people to investigate. He was not sure he could guarantee Sasuke's safety in front of so many people. Shyandeo also had similar concerns. He ignored the people who had different thoughts and looked at the nearby Kusagakure village. He said thoughtfully, whether they come tomorrow or not, we will retreat when the time comes. Their Akatsuki organization is still in a semi-hidden state. At most they take on some mercenary missions, and the rest of the time they are in hiding. Being exposed too early would not be a good thing for them, and he is not ready to start a war now. In fact, if Shyandeo didn't want to know why a person who had never left a village would be so interested in their Akatsuki organization, he would never have let Kokuzu take on Yi Feng's task of ordering Akatsuki uniforms. Also, because he couldn't leave his main body too far away, he couldn't go find Yi Feng in person. Now Yi Feng had been caught by him and was being questioned. He was very curious about how Yi Feng knew about them. Orochimaru, impossible. Orochimaru, who once worked in the organization, is a guy with a very clear purpose. He has no attachment to the organization at all, and will never talk about the organization to outsiders unless that person can provide help to Orochimaru or arouses Orochimaru's interest. Chapter 188, The Unscrupulous Merchant Falls into Illusion. Xiaonin looked at Shyandeo with some concern, silently asking him whether he should go back first. She was worried that without her by his side to take care of him, something might happen to Shyandeo himself. Shyandeo shook his head slightly, signaling Xiaonin not to worry. He could hold on for a day. Besides, only one of the 6 paths of pain came, and with the other 5 around, he didn't have to worry about anyone attacking him. His biggest concern is right here, a guy pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Do you think he is a fool? Uchiha Madara lived so long ago. Even if he were alive, he would not have the body of a young man. Since you want to use me, fine, I will let you use me. It's just right that I can also take this opportunity to achieve my own goal. It depends on who is better between the two of us. He felt uneasy leaving Xiaonin, and here alone he vaguely felt that Konan would not be a match for Uchiha Madara. If there really is a situation, he has a puppet here to ensure Xiaonin's safety. Nagato, who stayed in the secret base, suddenly felt fortunate that he was in the Kusagakure village. The Kusagakure village was just at the maximum distance for him to remotely control the puppet. If it was any farther away, He would not be able to control it. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Deidara, who is a lively person, endured for a long time, but couldn't help but ask, "We are not going to stay here all night. I have a tent here, do you want to use it?" Kakuzu was well prepared, and when one plan failed, he came up with another. "Okay," Deidara nodded. He had been looking for a long time but found nothing. He might as well go to sleep anyway. There are so many people here, so they don't need someone to keep watch. Not wanting to miss any opportunity to make money, he said with a smile, 100 taels. Kisame subconsciously covered his wallet. "How much?" Deidara couldn't believe it. "I'm only using it for one night. I'm not buying it." "You're charging me 100 taels. You don't have to pay if you think it's too expensive." Kakuzu gestured as if to invite him. "Down below is Kusagakure village. There are places to stay. You can stay there for a night. I just don't know if you can see the sun tomorrow." "Are you threatening me?" Deidara opened his palm, a mouth growing in the palm of the hand, bulging, as if chewing something. Kakuzu still had his smiling face. With a leader around, he didn't worry about getting into trouble at all. "It's not me who is threatening you, it's his descendants who are threatening you. Who knows when Hiddens Jr. will come? What if he comes at night and you are killed by mistake? Would that be a pity?" Once Fidouin enters the sacrifice mode, he will be bloodthirsty and no one can help him at this time. Even if the leader dares to persuade him, Fidouin will also dare to take action. Deidara glanced at Hidden with lingering fear. Hidden's ability was very special. If he was awake, it would be fine, but if he was asleep, Deidara couldn't guarantee that he would not be hit. Forget it, he gave up the idea of spending the night in Kusagakure village. He just had to endure it. It was only one night and it would be quick. Snapped, "Damn mosquito, you dare to suck my blood? Believe it or not, I will kill you with a bomb." "I kind of miss Orochimaru, slapping a mosquito to death," Kakuzu sighed and said, "With him around, there definitely won't be so many mosquitoes." Everyone nodded sympathetically. "The way of heaven doesn't matter, he is just a puppet and has no feelings." It was the buzzing sound of mosquitoes that made the original Nagato always feel that there were mosquitoes around him, and it was somewhat of an auditory hallucination. "What's the point of holding your phone all day? Don't you know you need to practice? Are you talking to me?" Number 1 pointed at himself and looked at the crazy main body suspiciously. "Have you forgotten my identity? Does he, the shadow clone, still need to practice?" "I don't care." Naruto rolled around on the bed and said, "Let's switch. I'll be the shadow clone and you'll be the real person." Feng was too good to Number 1, so good to Naruto that sometimes Naruto felt that he was redundant. "You've been living a quiet life for too long, and now you're bored." As they were one, Number 1 knew what Naruto was thinking. "If you want to see it, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Really?" Naruto instantly returned to normal, squeezed next to Number 1, and looked at the mobile phone screen intently. He had long been coveting the cell phone, but there were 2 cell phones in total. One was in Feng's hands, and he would lend it to Orochimaru from time to time for research. The other was in Number 1's hands, but Number 1 would never let him see it. How could Number 1 dare to show Naruto the cell phone without restrictions? Even when he was watching it himself, he was very careful and kept the volume as low as possible. When there were outsiders around, he would even mute the volume and just watch the screen, for fear that others would hear something they shouldn't. Unless Feng is by his side, he can do whatever he wants. The content in the mobile phone is so shocking that once it is exposed, many people will not be able to accept it. "Why is there no sound?" Naruto curiously reached out to touch the screen, but was slapped away by Number 1, who is quick-eyed and quick-handed. "Don't move, just look." There was a triangle symbol on the mobile phone screen. Number 1 paused the screen and prepared to exit and set it up. "Don't just watch and let Naruto see that something is wrong." Sasuke, who was standing beside him, was awakened by the voice and opened his red eyes. The result of sleeping in the same room with Naruto is that even if you don't have the Sharingan, you will get the Sharingan out of anger. He is full of energy. He lies in bed for half a day without sleeping. Even when he falls asleep, he is not resting. His thighs seem to be separated, one on the left and one on the right, occupying the entire bed. It was better in the hotel, as they slept on the floor and the space was large, so Naruto could toss and turn as much as he wanted and it wouldn't affect him. But in Orochimaru's base, the conditions are too good. Not only does everyone have a bed, but there is also a separate bathroom in the staff dormitory. The only bad thing is that there are too few dormitories for employees, so all the 12 boys in the group were assigned to one room. "Sasuke, are you awake?" The sound of Sasuke turning over also caught Naruto's attention. "Let's go watch a movie together." "Humph, I'll scare you to death later." Naruto thought to himself, number one found a horror movie to play, and Naruto was scared as soon as he watched the beginning. He is usually most afraid of these things and would rather fight the enemy than see ghosts. Shut up, you're making so much noise. Sasuke didn't appreciate Naruto's kindness at all. He would rather believe that number one was the real person than believe that Naruto would be kind enough to invite him to watch a movie. What? Naruto pouted, curled up his body, covered his head with a quilt, leaving only his eyes exposed. Why don't you watch it? If you don't watch such a wonderful movie, you will definitely regret it. If Sasuke doesn't come, who will help him bear the fear? How will he watch Sasuke making a fool of himself? Shikamaru put his hands behind his head, looked at the ceiling and sighed. Everything was fine except that it was too noisy. It's really troublesome. He still likes the balcony on the second floor of the convenience store, with warm sunshine, comfortable reclining chairs, throat-soothing tea at hand, and snacks at hand. Hey, Shikamaru, you didn't sleep either. Naruto's voice pulled Shikamaru back. Well, I can't sleep. I can't sleep because of your noise. If this continues, he will also have the Sharingan. Ninji suddenly sat up from the bed, put on his shoes and walked out. Ninji, where are you going? Suicide, Ningxi said without turning his head, unable to sleep due to the noise. He planned to go out to find Kai and Xiaoli. These two crazy practitioners disappeared after they finished their meal, saying that the base was too small and they wanted to go outside to train. Also along was Kimimaro, whose body had recovered. This guy was so excited that he couldn't sleep. After lying in bed for a long time, he couldn't wait to move around. After learning that Kai and Xiaoli were masters of physical skills, the three of them hit it off during dinner and decided to go out and practice. After Niji went out, the other people who couldn't sleep also went out. The room suddenly became empty, and Naruto shrank his neck in fear. Looking at his timid appearance, number one couldn't help but said, "What are you afraid of? It's all fake. How can movies be real?" But, Naruto said with chattering teeth, "This is too unbelievable. After killing one, there's still another one. I can never kill them all." On a ship, the protagonist killed masked people one after another, but he didn't notice that as he killed more and more people, the mask on his face was constantly changing, becoming more and more like the masks worn by the people he killed. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if the person the protagonist had killed before actually had the same experience as the protagonist. When the protagonist's mask changes completely, a new protagonist will appear and repeat the protagonist's previous actions. Spoiler number one, who has seen the movie, said, he killed himself, and in the end, he was killed by himself. Naruto didn't understand for a moment. What do you mean he killed himself? He just guessed that there was something wrong with the mask worn by the protagonist, but he didn't expect number one to say this. Number one said casually, "You can simply understand that this is him in the ordinary world. For some unknown reason, they were gathered together, and only the winner can escape from the ship." What is a parallel world? How could Naruto, who didn't even know how many countries there were in the ninja world, know the concept of a parallel world? Jiraiya and Kakashi, who did not leave, pricked up their ears at the same time. "Teacher Jiraiya, if you do this, aren't you afraid that Feng will cause trouble for you later?" Kakashi said in a low voice. "We'll talk about it when the time comes," Jiraiya said nonchalantly. "Anyway, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know?" Oh. Kakashi fell silent as he looked at the people behind him. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and said defensively, "Please bear witness for me. I just wanted to see the strength of number one, but I didn't do anything else. Besides, you guys said that number one is stronger than the original body, so you wanted me to test it out, but we didn't tell you to use illusion." Shikamaru pinched his temple with a headache. He regretted joining in the fun with everyone. He always had a bad feeling in a corner of the dormitory. Everyone except Feng and Kaguya's hair. Orochimaru sent his subordinates out to keep watch, and they were to be notified if there was any movement, so as to prevent Feng from noticing anything wrong while eating. Someone said that number one's strength had surpassed his original body, although he was temporarily fooled by Feng's jokes. But under the secret instigation of Orochimaru, Jiraiya volunteered to step forward and said that he wanted to test the strength of number one. So the scene at the beginning happened being woken up was a lie, and everyone going out was also a lie. In fact, number one and Naruto had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. It's not that there were no people who disagreed, like Karin and Hinata, but they didn't even have the chance to inform Jiraiya before they were trapped by Jiraiya and couldn't say a word. Orochimaru stood in the corner, smiling happily. He knew that someone was about to be in trouble. Number one didn't know that he had fallen into an illusion. With his strength, and the fact that he had seen Feng use illusions many times, He had some resistance to illusions. It shouldn't be like this, but firstly, he was caught off guard. Secondly, Jiraiya was not an ordinary person. And thirdly, he had the support of Sasuke and Kakashi's Sharingan. The power of the illusion led by Jiraiya has increased unprecedentedly. Number 1 was caught off guard and fell into the trap at Jiraiya's suggestion. Number 1 couldn't help but explain to Naruto, "Do you still remember that uncle said he wanted to take Orochimaru to see other worlds? This so-called other world is actually another universe, a universe different from ours. We practice chakra. While the Otsutsuki clan practices other energies, the chi that uncle taught us is a cultivation method from another universe. The 6th employee of the store, Sun Wukong, comes from that universe. I remember the uncle also told me that if he wasn't in the store and Sun Wukong happened to come, he asked me to be careful not to let Sun Wukong see the moon in the sky when I was serving him, otherwise something terrible would happen, and even he couldn't stop it at the moment." Why are you like the uncle? Going off topic while talking, Naruto always felt that number 1 was becoming more and more like Yi Feng, whether in the way he spoke or the way he did things. He was simply a smaller version of Yi Feng. Did stop, keep talking, Orochimaru wanted to jump out, pick up Naruto and slide him aside. Where he lay, the more number 1 talks, the more information he will know. No matter whether it is useful or not, he will just receive it first. Tsunade grasped the point and frowned and asked, "Is that Sun Wukong so strong that even Yi Feng can't stop him?" She didn't know how strong Yi Feng was, but he was able to subdue Jiraiya with one move. In her opinion, even if her grandfather were alive, he might not be able to defeat Yi Feng. It is hard to imagine how it feels for someone who even Yi Feng himself admits is inferior to him. You may not believe it, but the guy called Son Goku is not even older than Naruto. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, full of curiosity about Son Goku, whom he had never met before. "What?" Tsunade was shocked. "Did you hear any sound just now?" Number 1 frowned. "Don't scare me." Naruto didn't even show his eyes. His whole body was buried in the quilt, and he said in a muffled voice, "There was no sound. I didn't hear anything." Chapter 189, Summoning. "Really?" Number 1 frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "Hurry up and tell me, so that you can go to sleep." Naruto's dull voice came from under the quilt. Concentrating his mind and listening carefully, Number 1 indeed heard no movement. He turned over, lay on his back and said, "The concept of parallel worlds is different from that of other universes." Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that it was a good thing that he reacted quickly and used Naruto's voice to get away with it. He turned to the people behind him and said, "Don't say anything. If you have anything you want to discuss, we can talk about it later." Just maintaining the illusion almost exhausted his energy, and Kakashi was even more exhausted and could hardly stand. Everyone nodded silently. Naruto, who was silent, yawned when he saw Number 1 talking to himself, and his eyelids blinked as if he was fighting. To put it simply, parallel worlds are like separated twins or multiple births. They look almost identical, but their development trajectories are different. To put it simply, there is another us in another world. So, you understand. It would be strange if Naruto could understand. Number 1 didn't expect Naruto to understand. In fact, even he himself didn't quite understand. But if he didn't tell him, Naruto would definitely pester him. So, Number 1, who only had a vague idea of the situation, just took it as a way to coax Naruto to sleep. Naruto finally couldn't bear it anymore, closed his eyes, and said vaguely, "What does that have to do with us?" "Yes and no." Number 1 looked around and subconsciously whispered, "Uncle told me that if a person's strength reaches a certain level, he can talk to people from different worlds. If he is even stronger, he can break through the barriers between worlds and travel through different worlds." Although Yi Feng said that to him after he was drunk, out of his admiration for Yi Feng, Number 1 firmly believed that what Yi Feng said was right. "I vaguely heard someone talking before." "Really?" Then Naruto, who was almost falling asleep, didn't hear clearly what Number 1 said, but just praised him subconsciously. Number 1 also didn't hear Naruto's mumbling, and said to himself, "Can you believe whose voice I heard?" No, it was yours. I heard you calling for help. That happened in a convenience store." Number 1, who thought he was sleepy, immediately told Yi Feng, who was drinking, about the incident. Yi Feng laughed and introduced him to the concept of parallel worlds. He also said that it must be himself in the parallel world who encountered danger, and the strong desire to survive crossed the barriers of the world and reached his ears. He asked what to do when he was still unconscious. Yi Feng jokingly said, "I'll give him a chance. Summon me over and any problem can be solved." Yi Feng, who had drunk a little too much at the time, Didn't think much about it and used the magic of the convenience store to send the opportunity over afterwards. Number 1 still remembered it to some extent, but Feng had completely forgotten about it. What kind of strength is needed to break the world barrier? Orochimaru took out a notebook and started writing and drawing. There are a lot of topics that need to be studied recently, and he can't take care of every one of them. At least he can write them down first and break through them one by one. Is there still such a thing? Others were also fascinated when Jiraiya saw that number 1 had also turned off his phone and was ready to go to bed. He gestured for everyone to quietly leave. Only when everyone is out can he lift the illusion. After everyone came out of the door, Jiraiya lifted the illusion and said unwillingly, "Damn it, I didn't find out anything. At present, all we know is that number 1 has a high resistance to illusions, and we know nothing about his other strengths. Why not just say it bluntly?" Kai said with his big white teeth showing. He still hoped to have a real fight with number 1, a contest of youth. Then let's find an opportunity in these 2 days. Jiraiya agreed. Number 1 in the room had a sly smile on his face. Now he could finally have 2 days of peace and quiet. Don't worry about Black Zetsu and getting along. Feng, who had just finished smoking a cigarette in the room, asked thoughtfully, "By the way, do you have a way to reshape his body?" In Feng's opinion, the current Black Zetsu is just a semi-finished product and has no strength at all. He has to rely on other people to be able to exert some combat effectiveness. Compared with his 2 brothers, he is not even a waste. Okay, Kaguya nodded. It was not a difficult task for her to reshape Black Zetsu's body. It would just take some time, but then again, does she, Kaguya, need to care about time? That's no problem, Feng said with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. If he doesn't obey me, I can use this to threaten him. It's bad enough that you stole my clothes, but you also stole my shoes. Do you know how expensive my shoes are? Kaguya, who believed that the child was just an accident and her husband was her true love, had a hint of a smile on her face, as if she thought of Black Zetsu's embarrassed expression seeing Kaguya's smile. Feng became impulsive again. Just as he was about to pick up the gun again, a faint voice came directly into his mind. Am I dead? Feng was confused. In order to prevent the sounds that were not suitable for children from being spread out, he had specially added protection. The sound from outside cannot be transmitted into the room. Not to mention the sound of cannons or even nuclear bombs being fired. There will not be any leakage. Yes, you are dead. You are dead, Feng said, gritting his teeth. The gene injection procedure is about to begin, and howling like a ghost in my head. How can I carry out the experiment? What's wrong? Kaguya, who was cooperating with the experiment, was already prepared. Seeing that Feng did not move, she asked what happened. It's okay, Sister Wei, wait for me for a while. I'm going to go out for a while. Feng put on his clothes and smiled kindly. If I don't kill Naruto today, I won't be named Senju. Feng was very familiar with the voice that appeared in his mind and he heard it every day. Little guy, you think if you speak in a more mature voice, I will. Shit, forced summoning. Before Feng could finish his harsh words, he felt an irresistible suction force enveloping him. You guy, you're just next door, and you used forced summons on me. This was Feng's last thought before his eyes went dark. Forced summoning is a benefit for convenience store employees. No one knows how it is set up, but once an employee uses forced summoning, Feng, as the store owner, has no way to refuse without sensing any spatial fluctuations. Kaguya only saw that Feng had disappeared. Your clothes, Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he appeared in an unfamiliar place. The sky was clear and the grass was green. The surroundings were a little dilapidated, as if a battle had taken place there. Feng had no intention of observing and immediately saw Naruto lying on the ground with a black stick stuck in his body. Are you number 1 or Naruto? After picking it up casually, Feng nodded in affirmation. It's number 1 for sure. Naruto, who passed the exam with great difficulty, values the Ford protector more than his own life. The Naruto in front of him not only did not wear a Ford protector, but also had short hair, and the clothes he wore were not the ones that filled the closet. There is only number 1, who is deeply influenced by Feng and has normal aesthetic taste. Not to mention that he is not fashionable when dressing. He is at least much better than the original. Pinching number 1's face and pulling it hard to both sides, Feng's face was full of anger. You idiot, do you know what I am doing? You know I'm really angry right now. Didn't I tell you not to use forced summoning? You didn't take my words to heart. If you have something to say, why don't you just come to me and tell me? I live not far from you. I can get there in 2 steps. Why are you using forced summoning? Can't a normal summoning work? At least he has the right to refuse a normal summoning, but a forced summoning is completely unreasonable and doesn't care what he is doing at the time. Fortunately, the experiment has not started yet. If it had started, Feng shuddered all over, unable to imagine the terrible scene. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Feng couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. Stop pretending to be dead. With your strength, even Sister Wei may not be your opponent. Besides me, who in the ninja world can make you like this? Oh, you're quite good at pretending. I'll let you pretend. Feng was very angry and reached out to pull out the black stick from number 1. Naruto, who was lying on the ground and already unconscious, couldn't help but twitch. You're not awake yet, squeak. Another black stick was pulled out. Still awake, Feng rolled up his arms, without sleeves and without a shirt on, and smiled cruelly. I wonder how long you can hold on. The movements were very fast, and in just a few strokes, Feng had pulled out all the black sticks on Naruto's body. A trickle of blood flowed out, staining Naruto's clothes red. Who are you? Stay away from Naruto. Who am I to you? Feng was about to fight back when he realized something was wrong and said uncertainly, Are you Sasuke? Sasuke, wearing a black robe and with his bangs covering his eyes, looked at Feng, who suddenly appeared with caution and repeated, Who are you? Stay away from Naruto. He's Naruto. Feng, who thought that number 1 was playing a prank on him, also reacted and was stunned. Fuck, what the hell is this? Is this still the ninja world? She doesn't care who Feng is. In his eyes, everyone here is dead. With a slight wave of his hand, a huge black cube fell from the sky and hit Feng's head directly. Be careful, Sasuke warned. Just as he was about to activate his ability and exchange positions with Feng, he saw a scene that made him drop his joy. Feng just raised his hand and held the black cube with one hand. What? Ishiki exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Although it was his ability and he had ways to dodge or resist it, he couldn't lift the black cube with just his physical strength like Feng did. Mahakala. Feng looked up at the black cube he was holding, frowned and said in a deep voice, You are I style? He did not correct a mistake Feng made. It was not Mahakala, but Daxishin. He also frowned. Do you know me? I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. It was not a good idea to keep it held up all the time, so Feng raised his hand and threw the black cube far away. Bang! The sound was a bit dull. The black cube, whose weight was almost immeasurable, directly smashed a deep hole in the ground, grabbing Naruto's collar and pulling him up from the ground. Feng stopped him and said, Don't be pessimistic yet. It's not time to use the heavy particle mode yet. In the spiritual space, Naruto's fist and Kurama's outstretched fist were almost about to collide with each other. Both the man and the fox were ready to die. The genuine smile on Naruto's face reminded Kurama of the scene when he reconciled with Naruto that day. He was also facing a life and death crisis, and that day, it was also two fists colliding. Huh? You are still so gullible. You believe everything I say. Although Jiu Lama was smiling, a trace of sadness rose in his heart. He can't be with you anymore. You have to take care of yourself. It didn't know whether this trick of its would work or not. This was its last trump card. It didn't even use this trick when it fought against Kaguya Otsutsuki. The fist was getting closer and closer, and the sadness in Jiu Lama's eyes was getting deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a voice came in. Don't be too pessimistic. What? How did you know? Kurama was shocked. The heavy particle mode was its unique trump card, which Shiv and other tail beasts did not have. It was also the first time it was ready to use this move. It couldn't figure out how Feng knew about it before Jiu Lama could ask. A huge amount of chakra appeared in the spiritual space, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire spiritual space. The environment in the spiritual space also changed accordingly. It is no longer dark and depressing, but an endless grassland, with a breeze blowing the grass and the sun being warm but not blinding. In a trance, Jiu Lama couldn't tell whether he was still in the spiritual space. It looks much better this way. I arranged it according to your preferences. How about it? Do you like it? If you don't like it, tell me as soon as possible. I may not have time later. While continuing to supply chakra into Naruto's body and repairing the damage in his body, Feng also transformed the environment in which Kurama lived. This is the preference of another 9 Lama. Feng is not sure whether this 9 Lama will like it. He doesn't know when it will go back. Feng quickly asked 9 Lama to give his opinion, so that after he leaves, 9 Lama will not be unable to change it. Enough. Enough. Naruto came to his senses and said quickly, That's enough. For the first time, Naruto felt like he had finally made it. Hearing Naruto say enough, Feng also stopped. If you have anything to ask, ask later. There's Ishiki watching us outside. Ishiki. Naruto was startled and said quickly, Kurama, I'm leaving first. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself being carried. He said awkwardly, can you put me down first? Oh, it's just a convenience, I forgot. Feng let go of his hand and said, you hold on for a while, I'll go treat Sasuke. There are several black sticks stuck in Sasuke's body. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Familiarity, Trust, and Dislike. There's a familiar smell on him. Yishi stood not far away, looking at Feng. Not knowing Feng's background, he did not act rashly. The smell on Feng made him feel like he had seen him somewhere before he could figure it out. Naruto attacked him facing Ishiki who could absorb chakra. Naruto did not use his best ninjutsu, but chose close combat and used physical skills to fight Ishiki. He responded casually, with most of his attention focused on Feng. Feng dodged and came to Sasuke's side, and opened his mouth to attack. You only have one hand, how did you catch two people? Sasuke, who already had a child, understood immediately, blushed and said with a light cough, this seems to have nothing to do with you. How can such a private matter be told to outsiders? Would he say that he is usually the one under me? Reaching out and pulling out a black stick from Sasuke's back, Feng placed his hands on Sasuke's shoulders, transferring chakra into his body, and teased, I know, it must be Brother Sakura who took the initiative. Sasuke, who was targeted, turned pale and did not reply. You're not as interesting as you were when you were a child. Feng chattered on the Sasuke he knew would get excited if teased. He was usually aloof and seemed difficult to talk to, but in fact he could occasionally have a funny side. Young people tend to be more pretentious, which Feng can understand. The grown-up Sasuke not only does not look as cute as the young Sasuke, but also has lost that spirit and energy. He is simply a decadent uncle, and when he speaks, he no longer has that drive. You know me. From what he said, Sasuke felt that Feng seemed very familiar with him, but he was sure that this was the first time he met Feng. You and Naruto are living in my house now. Feng tried his best to control his habit of speaking at length. Time might be limited, so he had to focus on the key points. You have traveled through time and returned to your childhood, right? You can think of that as a parallel world. I come from another parallel world. Sasuke seemed to understand. You mean, in your world, Naruto and I both live in your house? Yes, Feng nodded. You are still taking part in the Chunin exam now. It happened 20 years ago, but Sasuke felt like it was just yesterday. It was at that time that he embarked on the wrong path. Should I say I regret it? Not too much, it's just that I didn't know my brother's good intentions earlier. That must have felt great. Sasuke felt a little nostalgic, but was also happy for Naruto. He knew that when Naruto was a child he always longed for someone who would recognize him and let him live in his home. The person in front of him must be very good to Naruto. It must also make you trust it, otherwise, he's rebellious and won't get along well with anyone. What's good about that? You keep chattering all day. Oh, by the way, not only are you two here, but Guy, Kakashi, and Sakura are here too, Feng said with a headache, and the people you all know, Niji and the others. My house has become your gathering place now. They are quite quiet when they are practicing, but when it comes to eating, that guy will be slow in making his move or else he will have nothing to eat. Let me tell you, with Hinata's appetite, I seriously doubt that 46 bowls of ramen is even her limit. When Hinata was mentioned, Feng talked endlessly. We had a dinner party in the wild a few days ago, and cut a piece of meat from the 10,000 snakes. Hinata ate most of it by herself. Do you know how many there are? The weight of the meat is heavier than Hinata's own weight. That's it. It's no problem at all. Cough cough. There's another funny thing. You know, at that time, Naruto was still a piece of wood and didn't understand Hinata's feelings at all. Hinata was shy when she came into contact with Naruto. As a result, when riding a bike, Hinata was carrying Naruto and almost crashed into a tree. Cough, cough, cough. If Shino hadn't used bugs to slow down the car, they would have definitely crashed into the tree, leaving dead bugs all over the ground. Shino was so distressed that he lost his appetite for dinner. Cough, cough, cough. Are you going to die? You're coughing so loudly, Feng said with disgust. Go away if you want to die. Don't let me see you. What? Boruto's face darkened. Did I offend you in any way? No, I just don't like you. When he first saw the comparison between the two generations of Naruto on the internet, he almost got angry how many people want to hold Boruto's head, pull him in front of the TV, and let him take a good look at his father's heroic figure backdoor. Waste. Funny, if you weren't Naruto's son, with your personality, you would have to cover your face whenever you go out. Although Feng also watched part of Boruto because of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he watched it in jumps and basically skipped the plots related to Boruto naturally. He didn't know that Boruto has changed his personality now. Then why are you here, Sasuke? Who treats Boruto as his own son? Changed the subject. It was purely an accident that he and Boruto went back to the past. Although they came back in the end, accidents cannot be replicated. Even if he were asked to do it again, he would not be able to do it, and he wanted to know why Feng seemed so familiar with him, as the era they were living in was 20 years later. 2 questions. Feng could easily guess what was coming next. I'll answer the first one first. It's a long story, so I won't tell you. As for the second one, you won't understand it even if I tell you, so I won't tell you either. Anyway, I should be leaving soon. Sasuke was speechless. Doesn't this mean he didn't say anything? Okay, your injuries have healed. Feng released his hand that was transmitting chakra, moved his body and said, I haven't done anything for a long time, so I'd take this opportunity to get some exercise. By the way, do you have any coins? Suddenly, Feng turned around and asked. Sasuke was confused and pulled out a handful of coins from his left pocket. Are these enough? He seldom carried coins with him, and it was just a coincidence. He had been planning to return to Konoha and spend more time with his daughter. I save all the coins on me for my daughter to use to grab dolls. I didn't expect to encounter Yishi's attack. Since Feng's skill is useful, I'll use it, so that I won't be in the way when I fight Yishi later. Say, Teacher Sasuke, your hand has grown out. Regardless of the injuries on his body, Boruto struggled to raise his hand and rub his eyes, but found that he was not dazzled. He really saw Sasuke's arm growing back from the broken end. What? Sasuke then realized that he had just searched his pockets with his left hand. He raised his left arm in disbelief. Sasuke was also a little incoherent. What's going on? His left arm was broken after the battle with Naruto in the Valley of the End. Naruto was also injured, but his right arm was broken. But later, Naruto got arms grown from Hashirame's cells, and his hands were restored to normal condition. But for various reasons, he has never received a transplant. In fact, if he wanted, he could reattach his arm at any time. He also had a portion of the arm that was cultivated from Hashirame's cells, and it is still preserved in a laboratory in Konoha. Looking at Sasuke, who seemed a little absent-minded, Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't thank me, and don't worry about losing your brother's eyes. There are many speculations online about why Sasuke refused to transplant his arm. One of the more reliable theories is that Sasuke was worried that once the arm was transplanted with Hashirame's cells, it would react with the Indra chakra in his body just like Madara. He evolved his Sharingan into the Rinnegan. The Sharingan he has now was transplanted from his brother Itachi, and it is the only one Itachi left him. Once it evolves into the Rinnegan, his only wish will be gone. So Sasuke has always refused to accept the transplant. There is another theory, which is more reliable, which says that Sasuke is atoning for his younger self. Once he receives the transplant, his strength will increase greatly, thus causing suspicion from others. The ninja world, which had finally regained peace, would fall into turmoil again due to suspicion. In order to avoid this possibility, Sasuke did not undergo the transplant. This is your original arm. I used chakra to stimulate the rapid growth of your cells, allowing your arm to grow back. The principle is somewhat similar to Tsunade's creation and regeneration. This was the result of Feng deliberately asking Tsunade for advice. Although he could heal himself quickly, he could not apply it to others. The same was true for Tsunade's creative regeneration, which had to be combined with the 100 healings technique. When Feng sought Tsunade, he was thinking that the 100 healings technique, to put it simply, was just a large amount of chakra. He didn't have much other things, but he definitely had enough chakra. So when they were eating snake meat that day, he took the opportunity to ask Tsunade about the principle behind it. In exchange, he also taught Tsunade the method of cultivating ki. Only in this way can he use his own chakra on others to help them heal or replenish their energy. Sasuke opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng raising his hand. When did you become so fussy? Let others be suspicious if they want to. Don't you see what the ninja world is like now? A few Otsutsuki people have forced you into this state. What will you do if more Otsutsuki people come in the future? Based on your current combat power, Not to mention that you are no match for your past self. It won't be long before you can't even match Tao Lama. What is Peach Lama? Sasuke already knew Kirama, but it was the first time that Sasuke heard of Peach Lama. Feng glanced at Naruto and said, "Don't you think he looks a lot like Naruto?" Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, and he is the Jinchuriki of the Otsutsuki. Don't tell me that the half-dead Momoshiki is hiding in this kid's body. Don't you know this? Just like Orochimaru once planted a curse mark on you. The body of the person who has the wedge planted on him will gradually change and become more and more compatible with the person who planted the wedge. Boruto looked pale and couldn't help but say, "Is there no way to change the process?" He knew about the existence of the wedge, and he could even feel the process of transformation, but he really didn't want to end up with his body controlled by others. "I don't really want to answer your question." Although Ye Feng was laughing, no matter how Boruto looked at it, he felt that Ye Feng was laughing at him. "You? What are you talking about? If you keep talking any longer, your father will be beaten to death." Ye Feng shook the coins in his hand, picked out one, and put the remaining coins into his pocket. Damn, no pocket. He came suddenly, and he was wearing pajamas. "Hold it for me first. These are your tuition fees." The remaining coins were temporarily handed over to Sasuke for safekeeping, and strands of electric light began to circle around Ye Feng's arm. "Watch out for the next move, it's going to be awesome." Sasuke watched Ye Feng's every move closely. The electric light in Ye Feng's hand made his blood boil. He vaguely felt that Ye Feng's move would be very suitable for him. Electric light surrounded him, energy gathered at his fingertips, and the powerful energy caused fluctuations in the surrounding space. Ye Shi, who focused most of his attention on Ye Feng, felt a little disdainful. He suddenly felt that Ye Feng was just like that. If Ye Feng only knew ninjutsu, he would pose no threat to him at all. After all, absorbing energy is the basic ability of the Otsutsuki clan. It's not that every member of the tribe can do it, but strictly speaking, only those who can truly be called Otsutsuki. Charging complete, super electromagnetic cannon fired, Ye Feng shouted excitedly. Since he is not in the ninja world, he can use his power without any scruples. A thick energy column, wrapped with rotating electric light, landed on Ishiki at lightning speed. In almost a blink of an eye, Sasuke activated the power of his Rinnegan, and in an instant, he replaced Naruto with a piece of gravel at his feet. Naruto was panting and breathing heavily. He was able to hold on only because of Ishiki's mercy. You have to know that before this, Ishiki was suppressing him and Sasuke. Boom! The energy column exploded violently, and faintly, Ishiki's scream could be heard. "Ha! I knew it." Ye Feng laughed and said to Naruto and Sasuke, "Do you know that although the Otsutsuki clan can absorb energy, the speed of absorbing energy is their weakness? If they don't have time to absorb it, they will still be injured by the energy explosion." Ye Feng had experienced how good the Otsutsuki clan were at sucking. Not only did his legs feel weak, but his waist also hurt. But as long as the instantaneous output is greater than the speed they inhale, the people of the Otsutsuki clan will not be able to bear it. Kaguya told him so herself. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure. He was no longer as calm as before. With a gloomy face, he said, "I underestimated you. However, how many times can you use energy attacks of this level? If the energy intensity is lower than this level, he doesn't even need to hide. He will absorb as much as it comes. If his energy level is high, he can also use the magic technique called Viguna to reduce the energy from Ye Feng to a level that poses no threat. If that doesn't work, he can directly transfer it to another dimension where time stands still. These are all the abilities of his right eye, and he has no shortage of energy, so he can use them without any scruples. If he didn't want to test Ye Feng's attack strength, he wouldn't be so stupid as to take Ye Feng's move." Chapter 191, Crushing Bones and Ashes to Enlighten. "You've stumped me. I really don't know." Ye Feng touched his nose and said very modestly, "But blowing you to death should be enough. How shameless." Yishi snorted disdainfully, but he was on high alert in his heart. Ye Feng also snorted coldly. "HMPH, let's give it a try." He turned to Naruto and said, "I just taught Sasuke a move. Next, I will teach you one. If you don't strike a classic pose, it may seem very handsome when you see others doing it, but when you strike it yourself, you'll find it a bit embarrassing after trying it a few times." Ye Feng, who was enjoying it, stopped posing and simply stretched out his arms, palms facing the target from a distance. "Look at me." The Armstrong Energy Jet Armstrong Cannon, a beam of energy that was larger than the previous electromagnetic cannon, shot towards Ishiki at high speed. Like a laser cannon, I didn't have time to complain about the badly named Ishiki. I overestimated my own speed and underestimated the speed of some cannon. The lesser-known Bikona didn't work either. The energy of some cannon has exceeded Xiaoming Biguna's ability to shrink. One has to use the big box to block it. Black cubes appeared out of thin air in front of Ishiki, stacked up layer by layer to form an indestructible wall fortress. Armstrong's energy jet Armstrong cannon went straight over the city wall and attacked the one hiding behind it. Yi Feng controlled the direction and laughed. Didn't expect it to turn. Yishi, who was hiding at the back, was startled, but his reaction was not slow. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the spot and hid in his own different space. The Armstrong energy jetting Armstrong cannon lost its target and crashed into the ground. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose up. The black cube at the center of the explosion was instantly blown into pieces, and under the influence of the shock wave, it possessed considerable power. It's so dazzling. For a moment, Yi Feng felt like he was looking directly at the sun when it was at its hottest. Stimulated by the light and wanting to cry, he unfolded a barrier in front of him. The shattered black cube hit the barrier without any sound, as if it had fallen into a swamp, splashing ripples in the alien space where time stood still. Ishiki was not affected. He estimated that the time was about right and came out of the alien space. The black cube fragments all over the ground made Yishi feel sad. These black cubes were created with great difficulty. Not only are they extremely hard, but they also have unparalleled heavy power. Whether used for defense or as an offensive weapon, it is a good choice. Even he himself was reluctant to destroy them, but Yi Feng blew up so many of them at once it's simply unforgivable. Damn mortal ant, I decided to kill you first. Deciding not to hold back, he swooped down from the sky and threw black sticks at Yi Feng like raindrops. The energy barrier had just been removed and it was too late to condense it again. Yi Feng, who was doing eye exercises, had his left eye silently replaced with Kakashi's Sharingan, divine power. In front of the many black sticks, the space began to distort, and with suction, it sucked in all the surrounding black sticks. He almost plunged into a space vortex, but he made an emergency stop, changed direction in the air, and went around it. After sucking all the black sticks into the different space, Yi Feng suddenly had an idea. Was the different space he opened the one that belonged to Obito of his era? Or the one that belonged to Obito of this era, who had been dead for a long time? Or maybe, does it belong to him? You can ask when you get back. Yi Feng pondered, raised his hand, and caught Yoshi's fist. It's not nice to interrupt other people's thoughts. He threw a heavy punch with his backhand, and Yoshishi suddenly bent down. Then he kicked him with his foot, and Yoshishi covered his stomach and was kicked several meters away. Energy attacks don't work, but I do know a few punches and kicks. Let me show you Kai's youth. Open the death gate. The red steam instantly enveloped Yi Feng. There was no wind, and every strand of hair stood up like weeds in the water, being washed straight by the current. Dragon Fist. Kai's ultimate move is Night Kai, and Yi Feng named his own ultimate move Dragon Fist, imitating a move rarely used by Sun Wukong. A burning blood and energy wrapped around Yi Feng's arm as Yi Feng threw a punch. His blood and energy seemed to transform into a giant blood-colored dragon, which swallowed the whole thing in one gulp. With a loud roar, Yoshiki could only watch himself being swallowed by the blood-red dragon. He wanted to hide, but there was no way. Even if the surrounding space was not locked, the distorted space would prevent him from using his space-time ability. If he dared to use it, the distorted space would tear him into pieces in the next second. It's impossible to dodge just by relying on speed. There is no way to dodge this move, so you can only rely on your strong physique to hold on. AOing a huge blood-red dragon passed through the body, and after making its final dragon roar, it dissipated between heaven and earth. PFFT, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, grinning grimly and said arrogantly, "Ha, that's all." He thought he was very powerful, but it turned out to be just a show-off. Although his blood was churning and he felt a little uncomfortable due to the wash, such injuries were nothing to him. With his ability to recover, it would only take a few minutes. After one attack, Yi Feng immediately exited the 8-gate state. The 8 gates ninjutsu is a fighting style that aims to kill both parties. His physique won't last long. He won't die, but if he maintains this for too long, he will become skin and bones and turn into a mummy. There is no way he can escape. Don't be impatient, let the bullets fly for a while. Yi Feng smoothed his standing hair, snapped his fingers, and chanted, 3. Yoshiki looked at his body suspiciously. There was not even a scratch on his skin, at most his clothes were a little wrinkled. 2. Pretend to be a ghost. Ishiki was already getting impatient. He didn't have much time to begin with. If he didn't find a suitable container in time, he would be reduced to ashes without anyone else's help. 1. After finishing the countdown and just as he was about to snap his fingers to finish the move, Yi Feng sensed a strange breath suddenly appearing. Ha ha ha, Ishiki laughed even more wildly. Victory finally belongs to me. The strange breath to Yi Feng was very familiar to him. Kalki, I finally found you. Kalki is the vessel he has cultivated for many years, and is more suitable for him than Jijin's body. As long as he takes over Kalki's body, he can truly be resurrected and return to his peak. Kalki stood on a high ground and said condescendingly, "It wasn't you who found me, it was me." He could no longer hear what Yishi was. Yi Feng had asked him to live a few more seconds because he wanted to pretend. But now someone who could pretend better than him had come, so there was no need to keep Yishi. The crisp sound of snapping fingers rang in everyone's ears, and everyone couldn't help but fall into a daze. What did they see? They saw that no matter how hard they tried, their bodies were reduced to ashes and were blown everywhere by the wind. Isn't this alien space an independent space? Where does the wind come from? Is this a problem with the wind? It's their worldview that is collapsing. Tisk. He acted quickly. His eyesight is pretty good. No matter how powerful his eyesight is, can it be as powerful as yours? You only used 3 moves. No, to be precise, you only used 1 move to deal with him, whom several of them could not deal with. Looking at the dust on the ground with some regret, Yi Feng yawned. Ha, let's go. What are you still looking at? It's all turned to dust. Where are you going? Naruto helped his son up. He wanted to go back to the village first to treat Boruto's injuries. Yi Feng could see at a glance that he had no intention of treating Boruto. Attack the moon, Yi Feng said unhappily when talking about the moon. Naruto thought of Tonari and said hesitantly, "Can we change places?" Tonari is still very good. For some reason, Naruto always felt scared when facing Yi Feng, just like the feeling of a child facing his parents after doing something wrong. Sasuke couldn't bear to watch and couldn't help but say, "Idiot." "Yeah, I think so too," Yi Feng nodded, agreeing very much. Looking into his eyes, "Don't they reveal clear stupidity?" Sasuke agreed and said, "He has been like this since he was a child, and he is still like this when he grows up. Too naive. His personality is not suitable for being a ninja. Why didn't he turn evil when he was a child?" Yi Feng looked at Naruto with disdain and waved his hand to open a space door. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Yazen Hirasaka, you know what's good. I just learned it not long ago." Standing at the door of the space, Yi Feng made an invitation. "Let's go and have a meal." "It's your treat." Sasuke, who had a lot to ask, nodded and said, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" He had just finished his meal, so he wasn't that hungry. But since he was already here, it wasn't in Yi Feng's character not to take advantage of the situation. "Let's see first." "No problem." The two of them were talking to each other, as if they didn't see Naruto and Boruto, and they stepped into the space gate on their own. They just left like that. Naruto and Boruto were a little dumbfounded. "No, what happened?" Kalki, who was still enjoying the breeze on the slope, was even more confused before he could finish his words. Who's that person? He had never seen Yi Feng. Nor had he ever heard of such a person as Yi Feng in the ninja world. Anyone who can defeat Satsuki Ishiki cannot be an unknown person no matter how hard he tries to hide. The 3 people were confused and had not yet come to their senses when they saw an energy ball floating out from the space door that had not yet been closed. Yi Feng went back and forth, and poked his head out of the space door. "You 3 should leave immediately, or this space will be unusable." The energy ball continued to expand and get bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than the 3 Narutos combined. The 3 of them felt a tingling sensation in their bodies at the same time. It was a reminder of danger. An instinct. Kalki didn't bother posing on the slope anymore. He flashed and came to Naruto and Boruto. "Let's go first." Even though he had a wedge planted in his body, he was still able to use space-time ninjutsu. A rotating space door appeared in front of the 3 people. As the 3 people left, the energy ball suddenly expanded as if it had lost its restraints. Feeling about the same, Yi Feng controlled the energy ball and came to the place where ashes were spread on the ground. He retracted his head and closed the space door. Boom. This time it was really dawn, and the entire alien space was covered in white. All ninjas in the ninja world who had a little perception ability looked in one direction, where they felt a strong energy fluctuation. Yi Feng, who had completed his mission of grinding bones and scattering ashes, was strolling around Konoha's most famous snack street under the guidance of Sasuke. As soon as he returned to Konoha, Naruto created a large number of shadow clones, which scattered in all directions and ran to different places. "Take him to the hospital," Naruto instructed. "Hand Boruto over to one of the shadow clones." "Don't speak to me in a commanding tone." The shadow clone raised his head and said arrogantly, "Is this your attitude when asking someone to do something for you? If you can't speak properly, I refuse. I beg you, please take Boruto to the hospital." "Naruto, knowing the nature of his own shadow clone, clasped his hands together and pleaded, HMPH. The shadow clone, with his nose pointed to the sky, saw that Naruto's attitude was still good, so he said, this won't happen again. You, come with me. Boruto wanted to curse. If he could walk, would he still need his father to support him? Tisk, what a trouble. The shadow clone pulled Boruto's collar impatiently, and disappeared from the spot with a flash. Kaki, you come with us and help me look after Boruto. Naruto rubbed his temple, feeling very troubled by his shadow clone. They are quite reliable in battle, but in daily life, they are like crazy and each one is more disobedient than the other. Even though he had seen it before, Kaki still found it very strange. Naruto's shadow clone was the most special one he had ever seen. Yes, teacher, then you. He originally wanted to go to the other dimension to help, but ended up not being able to help at all, and it was over before he could even finish his words. He is still a little confused now. I'll go follow Sasuke and see, Naruto said, looking in the direction Sasuke left. Kaki, who hadn't finished speaking, nodded dejectedly. Yes, the two separated, and sensing Sasuke's presence, Naruto also disappeared from the spot in a flash. What should I call you? Sasuke led Feng and wandered around the snack street. Apart from this place, he is not familiar with other places. He seldom stayed in the village and was usually outside collecting intelligence. Even if he came back occasionally, he would leave quickly. Konoha village was changing every day. The streets that were familiar to him in his childhood memories had changed so much that he could no longer recognize them. My name is Feng. I run a convenience store. Most of the people I met before you were sentenced to work in the village are now working at my place. Feng introduced himself briefly. Speaking of Hankin, Sasuke was a little embarrassed. I didn't know much when I was a kid. What about now? Feng said with a smile. Now, Sasuke thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. That's right, you don't know. Feng patted Sasuke's shoulder and said earnestly, don't push yourself too hard, and learn to adjust your mood properly, otherwise the pressure will increase. Chapter 192. Listen to the sound. Like your brother, Itachi had health problems. In addition to physical illness, psychological pressure was also the reason why he couldn't hold on. How long has it been since you laughed? Feng added, the kind that comes from the heart. I forgot. Sasuke himself didn't remember it. It seemed like it had been a long time. If you don't remember, try to take a break, spend some time with your family, or have dinner with friends to get back in shape. Sasuke now is very similar to Naruto when he was a child. The difference is that Naruto is always used to hiding his sadness with a smile, while Sasuke's unhappiness is all written on his face. Feng knew at a glance that Sasuke was full of worries. Let's talk about it when we have time. Sasuke smiled. But it was a forced smile. The ninja world is becoming more and more dangerous. With the development of technology, more and more ninjas are not studying ninjutsu well, but are using scientific ninja tools. There are also endless numbers of modified humans and clones. The tailed beast Jinchuriki are now about to exit the stage, and the more advanced Otsutsuki Jinchuriki are casting a wider net. There are also traitors in the ninja world who gave up their identities and were willing to become running dogs of the Otsutsuki clan. The current situation is more complicated than ever before in the ninja world. He was afraid that if he took a day off, he would not be able to keep up with the changes in the situation. Feng seemed to have discovered a new world. There's a barber shop in the snack street. Who came up with this idea? It stands out from the crowd, right? Sasuke was surprised by how quickly the topic changed. Following Feng's gaze, Sasuke didn't know what to say. Snack street is full of vendors selling snacks, and most of the people there are passers-by. Who would suddenly think of getting a haircut while eating? As a result, the barber shop was deserted and there were almost no customers coming. This is exactly the effect of boss wants. Originally, the family was not short of money, but as his family saw that he was doing nothing at home every day, they wanted him to go out and find something to do. The boss came up with this idea and opened a barber shop in a busy snack street, where there was less work and it would not interfere with his playing games. Jingle, the doorbell rang, and the boss greeted weakly, welcome, give him a haircut and give him a more handsome hairstyle? Me. Sasuke waved his hands quickly. No, I'm fine the way I am. I don't need a haircut. He thought Feng followed him here because he wanted to have his hair cut. What's good about that? Feng said. Your hair is covering your eyes. Sasuke was speechless. He did it on purpose. The Rinnegan was too conspicuous. Many people who participated in the Fourth Ninja World War had psychological trauma from it. If he doesn't cover his Rinnegan, he will definitely be monitored when he goes to other countries. In that case, how could he carry out intelligence gathering? Can you learn from your ancestor, Master Madara? He is so domineering, but why are you so depressed? Feng pulled Sasuke and pressed him on the chair. Boss, hurry up, make sure you cut it more handsome, tisk. Because of distraction, the game character he controlled died. The boss said reluctantly, why don't you go? The boss, who was about to start the next round and let Feng and the others find another place, suddenly got an idea and patted his chest and said, no problem, leave it to me. I will definitely give this customer the most handsome haircut. If it's not handsome, I won't charge you. He didn't know Feng and Sasuke, but the boss was very familiar with the newcomer who pushed the door open. Hokage-sama, do you need a haircut too? Just as Naruto was about to say no, he heard Feng say, he doesn't need a haircut, he needs hair extensions. You two are really? One is a non-mainstream and the other is a gangster. It's completely the opposite of how you were when you were kids. Naruto, who was attacked as soon as he came in, couldn't help but say, how did I look like a gangster when I was a kid? In our place, those who dye their hair yellow are considered hooligans in the eyes of their father-in-law. Laudeng. Where should I put my ghost light? Anyone with daughters would be furious when hearing this. Has Konoha ever had this saying before? Naruto was stunned, thinking that this was the reason why his father-in-law was not treating him well. The boss didn't dare to say a word. He concentrated on combing his hair, but he couldn't stop shouting in his heart, is this something I can hear? Oh my god, I won't be expelled from Konoha just because I leave with my left foot tomorrow, right? Let alone the entire Konoha? Who among the 5 major countries dares to speak to their Hokage in the tone of an elder educating a younger generation? The young boss was terrified and wished he had never opened a store. Look, let me give you an example, and you'll understand it as soon as you hear it. In the rest area of the barber shop, Feng sat down on the sofa, but his aura was even more powerful than that of Naruto, who was standing. He is not deaf. He also heard what Feng said in the alien space before, knowing that he and Sasuke were both living in Feng's house. Naruto felt very complicated. He also knew about his childhood. His life was a complete mess. Except for a few people he knew at school, no one else had ever given him a good look if he hadn't won recognition from others through his later efforts. Menma in Tsukuyomi space would almost be a true portrayal of him with someone like this around who was willing to accept him. Naruto felt the same way, and his aura became much weaker. What if one day, a colorful and energetic young man came to your door and said, Laudeng, I'm here to pick up Sunflower Sister to go out and play. You don't have to save us dinner tonight? What would you think? What would I think? Naruto couldn't control his excited chakra and instantly went into rampage mode. I'll kill him. 9 tails were floating behind him, swinging back and forth, showing how uneasy Naruto felt. Akirima inside Naruto also showed a ferocious smile on his face. Jiu Lama simply couldn't accept that Sunflower was such a lovely little girl, and that she was cheated by a bad guy. Even as an example, why are you so excited? Teasing Naruto who has a child and teasing Naruto who is still a piece of wood are completely different pleasures. Control your arrogance. You've scared the boss. Looking at the boss's trembling legs, Naruto realized that he had lost his composure. He calmed down, regained his composure, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, boss. I was just too excited. You may not understand how a father feels when he hears this. No. The boss couldn't speak clearly. No need to apologize, Hokage-sama. I understand. He understood very well. Although he didn't have any children yet, he really liked dyeing his hair. He thinks that it is more free and easy, more individual, and can highlight the youthful vigor as a result. He will never forget the way his father-in-law looked at him when he went to his father-in-law's house for the first time. It was a look as if one wanted to cut him into pieces and drag him away to feed the dogs. Since then, he has behaved much better. An inexplicable smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. The boss was also a man with a story. What are you laughing at? Feng never missed any opportunity to make fun of someone. Your house has been robbed, and you're still laughing. In a few years you'll be able to hold your grandchildren. Sasuke's face suddenly froze. Who is it? The voice was as cold as ice, and the boss's legs trembled even more violently. They are childhood sweethearts, and they are both young, Feng said with a smile, crossing his legs. Those who meet these conditions, think about it yourself. Sasuke, who was in the middle of it and didn't know the true identity of Naruto before, locked onto the suspect in an instant. After glancing at Naruto, he retracted his gaze and said lightly, I'll go kill Naruto in a moment. Sarada, who pushed the door open, was completely stunned. Dad, please don't. Naruto is a very nice person, still begging for mercy. The nameless anger in Sasuke's heart grew even bigger. This is between him and me. Don't worry about it, Little Peanut. Sarada, who didn't like the name Little Peanut, didn't bother to correct it at this time. She took Sasuke's hand and said coquettishly, "Don't be like this, Dad. Isn't Boruto your student? How did he offend you? I'll apologize to you on his behalf." "Okay, Dad." "Girl, you are adding fuel to the fire." Yi Feng watched the excitement happily from the side. It would have been better if she didn't say that. After she said that, Sasuke felt as if someone was pinching his heart and it was pulling at it. From now on, he is no longer my student. He wanted to fire Boruto, the bastard, for daring to hit on his daughter. What? Sarada was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that her words would have the opposite effect. Naruto was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands. He scratched his hair and then his cheeks. Boruto, who still doesn't know he's been fired, is lying on a hospital bed, receiving treatment from his former master's wife. "You mean, you met someone from a parallel world? That person also said that your father and Sasuke both live in his house." Sakura's eyes were full of confusion. "Isn't this a fantasy?" "That's not all," said Boruto, who had heard everything. "He also said that Kakashi-senpai, Guy-senpai, Inoa, sister, Uncle Neji and the others are all here." Boruto shuddered when he thought of the consequences of calling Ino auntie. Although he had never met Uncle Neji, almost everyone who knew him said that he was a very good person. He couldn't help but keep it in mind. Besides, Boruto added, thinking of something, that guy also knows Senior Kai's 8-8 ninjutsu, and Senior Kakashi's Kamui. What? Sakura was even more confused. Kakashi's Kamui is activated by the Sharingan, and the Sharingan is not his original one. In Sakura's understanding, Kakashi would never give the Kamui Sharingan, which was a relic of his good friend, to anyone but Yazayo has the Kamui Sharingan. And he hasn't had a falling out with Kakashi yet. Sakura couldn't understand this. No matter what, he only used 4 moves. No, to be precise, 1 move, Koki said solemnly. He only used 1 move to defeat Otsutsuki Aishiki. What? Sakura's CPU is totally insufficient. Otsutsuki Aishiki was defeated by someone in 1 move. Shikamaru, who was working in the Hokage building, slammed the table in shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He refused to believe it anyway. He didn't know how strong Otsutsuki Aishiki really was, but they had gone through a lot of trouble to seal Otsutsuki Kaguya, who is also from the Otsutsuki clan. Even if Otsutsuki Aishiki is weaker than Otsutsuki Kaguya, he is not much weaker. Such a master was defeated by just 1 move, whether you believe it or not. I saw it with my own eyes. Shadow Clone Naruto also knew that the facts were too shocking, but the facts were the facts. Now that different space should have disappeared. That fluctuation was caused by the annihilation of the alien space, so that's how it is. Shikamaru was just about to send someone to investigate the source of the fluctuation, but before he could give the order, Shadow Clone Naruto arrived in order to save others from making a trip. He rubbed his temples in distress. It was not known whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for such a person to appear in their Konoha. "Where's he now?" "With Sasuke," Shadow Clone Naruto said, stroking his chin. "Well, the real one should be here too." "Nonsense!" Shikamaru shouted to the outside of the door. "Someone come." A guard pushed the door open and walked in without saying a word, waiting for Shikamaru's order. As the Hokage's advisor and Konoha's second in command, Shikamaru's power is, to some extent, greater than Naruto's. After all, Naruto consults Shikamaru before making most of his decisions. "Go find the Hokage-sama," Shikamaru said after thinking for a moment. "Once you find him, don't get close to him. Send someone back to report to me." The guard who came in looked up at the Shadow Clone Naruto with a puzzled look, as if to say, "Isn't Lord Hokage right here?" Shadow Clone Naruto spread his hands. "Don't look at me, I am a Shadow Clone." In order to prove that what he said was true, the Shadow Clone performed a magic trick on the spot with a bang. Naruto's Shadow Clone, which had sound effects and smoke, disappeared in the room. "Hokage-sama, you don't have to disband yourself." As soon as he opened his mouth, the guards knew that the Shadow Clone Naruto was not the real Naruto. Their Hokage-sama would never speak in that tone. After saying yes, the guard left the room and closed the door. Shikamaru slumped in his chair and sighed tiredly. Oh, what a hassle. He had never seen such a weird Shadow Clone. After so many years, his personality hadn't changed at all. When the clones disband, how can there be any sound effects or special effects? They are all silent, otherwise wouldn't it be particularly easy to be exposed? Numerous Shadow Clones scattered in all directions, and anyone who might have a relationship with Yi Feng was notified by Naruto's Shadow Clones. Koki, who stayed in the hospital to take care of Boruto, was also drafted into the army because some people are not in Konoha. Kolki's space-time ninjutsu is needed. In the barber shop, the boss who saw Feng and the other three off breathed a sigh of relief and quickly closed the door he planned to hide outside for 2 days. Or go to the hospital. He felt like he was frightened to the point of being ill. His legs kept shaking and he couldn't stop. Where to go next? Sasuke's expression was cold, and in a trance, Naruto thought he saw Sasuke as a child. Let's go buy some clothes. Feng wrapped his cloak around himself. Didn't you notice that I'm wearing pajamas? The cape still belongs to Sasuke, otherwise he would have to be shirtless. Uncle, how did you get here? Naruto has always been curious about this. He heard from Feng that Naruto and the others called him uncle, so he just called him that casually. Chapter 193, Gathering Familiar People. Don't call me uncle. Uncle, you are older than me now. I'm only in my 20s, about the same age as Kakashi was when he became your leader sensei. Feng didn't think much of being called by little Naruto and others, but when big Naruto called him, he got goosebumps. I forgot. Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly. Then what should I call you? Call me boss. I might as well call you uncle. Calling you boss makes me feel like a part-time worker. Naruto thought to himself. You speak as if you are not working now. I'm the Hokage, the head of Konoha. How can I be a part-time worker? Wait, how does he know what I'm thinking? Mind reading? No, it's face reading. Feng was speechless. Has anyone ever told you that your facial expressions are so rich? Naruto covered his face with his hands, turned to Sasuke and asked, is there? Yes, Sasuke nodded affirmatively. He could tell what Naruto was thinking at a glance. The tacit understanding over the years has become a habit. Sarada put her arm around Sasuke and secretly glanced at her father from time to time. It was the first time she saw her father's full face. Before, she had only seen him through photos. I have to say that although the barber shop owner only opened the shop to deal with his family, his skills are quite good. With short hair, Sasuke's eyes are exposed, and he has some sunshine and looks a lot more energetic. Noticing his daughter's admiring gaze, Sasuke straightened up and couldn't help but feel better. In the clothing store, the 4 people who entered did not come out empty-handed, and all changed into new clothes. Naruto changed his clothes and walked on the street, but almost no one recognized him. Many people have become accustomed to the same clothes that Naruto has been wearing for more than a decade. No matter what the occasion, many people with face blindness can only recognize their own Hokage by his clothes. You said you were summoned by me. Naruto looked confused and didn't understand what Feng meant. Feng picked up a piece of the blanched meat and put it into his mouth, chewing it and saying, that's right. This involves the theory of parallel worlds and some higher level things. You won't understand even if I tell you, so I won't tell you. In short, just understand it as being similar to a summoned beast. Naruto seemed to understand. After you leave, can you still come over? Do not know. Thinking that there would be a second time after the first time, Feng changed his words and said, not necessarily, unless you summon me again, but your chance this time is accidental, and there is only this one time, and I can't say for sure the next time, so once everyone is gathered, I will tell you all the things that will be helpful all at once. No one is coming, right? Naruto tactically picked up the tea and took a sip, looking a little unnatural. Sasuke couldn't stand such an obvious question. Such a big private room, with a row of tables filled with food. What? 4 people are planning to eat all night. If you don't know how to lie, don't lie. Feng didn't say anything, but just glanced at the table next to him. His meaning was very clear. Naruto smiled awkwardly. Hey, I heard someone is going to treat us today. Am I not late? The door of the private room was opened, and as expected, the first person to arrive was the foodie, Shikamaru, followed by his daughter, Chocho Akimichi Jojo. Well, a girl who hardly anyone calls her by her nickname. The father and daughter looked exactly alike. As soon as they entered the door, they stared at the table full of food with shining eyes. It's hot pot, Dad. Akimichi Jojo cheered. Choji is older and more reserved. Find a seat and eat as much as you want. It's a rare treat from Naruto. Naruto silently opened his wallet and took a look. It was a mistake. It seemed that he didn't bring enough money, and he didn't know if he could buy on credit. Following closely behind was Orochimaru. When he heard that someone from a parallel world had come, Orochimaru wanted to fly over directly. If he hadn't had an experiment on hand, he would have arrived earlier than Choji and his daughter. He also brought his children along. Mitsuki is an artificial human bred by Orochimaru using various excellent genes, and is regarded by Orochimaru as his own child. When Orochimaru arrived, he pushed Naruto aside. Mitsuki kept apologizing to Naruto for his dad, or mom. Naruto waved his hand and didn't care. He knew Orochimaru's personality. Once he encountered something that interested him, he would forget everything else. You? As soon as Orochimaru opened his mouth, Yi Feng raised his hand. Don't ask, I don't know. I don't understand technology or genes. I only know the name of cells. Do you know what I want to ask? Orochimaru became more interested in Yi Feng. As soon as he saw Yi Feng's posture, he knew that Yi Feng must know himself in the parallel world. Only I would keep asking all kinds of questions as expected. Yi Feng shrugged and said, I have known you for less than a week, and you have asked me these questions no less than 800 times. I ask questions every day, either this or that. I've already said I don't understand cells. I don't understand cells. Let Orochimaru investigate it himself. During the meal, Orochimaru still asked indirectly. It's no use trying to hint at it. Even if you knock a hole in my brain from the side, I still won't understand. Orochimaru smiled, and was very normal, so normal that Yi Feng was a little uncomfortable. No, you, where's your tongue? This statement seemed a bit abnormal, and the people at the table stopped what they were doing at the same time. With their ears perked up, Sasuke and his daughter Sarada moved aside silently. Yi Feng's face darkened, and he slammed the table and said, What do you mean by this? Are you serious about taking that step? I'm just wondering why Orochimaru doesn't stick out his tongue when he laughs. You all know that in the past, Orochimaru could definitely make a baby cry. Besides, I have a wife and children. Even though they are not my biological children, I definitely treat them as my own. Black Zetsu, come and let daddy hug you. That was all in the past. Orochimaru touched Mitsuki's head and said with a smile, You're a mother now. After all, you should pay attention to your image, right? Orochimaru was not shy about talking about his dark history. Yi Feng's hands were shaking a little. He really wanted to take out his mobile phone, record a video, and take it back to show Jiraiya. I wonder if Jiraiya will be defeated or moved when he sees Orochimaru's face full of motherly love. It's a pity that I came in such a hurry that I didn't bring it with me. Damn. However, Yi Feng's gaze moved down a little. You, while taking a bath, Orochimaru has male characteristics despite having a female body. Yi Feng really wanted to know whether Orochimaru had also made some modifications to his body. Yes, Orochimaru nodded and said, Many people are curious about this question. My secret method can restore me to my original appearance in a very short time no matter how I reincarnate. Inside and out, I am still myself. He doesn't care whether his reincarnated body is male or female, but he has used his own appearance for decades. He is used to it, and doesn't want to change. Yi Feng suddenly realized that Orochimaru's personal statement had solved his doubts. Uncle Boss, are you getting married for the second time? Naruto asked with interest. Do I know him? What the hell? Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, You are so reckless now, just like when you were a kid. Sometimes I really want to poison you and make you mute. Naruto covered his mouth subconsciously. You are the one getting married again, Yi Feng roared. If you hadn't arrived in time, your wife would still be on the moon. You are robbing the bride. Do you know that? How do you know? Naruto blurted out. Few people know what happened on the moon. Even the Hyuga family only knows that Naruto rescued Hinata from the moon, but they don't know what exactly happened on the moon. It was because of this incident that his relationship with Hinata was officially confirmed, but this happened after the Fourth Ninja World War. How did Yi Feng, who was still taking his first Chunin exam, know about this? As soon as these words were spoken, the strange looks that the few people had cast on Yi Feng shifted to Naruto. There was a gleam in Orochimaru's eyes, and he looked at Yi Feng with burning eyes. The more Yi Feng talked, the more mysteries were revealed. He also thought of the same doubts as Naruto. How did Yi Feng know? Naruto waved his hands in panic and said, It's not what you think. Hinata didn't want to do it at all. She was forced. Tonari is a good man. He also, it seemed like the more he explained, the less clear it became, so Naruto simply gave up. Anyway, my Hinata, Sakura, who had just entered the room, punched Naruto on the head and scolded him, Shut up. What's there to say about these things? Naruto's eyes were filled with resentment. It would have been fine if you had beaten him when he was a child, but he already has a child, and you're still beating him. Do you really think he dare not resist? Looking back, Sakura's hair was flying. Naruto turned his head away calmly, pretending nothing had happened, and picked up the cup to take a sip. Naruto looked at his father with some sympathy, and thought to himself, Angry Aunt Sakura is so scary. Brother Yang is still as powerful as ever. Yi Feng thought, no wonder Sasuke didn't go home for many years. He must be afraid of getting beaten. That's not right. Is it because Sasuke hasn't been home for many years that Sakura's temper has become more and more bad? The strange name made Sakura's mouth twitch and her fists clenched unconsciously. Hey, Yi Feng said quickly with sharp eyes, if you dare to touch me, I will say bad things about you in front of Sasuke when I get back. I'll go and match Sasuke and Karin up right away. You dare? Sakura was shocked and angry. Do you think I dare? Don't mess with me. Sasuke pulled Feng's sleeve and said in a low voice with a bitter face, there are already rumors outside saying that Sarada is actually his and Karin's child. The rumors sound very plausible. Based on her appearance and eyes, people from the Uchiha clan actually wear glasses. Karin wears it, as expected of a member of the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. The family characteristic is power. In fact, that is not the case. Sarada is his and Sakura's child. There is no doubt about that. Putting aside other things, how could Sakura not know whether the child was hers or not? That's right. Sometimes women are unreasonable when they get angry. Sakura often teased him about this and told him to go find Karin. This is not a joke. This is clearly a threat to his life. There really is nothing between him and Karin. They were just a team for a while. It's just a joke. Feng greeted with a smile. Brother Ying, please sit down and eat as much as you want. Today is Sasuke and Naruto's treat. Sakura looked at Sasuke's new hairstyle and her eyes lit up, but she said, are they rich? Sasuke is away from home all year round, and the money he earns in the village is spent outside. Naruto is the Hokage, and someone is responsible for his food and drink. Apart from the Hyuga clan, Naruto has no way to make money at all. The two of them are in great trouble, and they still want to treat each other. It's almost the same as inviting both of them. Don't worry about that. If the two of them don't have enough money, Orochimaru will back them up, Feng said mysteriously. Orochimaru will definitely pay for it willingly. Hearing this, Orochimaru said with interest, are you so confident? If it has nothing to do with research, I'm not sure. A new training system, although not as fancy as the Otsutsuki clan, is the purest power. Are you interested? After Feng threw out one bait, he threw out another one, a method that can exercise the body anytime, anywhere, regardless of any environment. Are you interested? It's my treat, it's my treat. Kai was sitting in a wheelchair being pushed by Xiaoli. With Xiaoli's son Meta following behind them, Xiaoli raised his hand high and said excitedly, it's my treat. He is very interested in the methods of body training. Very good, Li, you are the fourth one. Feng gave Xiaoli a remote high five. Don't worry, it is definitely worth the money. You and Kai in my world are so happy and exhausted every day. The third one is Orochimaru, who has already shown his money. He is not very interested in the method of body training, but is very interested in the new training system. This is how we live up to our youth, Kai said with a grin, giving a thumbs up and revealing his sparkling teeth. You're right, Kai. I wonder if you still have some youthful passion in you now. Feng stood up and walked to Kai's side, putting his hand on Kai's leg. The passion never cools down, and every day is youthful. Kai felt that Feng was very much in his esteem. Although it was the first time they met, he felt that they had met too late. You're almost 50, why do you have so much energy to talk about youth all the time? Kakashi pushed the door and walked in with a smaller him. He didn't want to come in the first place, as he had retired and was starting to enjoy his life. If he hadn't heard that Feng had the Kamui Sharingan, he really wouldn't have wanted to join in the fun. Don't pay attention to him, he's almost useless. Feng rolled his eyes at Kakashi and complained to Kai, I taught him a lot of things, but he didn't learn a single one. He spends all day either watching Intimate Paradise or looking up at the sky and missing Obito. Obito, you're calling out Obito's name in your sleep. He's been getting very close to Jiraiya lately. If he continues like this, he'll be the next one to be carried away. Chapter 194, Funny Jokes from Acquaintances. Who was the last one? Xiaoli was a little curious about the last person who was carried away, Jiraiya. Feng found it funny when he mentioned Jiraiya. He always comes to Tsunade for no reason. He can't be serious for more than a few minutes before his eyes start to wander around. You can watch it if you want. He even laughed while watching it, so he was always beaten by Tsunade. He didn't change even after being beaten, and asked Tsunade to help him heal with a playful smile. After the treatment is completed and the patient is quiet for a while, the process will repeat itself. Originally, the next person to be carried away should have been Orochimaru. What does it have to do with me? Orochimaru couldn't help but say Jiraiya deserved to be beaten. It was an old habit he had for many years. As long as he was with Tsunade, Jiraiya would feel uncomfortable if he didn't get beaten for a day. He has no hobby in this area, so why does Tsunade beat him up? Have you forgotten that you were planning to attack Konoha? Feng reminded Orochimaru was speechless, and soon realized the reason why he was beaten. It must be because Tsunade knew about his resurrection from the impure world reincarnation and the matter of the first and second Hokage. It would be strange if Tsunade didn't beat him up for digging out someone's two grandfathers. When this matter was mentioned, everyone present, except the younger ones, remembered it, especially Sasuke, who was deeply impressed. It was at that time that Orochimaru planted the curse seal on him, which laid the groundwork for him to be sentenced to exile from Konoha. The younger generation was very curious when they saw the adults looking nostalgic and reminiscing, but knowing that the adults were talking about something, none of them wanted to say anything at this time, and they all planned to go back and ask, should it be? Kakashi frowned and said, if I was with Jiraiya-sensei, how did I get together with Orochimaru? 20 years is enough to change a lot of things and dilute a lot of sad emotions. When talking about Jiraiya again, Kakashi was able to speak normally, although he was still a little uneasy. Not only you, but also them. Feng pointed at Sasuke and Naruto, and said, including those who didn't come, Shikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba, and Shino. By the way, Shino, why did you become like this? Feng looked at the newcomer of Urame Shino in astonishment, and felt that his worldview had collapsed. Why did Shino, the cool Aburame who liked to wear a high-necked windbreaker and small round sunglasses, become what he is now, with a beard, weird glasses, and the green ninja suit of Konoha? Where did you take my Shino? Aburame Shino remained silent. How should she respond to this? Girls change 18 times when they grow up, and boys change 20 times when they grow up. Seeing that Zeno didn't say anything, Feng had to respect Zeno's choice. He looked behind him and asked, where's your child? Everyone else came with their children, but there was no one behind Shino. It was even harder to respond to this. After a long while, Shino finally said with difficulty, I'm not married and I don't have any children. You're still not getting married at this age? You isn't married yet. Shino retorted. He is single, he is free, he likes it. It was fine to face a group of naughty kids at school, but when he got home and had to face another child, Shino felt that he would go crazy within 2 years. He has a girlfriend, Kakashi added silently. Shino had nothing to say. He sat at the table dejectedly, looking very depressed. Pushing aside Shino, who was breaking down his defense, Kakashi motioned for Feng to continue. He wanted to know how he got together with Orochimaru at that time. At that time, when he met Orochimaru, he was very polite by not attacking him immediately. After all, Orochimaru was wanted by Konoha at that time. Sasuke lives in my house. How can I watch him foolishly get cheated? Feng said righteously. After my persuasion, Orochimaru changed his plan, so you two are together now. Just persuasion. Why is Orochimaru so unconvinced? If he could change his mind so easily, he would not be himself. Feng pondered for a moment and said calmly, let's do it. It's not surprising to say this about Orochimaru. What's the point of saying anything if you can't win? You're forbearing temporarily so that you can retaliate better in the future. Orochimaru thought that another self was compromising, but the next moment he heard words that almost made him explode on the spot. Kakashi, you know that Orochimaru likes to do research, and he likes to study immortality the most. First, I helped him find an immortal person. Second, I promised to take him to other worlds in the future. The key I know is the cultivation system of another world. There are some very powerful scientists in that world. They created artificial humans that not only have endless energy, but are also incredibly powerful. With my current strength, I can't even withstand a single blow from the artificial humans. So, from another perspective, Orochimaru is also my person, and you are also my person. Do you understand this? I understand. I understand it very well. It was like a huge rock hitting the calm lake, splashing water everywhere, and everyone's hearts were also excited. Orochimaru stood up suddenly and said excitedly, is there really immortality? There really are other worlds, if these two things really exist. No, they definitely exist, otherwise the other self would not be someone else's subordinate. Why are you so excited? It's not like you haven't seen immortals before. Feng motioned Orochimaru to sit down and not be so excited. As for other worlds, I am from other worlds. When have I ever seen an immortal person? Orochimaru sat down, still unable to calm down. Aren't they the people of the Otsutsuki clan? Feng said, counting on his fingers. They are immortal, undying, and ageless. They perfectly meet your requirements. They will die too. Didn't you just kill one? Naruto shook his head and said, the people of the Otsutsuki clan are only immortal as you said. Isn't that enough? Feng laughed dumbly. Have you forgotten someone? Before Naruto could think of it, Kakashi had already thought of it. Kaguya Otsutsuki. This man, who could only be sealed but not killed, also lost his Sharingan in that battle. Bingo! Yi Feng snapped his fingers and said, "That's right, I let Sister Wei out." What? Naruto was horrified. If Kaguya comes out, it will only bring disaster to the ninja world. They managed to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki with great difficulty, and they almost failed during the Chunin exams. He didn't even know how to use the Rasengan, didn't know what Kurama was, let alone the Sage Mode, and didn't even have a summoning beast. Sasuke is in a similar situation. Not to mention the Rinnegan. Even his Sharingan is still crooked in this state. How can we fight against Kaguya Otsutsuki who came out earlier? What? Subconsciously giving Naruto a slap, Yi Feng said, "Without Sister Wei, the ninja world would have long since disappeared. Ishiki came to the ninja world with Sister Wei. Guess why he only showed up 1,000 years later? It's all because of Sister Wei. Sister Wei thought she had killed Ishiki, but she didn't expect Ishiki was still alive. The purpose of planting the sacred tree is to eat its fruit and improve one's own strength. Otherwise, how can one fight against the next tribesman? Look at your current strength. You're almost dead after defeating Sister Wei's men. If a few more powerful Otsutsuki clan members come, how can you fight them? Are you going to fight them with your heads? Don't you know that ninjutsu is ineffective against the Otsutsuki clan? Not to mention continuing to develop the Sage Mode, your current taijutsu strength is not even as good as Emperor Kai's Night Kai kick back then. One kick from Yeke can kill you, yet you still cling to the position of Hokage. Are you addicted? You didn't do what you promised to others, you made promises to others. Sarah, the Queen of Lalin, Shian, the Witch of the Ghost Country, and Feng Hosayakso of the Snow Country. You said you would be friends with them, but how many times have you visited them? And Nagato, he left the Rain Country to you. Have you ever been there? It's in such a state of disrepair, even worse than when Nagato was here. Naruto was sweating profusely because of the spray. He could ignore the other things for the time being, but, Hinata, listen to my explanation. I really have nothing to do with them. We are just friends. Hinata, who had arrived at some point, smiled gently and said, I believe you. Naruto was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next moment his heart rose to his throat. Naruto has a photo of Fukakuki kissing him. Sasuke said sinisterly he didn't know about the other girls, but he knew Feng Hosayaksa from the Snow Country. That was a mission their team carried out together before he betrayed the village, but he knew what was going on. But Hinata didn't. I really haven't seen it at home. I'll go back and look for it. Wow, Sasuke, you can't be like this. You know it's not true, Naruto explained to Hinata in a panic. Wife, you have to believe me. I was asleep at that time. You know I sleep very soundly. She kissed me secretly, and I didn't know about it until I left. He actually still has that photo. He was used to being thrifty when he was a kid and was reluctant to throw anything away. He moved everything there. When he moved he had almost forgotten about it, but he didn't expect Sasuke to bring it up again. This was going to kill him. Hinata's face turned red as an apple when so many people called her wife. She sat next to Naruto, held his hand and said, I know. I believe you. Sunflower leaned over to Naruto's ear and whispered, Dad, are there really so many ants who like you? Wow, little girl, you have no idea how popular your father was when he was little. Outside of Konoha village, he was a heartthrob and could make friends wherever he went. Yi Feng said with a wicked smile, you should thank your Aunt Xiaoying for this. If your Aunt Xiaoying hadn't kept him hanging, your father might have been kidnapped by someone else. At the same time, you should also thank your mother. If your mother hadn't married your father, you would be called Uzumaki Uchiha, or Uchiha Uzumaki now. Uncle, please stop talking nonsense, okay? Naruto covered Sunflower's ears and said angrily, Sasuke and I are just very good friends. How do you know I'm talking about Sasuke? Did I mention his name? Yi Feng's meaningful look made Sasuke break down his defenses. Uncle, we are both men. With Orochimaru here, everything is possible. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh, and said in cooperation, if you two want, I can do it. Isn't it just turning a boy into a girl? It's something he played with decades ago, so it's no problem for him to do it now. Let's get down to business, okay, Uncle? Sasuke couldn't stand the strange looks from everyone, so he changed the subject and said, I want to know what's going on with your Sharingan, Uncle. Kakashi had wanted to ask this for a long time, but had never been able to get a word in. Are you talking about this? Yi Feng blinked his left eye, and his ordinary eye instantly turned into the Kamui Sharingan. It's a bit complicated to explain. You can treat it as a copy. The original is still with Kakashi, In terms of power, just like the original, not only do I have his, I also have yours, but your Sharingan is still 3 Magatama, which is useless to me. I have never used it, I already have 3 Magatama. Sasuke was a little bit unbelievable. He remembered that at that time, his Sharingan only had 1 Magatama and 1 2 Magatama. He even needed to consult Kakashi on the application of the Sharingan. How bizarre. If you hadn't been unable to bear it, you would have had the Rinnegan by now. We have all the conditions for opening the Rinnegan. What are the conditions for opening the Rinnegan? Sasuke touched his own Rinnegan. Full of confusion, his Rinnegan was given to him by the Sixth Path Sage, but he really didn't know how to open it. You don't even know this. What have you been doing all these years? Yi Feng asked in confusion. One of the ways to open the Samsara Eye is to possess the chakra properties of Indra and Ashura at the same time. That's how Madara opened his eyes. You are familiar with Indra and Ashura, right? One of them is you and the other is Naruto. If you two want to improve your strength, just fight each other. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other and felt eager to try. The enemy is now getting stronger and stronger, and the two of them are no longer able to cope with it. If this could help them improve their strength, they would both be willing to give it a try. No, do you two really believe it? Yi Feng was surprised and said quickly, biting alone won't work. Chakras must be exchanged and fused to a certain degree. This requires the cooperation of Orochimaru. He must understand this. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. He understood. Even if he didn't, if Sasuke and Naruto were willing to cooperate with his experiment, he could put aside all other subjects and focus on studying this. Hey, this is just right. The Orochimaru who licks the corners of his mouth is the real Orochimaru. Yi Feng was satisfied. Studied by Orochimaru, Sasuke and Naruto shook their heads frantically and said in unison, we'll talk about it later, we'll talk about it later. Orochimaru was not disappointed. The seeds had been planted, and it was only a matter of time before they took root and sprouted. Let's not talk about this for now. Yi Feng turned around and asked, Kai? Are you afraid of pain? Kai's leg can be saved, it just requires a minor surgery. Chapter 195 Treatment Contact Torture. Kai didn't understand, but still said, there are many stumbling blocks on the road of youth, and pain is the least important one. You mean you're not afraid? Yi Feng nodded. That's good. Can you stand up? Forget it. Lee, Kakashi, you two hold Kai and don't let him fall. The two did as they were told, while the other three were confused. None of them knew what Yi Feng was going to do. Sasuke guessed something and reminded, Uncle, we are eating, don't worry. Yi Feng made an okay gesture, I won't let the blood splash on the table. Before Kakashi and the other two could react, they saw a knife condensed by chakra appear in Yi Feng's hand. Is this a chakra scalpel? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Sakura shook her head. Although it looked like the healing effect, she didn't feel any healing atmosphere from it. Sakura has been in contact with patients for many years and is proficient in various medical ninjutsu. She is very familiar with the chakra properties that can be used for healing. Yes, this is the chakra scalpel. Yi Feng smiled. Although it is not responsible for treatment, it is responsible for other aspects. With a wave of his hand, the sharp chakra knife slashed across Kai's waist. The speed was so fast that Kai felt nothing. After dispersing the chakra knife, Yi Feng threw the two severed legs at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, keep it for research and make use of it as waste. Orochimaru reacted quickly, took out the scroll, unfolded it, and stored the two legs that were thrown to him inside. After putting away the scroll, Orochimaru was extremely happy. Perhaps with the help of Kai's two legs, he could train a master of physical skills. If he could also obtain the 8 gates, he could improve it. Kai who can open 8 doors infinitely is not necessarily a dream. Kai realized what had happened later. He didn't feel any pain, but a tingling sensation. It was itchy and he wanted to scratch it, but his arms were held up and Kai could only make noises. Yi Feng was quick to cover Kai's mouth. This kind of misleading sound was not suitable to appear here. A huge amount of chakra was transferred into Kai's body by Yi Feng. Sasuke picked up a bag behind him and threw it over, saying, everyone close your eyes, especially girls, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Teacher Kai, these are the new clothes I bought, please take care of them first. Kakashi reached out to take it for Kai and said worriedly, will it work? Kai's legs have been broken for more than 10 years. He finally understood what was going on, but Tsunade, who had the best medical skills in the past, was helpless. Later, when technology improved, it was not a problem for Kai to stand up again, but for the same reason as Sasuke, Kai did not want to accept a limb that was not his own being pressed on his body. Sasuke held out his left hand. Kakashi was relieved. This was the best proof. After your left hand grows back, Your strength will surely recover a lot. Sasuke hummed. Without the cooperation of his left hand, he could not perform many of his ninjutsu, and it was still a bit difficult for him to form seals with one hand. Sasuke, your left hand has grown out. Sakura was very surprised. He picked up Sasuke's left hand, turned it over and over, and felt it carefully, but was surprised to find that there was no foreign trace. It didn't look like Naruto's severed hand, but it was man-made. Sasuke's left hand can be said to be completely his own, didn't I tell you to close your eyes? Sasuke frowned and turned slightly to block Sakura's view. Sakura smiled and winked. I'm a medical ninja. What I mean is, what haven't I seen? Sakura comes into contact with so many patients in the hospital every day. She has seen all of them, both those she should and shouldn't see. However, Sakura still felt very sweet because of Sasuke's care for her, and her eyes changed when she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat and he felt like he was in trouble. Sakura was very strong, and if he wasn't careful, his waist would be broken. I have something else to do tonight. No, I have to find an excuse to leave. We almost broke up last time. What do you have to do tonight? Feng, who had already finished work, said teasingly. Your biggest job is to spend more time with your family. Sakura quietly gave a thumbs up, without saying anything, just looked at him lovingly. Sasuke was quickly defeated and said unnaturally, ahem, then I'll call Naruto tonight and we can get together. Don't you understand? Family. Sakura had a murderous look on her face, and squeezed out a sentence from her clenched teeth. If he dares to come tonight, I will destroy him, cut it into pieces. Sakura practically yelled the last sentence. Although his eyes were closed, his ears were still there to hear. Naruto felt aggrieved. What does it have to do with me? I'm at home tonight and I'm not going anywhere. He is not a fool. He already has a second child. How could he not understand? Then I'll go to your house tonight. Sasuke, who was unwilling to give up, said tentatively. Naruto was horrified. Get lost. If you want to die, don't implicate me. If Sasuke goes to his house, Sakura will tear down his house and him as well. Shikamaru was eavesdropping on what was happening outside the window with his eyes closed, but it didn't delay his meal together with Didi. The father and daughter were smiling, and it was unclear whether they were happy because of the delicious food or because they were laughing at the joke of Sasuke and the other two. Guy turned his back, and Kakashi naturally stood behind Guy, standing 0-0. Blocking Guy's view. Kai couldn't help but feel a little excited when he felt the ground with his feet again. It feels so good to be down to earth. Put on your pants first, then we can talk about whether it's okay or not. Feng tilted his head and looked at him, teasing, exposing your little acorn in front of the children. Aren't you afraid that the parents will snap you? Kai was startled and subconsciously clamped his legs together, smiling awkwardly and saying, excited, I'll put it on right away. Where did this pervert come from? There was an angry shout, followed by a flying kick. Kai, who hadn't fastened his pants yet, held them up with one hand to prevent them from falling and put the other hand across his chest. Oh, Kai didn't move at all. Tsunade landed steadily after being kicked by him. He laughed boldly. Haha, Kai, it seems that you haven't neglected your exercise over the years. Tsunade pretended to be calm, feeling the dull pain in her feet, and cursed in her heart, saying that those who practiced physical training were all perverts, especially those who practiced the 8 Gates ninjutsu, who were so old, yet still had such strong power. Although Tsunade didn't want to admit that she was getting old, she had no choice. She was already in her 70s or 80s. Even with a yin seal, which kept her appearance unchanged, she still couldn't resist the erosion of time. The decline in her body's functions could not be changed by her yin seal unless she can take over someone else's body like Orochimaru did. But it's boring, it's meaningless. Most of my relatives and friends are dead, and I haven't communicated with my only peer, Orochimaru, for a long time. Tsunade is so tired, she wants to rest. Lady Tsunade, long time no see. Kai fastened his pants and greeted Tsunade respectfully. Kai still has great respect for Tsunade, the former 5th Hokage who led Konoha out of difficulties. In fact, he has always wanted to see Tsunade's extraordinary strength, but he didn't dare before, and now he has no chance seeing Tsunade arriving. Everyone in the private room stood up and greeted Tsunade. After Tsunade responded one by one, she looked at Feng and asked, I heard that you came from another world. Is Jiraiya okay? Jiraiya? Feng thought for a moment and said uncertainly, it should be nothing. What do you mean it should be fine? Tsunade grabbed Feng's collar angrily and questioned, explain it to me clearly. If Jiraiya in Feng's world was not still alive and Tsunade wanted to see him, she would never have come back. Konoha is her sad place. Her elders, her family, and her lover all died for Konoha. Coming back will only bring up the sadness in her heart. Jiraiya, haha, broke the last taut string in her heart, making her love and hate him. You know his personality, Yi Feng said, feeling aggrieved. If he doesn't make you angry after 3 sentences, he won't be called Jiraiya. It's not normal to get beaten. It was nighttime when I came. As long as he doesn't sneak into your room in the middle of the night, you should be able to sleep safely until tomorrow morning. If he insists on being a flower thief, there's nothing we can do. Tsunade laughed silently and let go of her hand. You're right, he can make me mad with just 3 sentences. At that time, if Jiraiya really sneaked into her room, it would not be Tsunade's style if she didn't beat Jiraiya half to death. Zzzz, hey, can you hear me, uncle? It's the voice of number 1, Yi Feng frowned. This brat finally realized that he was missing. I can hear you. Just wait, little brat. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. If number 1 hadn't asked him to interpret a dream, he wouldn't have been so confused as to give the opportunity to forcibly summon him to a person in a parallel world. He was so confused that he thought he recognized the wrong person. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yi Feng suddenly frown, Sasuke became alert in an instant and directly let go of his perception. The others also treated it as a serious enemy, thinking that Yi Feng had discovered the enemy's tracks. Yi Feng was doing 2 things at once. While communicating with number 1, he explained to everyone, I have contacted my people. What? Sasuke was shocked and stared at Yi Feng with his Rinnegan. He could not sense even the slightest fluctuation of breath from Yi Feng. There was no fluctuation at all. How did people from 2 different worlds get in touch with each other? Orochimaru also stared at Yi Feng, took out a scroll and opened it. Inside were either perception-type scientific ninja tools or detection-type scientific ninja tools. He brought them all here especially after he learned of Yi Feng's identity. Why are you so excited? Naruto can summon me here, and my people can summon me back. Isn't that normal? Yi Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He wanted to listen carefully to what the noise coming from number 1 was. The chattering. Ah, Sister Wei, I was wrong. Number 1 was tied tightly with an energy rope and hung in the air, begging for mercy continuously. What a surprise, Sister Wei. It's really a surprise. I didn't expect that there really is a parallel world. Oh my god, I floated in the air, holding an energy whip, and whipped number 1 again and again. If I can't contact Feng, I'll send you to see him. She waited for a whole night, but Yi Feng never came back. She thought of what Yi Feng said before he left, that number 1 was calling him. Was he using some kind of forced summoning, and forcing? No matter which word it is, it doesn't sound good. Feng is so good to you, how dare you hurt him? She hates betrayal the most. Number 1's face was filled with pain. Although the energy whip would not cause any damage to him, it hurt. It really hurt when it hit his body. It's unfair, Sister Wei. Without Uncle, I wouldn't be where I am today. No matter who betrays, he will never betray. He exists because of Yi Feng. Others have to pay tuition to learn something, but he doesn't. He can learn whatever he wants apart from Yi Feng. He has the greatest authority in the convenience store. There are only 2 mobile phones in total, and 1 is in his hand. This is a treatment that Sister Wei doesn't even have. Go to work? Are you tired from working? He sits anywhere like a big boss and can take a nap from the time he gets to work until the day he gets off work. Yi Feng is closer to him than his parents, whom he has never met. He must be crazy to do something to let Yi Feng down. Oh really, Sister Wei? The uncle is fine. I have already contacted him. Hey, uncle, can you hear me? Number 1 kept calling in his heart. He could feel Yi Feng's breath on the other end. It's just that a cross-world summoning seemed to have a delay. He waited for a long time and was almost in despair. He had already closed his eyes, waiting for the next whip to come, when he finally heard Yi Feng's reply. I can hear you. Just wait, little brat. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. Number 1 felt aggrieved, because it was not he who gave the spot. At that time, how could he know that there really was a parallel world? How could he know that forced summoning could transcend time and space? Uncle, please come back soon. If you don't, Sister Wei will beat us all to death, Number 1 said with a sad face. Ah, look, she slapped me again. You still dare to complain? Kaguya became even more ruthless. Oh oops, uncle, I can't take it anymore. I will force you back now, Number 1 said. Unable to bear it anymore, Yi Feng was frightened by the screams and said quickly, don't do that yet. I met some interesting people here. Since I'm here, I might as well teach them something so that they can have some self-protection skills. Please tell Sister Wei that I'm not going back yet. Please inform me when you arrive at the land of grass. Hello." After hearing no sound, number 1 wailed, "How do you want me to tell Sister Wei? It's just empty words." If his words had mattered, he wouldn't have been hung up and beaten by Kaguya. "What did Feng say?" Kaguya said coldly. Raising the energy whip in her hand, it was obvious from her attitude that if number 1 dared to tell a lie, she would whip him. Number 1 looked at the angry Kaguya and said carefully, "Sister Kaguya, Uncle said he won't be back for a while. Let's meet up in the land of grass." He understood abbreviations, and cut off half of what Feng said. "The land of grass, huh?" Kaguya waved her hand and untied the restraints on number 1 and Naruto. "If I find out you lied to me, he'll be your fate." Chapter 196, Hurrying on the Road to Explain. Exciting. He, referring to Jiraiya, was beaten black and blue and lying on the ground pretending to be dead, unable to wait for Feng to come back in the morning. Kaguya went to find number 1. Number 1 dared not hide anything and told every detail of what happened that night before Jiraiya could praise number 1 for his prudence and deceiving everyone. Kaguya said that it was not about this, but about the summoning that Feng mentioned before he disappeared. Number 1 understood as soon as he heard it, and then he told the story of dream interpretation, and then he was hung up. Naruto, as the main body, failed to supervise properly and was also hung up. Jiraiya, who still thought he was fine, was defined as the source of the trouble and was looking for trouble, so he was beaten up by Kaguya. Jiraiya resisted, but it was useless. Kaguya had turned into Kaguya Otsutsuki, with long hair dragging on the ground, double horns on her head, and the Rinnegan on her forehead. Jiraiya knelt on the spot others played them and quickly distanced themselves from the matter how to fight this. Even if they all attacked together, they were no match for Kaguya Otsutsuki. She could freeze them with just a glance rather than doing useless work. Why not? The weather today is really nice, perfect for an outing. Falling from the sky, Otsutsuki Kaguya became Kaguya again. Hurry on. Using Yomi is faster than using Ryasuka, but since Feng said that he had something to do over there, Kaguya would leave some time. "I haven't had breakfast yet." Naruto covered his stomach. He was hungry. "Do you want to eat my fist?" Kaguya raised her hand and pretended to fight. Naruto dodged and said with a grin, "It's okay to eat at lunch. I can still handle it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat." "Why are you so fierce?" Naruto, who only dared to mutter in his heart, patted Jiraiya and said, "Wake up, lecherous sage, we should go now." Jiraiya, who couldn't escape the nickname after all, opened his eyes dazedly and pretended to know nothing. "It's already dawn, let's go." Orochimaru shook his head in amusement and said to Kabuto Yakushi, "Kabuto, I'll leave the base to you. Just deal with some useless things. You can teach them later and stabilize their condition." Recently, he has been concentrating on learning ki and has no time to do research among the things transferred from the base. Some of the experimental samples cannot be preserved for that long, and if they are not processed in advance, there will be considerable trouble. Kabuto nodded. "Leave it to me, sir." As Orochimaru's assistant, he knew exactly what should be handled and what should not be handled. After explaining everything, Orochimaru got on his bike and quickly headed in the direction where Kaguya and the others had left. Kabuto patted Kimimaro and Jugo on the shoulders and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll teach you how to practice chi." Since Orochimaru asked him to teach, it means that Orochimaru has already informed Feng, and Kabuto is not worried that Feng will blame him. Although Kimimaro felt a little regretful that he could not stay with Orochimaru, he also knew that his strength was still too weak. Not wanting to be a drag, he looked deeply in the direction where Orochimaru left and nodded heavily, as if he had made some kind of decision. "Don't worry, Senior Dao. I will learn it as soon as possible." "Okay, then I'll look forward to your performance." It is also not good to undermine Kimimaro's self-confidence. In Kabuto's opinion, although Kimimaro has good talent, it is still a bit difficult for him to learn ki in a short time. As for Naruto and his friends, each of them is gifted, and none of them has bad talents. However, they have been studying for a week, and no one has shown any signs of getting started. Chongwu, pay attention to your rhythm. You should exercise your body in the near future. After giving some instructions, Dao took the two of them back to the base. Jugo, Dao didn't dare let him practice right away. Without a good physique, he couldn't support the use of ki. This was his own research for some time. In addition, when Chowgo gets excited, he tends to go berserk. If he gets irritated and goes berserk again, Kabuto can't say that he can suppress Chowgo. Shigeo also knew his situation and nodded. He was helpless about his frequent outbursts, but now that he had a solution, he had to give it a try no matter what. "How long will it take for the others to arrive?" Feng asked. Number 1 has sent him a letter, so he doesn't have much time left to stay. Naruto remotely disbanded his shadow clone, closed his eyes to digest the information, and opened his eyes and said, half an hour at the latest. Some of them had been notified long ago, but were busy with other things and couldn't come right away. Okay, before they get here, I'll tell you about the 2 moves I demonstrated to you two in the other dimension. Ninjutsu that does not require hand seals is still very rare in this era except for the androids or those who use scientific ninja tools. Everyone else should be honest and learn hand seal ninjutsu. People of the Otsutsuki clan and those who were planted with wedges by them do not count. The former is not a human being, and the latter is slowly becoming not a human being. There is no need for comparison. The principle of the railgun is to use your. Sasuke listened very carefully, and Orochimaru, who was learning secretly, even took out a recorder to record it. Feng just glanced at it, then turned his head and pretended not to see it, and said to Sasuke, its power can be adjusted, depending on your output power. You can decide for yourself in the future. I will teach you one more move, about the use of Susanoo. I have never used this move in front of the Otsutsuki clan, but it should be of some use. Reverse Susanoo, shrinks Susanoo and turns it into Susanoo Wie. Like wearing armor, not only will it not affect your ability to move, your speed, strength, and defense will also increase several times. It can be seen as an alternative Jinchuriki. One eye open Susanoo. Kakashi was surprised. Is the pupil power enough? Susanoo is very powerful. He once used this move to fight with Kaguya Otsutsuki several times. Don't underestimate these few moves. Just these few moves are enough to surpass 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. The vast majority of ninjas are not even qualified to withstand a single move in front of the Otsutsuki clan. The most basic condition for activating Susanoo is that the Sharingan must be the main Gekyo Sharingan. Secondly, both eyes must be complete. Otherwise, if the pupil power is not enough, it cannot be used at all. I don't know if your pupil power was sufficient at that time, but mine was sufficient. There is no intention of mockery. It is simply that Feng is strong and has enough energy to replenish the Sharingan, and his mental power is also unmatched by Kakashi for him. It is not difficult to open Susanoo with one eye. Sasuke's eye power is definitely enough. Since you already have the Rinnegan, it will definitely be a problem to open Susanoo. Naruto, you, Feng said, stroking his chin, should be able to learn this move quickly. Its principle is actually similar to the tailed beast ball. Uncle, does it have any other name? Naruto asked with a bitter face. He couldn't remember such a long name. Not only was it difficult to pronounce, it was also hard to read. What kind of good person would name his or her move like this? Naruto definitely didn't remember his father and the first generation, the 2 people who would do this: a spiral flash, super wheel dance, 3 styles. If you don't know, you might think it's a Rasengan. There is also the first generation's ultimate physical technique, super fire escape, illusion, and large shuriken in 2 parts. Physical technique, fire escape, illusion, and shuriken. One name, 4 different ninjutsu. How many hands does he have? Yes, you can just call it an energy cannon. Ah, Naruto was stunned. Is it so careless? It doesn't matter what the name is, what matters is that it works. Do you expect me to shout out the name when I make a move? Feng laughed, and as he laughed, he was dumbfounded. You really read it out? No. Naruto felt a little guilty. I only read it a few times, several times, maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe 5 or 6 times. Naruto stuttered. I can't remember clearly. Feng didn't know what to say. You are really a genius. As long as you are happy, you can also listen to the energy cannon, he said to the crowd. Theoretically speaking, anyone can learn this move, as long as you have energy in your body. The only difference is the power and size. Just concentrate the energy in your palm and release it. It's over. Naruto was speechless. Isn't this similar to my Rasengan? It's almost the same. Didn't I tell you that it's similar to the tailed beast ball? Your Rasengan was developed by your father with reference to the tailed beast ball. Mine is even simpler. There's no need to spin. Just hit the enemy and blast him into ashes. It's that simple. Haven't you heard the saying, art is explosion? Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Naruto pondered, feeling that he had heard this sentence somewhere before. Deidara said so. Sasuke on the side spoke up. Yes, it's Deidara. Naruto suddenly realized. Uncle, do you know Deidara? I've heard of it but never seen it. I'm planning on going to meet him. Feng still admired Deidara very much, but his art was not grand enough. He's not a good guy. He's from Akatsuki. Naruto said anxiously. Uncle, you can't get involved with him. The Akatsuki people, except for senior brother Nagato and senior sister Konan, are not good. Sasuke hummed, and Itachi, Naruto changed his words in time, the others aren't good people. Orochimaru used to be a member of Akatsuki. Yi Feng dug a hole. Naruto jumped down eagerly. Orochimaru is not a good person either, Naruto said, noticing Orochimaru's half-smiley look, and changed his words. In the past, Orochimaru-senpai has turned over a new leaf now. I didn't see you kill the bad guys, and I didn't see you let the good guys go. Yi Feng snorted and said, have you ever killed anyone? How many have you killed? Zabuza and Haku, Nagato and Konan, the two teams I feel the most pity for, died indirectly because of you. Danzo and the two advisors, the black sheep of Konoha, you didn't kill those who should be killed. I heard that Midakato and Nanuten Kaharu are still your advisors. I won't hide it from you. The three of them are dead. I will kill them when I get back. If Kakashi hadn't stopped me, the third Hokage would have died too. Yi Feng immediately interrupted Naruto, who was about to say something. Don't try to convince me with your words. My words are no worse than yours. Even if I don't kill them, Sasuke won't let them go. If they really want to chat, Yi Feng can chat with Naruto for a whole day and a whole night, without ever talking about the same thing over and over again. Sometimes I get angry just looking at you. You are a good person in every way, except for one thing, you are soft-hearted, always thinking about using your mouth. Why don't you talk to the Otsutsuki people and ask them to leave the ninja world? If Orochimaru were to be the Hokage, he couldn't do it. It would hinder his research. Sasuke, if Sasuke were to be the Hokage, the ninja world would have been unified more than a decade ago, not now. Except for the more advanced technology, there would be no other changes in essence. Of course, he can't do it now. He's also weak and doesn't dare to go home. After so many years, he doesn't even have a second child. How can he strengthen the Uchiha clan? What are you wandering around for? You've got a lot of intelligence, but what's the point? He has neglected his training, so it's hard for him to beat a human android. If he sees a real android, he will be in trouble. What are real androids like? Orochimaru asked with interest. The androids he had met, not to mention Mitsuki and the others, were the ones from the current organization, and he had a hard time fighting them. Well, let me do the math. Yi Feng was silent for a moment, then raised a finger. With my current strength, turning over one times, Orochimaru was shocked. The strength of the Otsutsuki clan was already beyond his reach. Yi Feng, who could kill Ishiki in seconds, was very strong. If his strength was doubled, could he be a god? No. Yi Feng shook his head. It's 100 times. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to beat Piccolo, let alone a cyborg who is just slightly better than Super Saiyan 1. Even if he is the worst artificial human, I don't know if his combat power, which is multiplied by 100, is enough, provided that we only compare the numerical values. How many? Orochimaru stood up in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such a strong android cannot be created. He has been researching for decades, and his most perfect work, Mitsuki, has made him very satisfied. But even with Mitsuki's perfect sage mode, he couldn't defeat the Otsutsuki clan, and could only hold out for a few moves. He doesn't know how long it will take to develop an artificial human that can rival the Otsutsuki clan. Now you tell me, you who can defeat the Otsutsuki clan are nothing in front of the real androids. How could Orochimaru accept this? Not only was he shocked, but everyone else also opened their mouths wide with disbelief on their faces. That's why they say the less you know, the better. Yi Feng knew this would be the result. I didn't dare tell them because I was afraid of undermining their confidence. The gap is too big. Some people cannot accept it and instead give up on themselves. You are different. I tell you this just to let you know that there are always people better than you. The Otsutsuki clan is actually nothing. But if you want to see the real world outside, you must first defeat the Otsutsuki clan before you are barely qualified. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The two parties meet. Looking at the silent crowd, Yi Feng thought to himself, if I don't stimulate you, it will be bad. The older generation has no motivation, and the younger generation doesn't know their own limitations. Before, it was a fake Jinchuriki, in real tail beast mode, but now it is a real Jinchuriki. In fake Otsutsuki mode it all depends on others and other things, not your own strength. and it is ultimately just an illusion. Only what belongs to you is yours. Things that you get through your own efforts may come slowly, but at least others cannot take them away. His strength will not decrease just because he no longer has a tailed beast, and he doesn't have to worry about the Otsutsuki people taking over his body and resurrecting at any time. Even Yi Feng himself, if he wanted, could borrow the power and experience of his staff at any time. And he could also stack them up. Even if he didn't learn anything, he could easily stand at the top of the ninja world, but he still finds time to practice every day, in convenience stores and late at night when no one can see him, to improve his strength and study his moves. He could say with confidence that even without borrowing power, he would have no problem defeating little Sun Wukong. Now, if you think I've said too much, I don't have to say anything. I'm a very receptive person, and I won't force others to do this or that in the name of doing good for you. No way. This tactic is called retreat in order to advance. Yi Feng's words were sincere, and Naruto, who was fooled, fell into reflection. No, uncle, you are right. What's wrong? The blow was fatal and Naruto was instantly silenced. I tell you this just to tell you that now that you have taken the position of Hokage, you should take all aspects into consideration in order to be responsible for your villagers. There are Otsutsuki outside and Otsutsuki's lackeys inside. Don't always accept people who are unclear and brainwashed. How can it be so easy to change their minds? The people of the Shell organization are not as simple as you think. If you hesitate to make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Sometimes you have to cut a Gordian knot. When you can't judge whether a person is good or bad, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. This is the simplest solution. What if the person who was killed was really a good person? Naruto couldn't help but retort, I don't want to talk to you, you who can't even kill a chicken. Yi Feng turned his head to the other side and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, I have high hopes for you. Change your temper, just like before. God is the boss and I am the second. Based on that attitude, just make some changes. I will try my best. Sasuke didn't dare to guarantee it. As he got older, some of his ideas would change unconsciously, but he was becoming increasingly overwhelmed, and Sasuke thought that perhaps he really had to make a change. Who knows how many spies the Otsutsuki clan has planted in the ninja world? The Kara organization is only the one that has been exposed. What if there are more hiding in the dark? While they were talking, other people arrived. There were 12 little strong men in the past, but now there are 11 of them. Except for a few single guys, all of them came with their families. The position on Inuzuka Kiba's hut became exclusive to Akamaru's children. Except for the different color. It is almost no different from Akamaru when he was a child, and so, Akamaru suddenly felt a sense of malice. Inuzuka Kiba, who was in tune with Akamaru, also became nervous in an instant. Akamaru, what's wrong with you? Woof woof, Akamaru shouted, staring at Yi Feng. I don't eat dog meat. Yi Feng smiled amiably and picked up a piece of meat from the hot pot. Look, I eat beef, Wang. Why don't you believe it? I have a very good relationship with Akamaru over there. He wants to leave Inuzuka Kiba and follow me. Woof woof woof, Akamaru called and looked at his child. I only glanced at it because I thought it was cute. Don't worry, I'm not interested in it. Kakashi has already promised to give Puck to me. A talking dog is my favorite, Yi Feng told Liz and teased Akamaru. Parker's legs trembled when he saw him. If Kakashi dared to give Yi Feng the method of summoning it, Parker swore that he would catch Kakashi and bite him first. Can you understand what Akamaru says? Inuzuka Kiba was a little surprised. This was something that even people in their family couldn't do. The way their family can communicate with the ninja dogs is somewhat tricky. In addition to the fact that they have lived together since childhood and are too familiar with each other, there are also family secret techniques that allow them to communicate with the ninja dogs telepathically. This was the first time that Inuzuka Kiba met someone who could understand the language of ninja dogs directly. Hey, this little trick is not worth mentioning. Yi Feng shook his hands, but his face was very proud. Sometimes talking to animals is much easier than talking to people. Then don't even think about it, you can't learn it. Yi Feng shattered Inuzuka Kiba's dream as soon as he opened his mouth. Inuzuka Kiba felt a little lost and sat next to Shino, who was also feeling lost. What's wrong with you? You look so listless. Touching Shino's shoulder, Inuzuka Kiba asked. He mocked me for being single. Shino looked at Yi Feng with resentment. Inuzuka Kiba was about to comfort her by saying that he was not married either, but suddenly he remembered that he had a girlfriend. Strictly speaking, he was no longer single. Akamaru also called out softly, as if to say, I am a real dog and I already have a child. Saying that you are a single dog is an insult to us. Fortunately, Shino didn't understand what Akamaru said, otherwise his defense would have been broken again. If you dare show off your girlfriend, I will make a camera covered with fleas. Shino threatened. They have been friends for so many years, so he knew what Inuzuka Kiba wanted to say, so he simply blocked Inuzuka Kiba's mouth. Inuzuka Kiba smiled bitterly and dared not say anything more. Since everyone is here, let's eat first. After dinner, I will teach you everything I need to teach you, Feng said. We've been talking for so long, and the water is almost boiled dry. Waiter, add some water. Adida stretched lazily after coming out of the tent. After some bargaining, he finally rented Kokuzu's tent. Hey, Hidden, it's almost noon. Are your juniors coming or not? It was almost time for lunch, and if he didn't come, he planned to go to the Kusagakure village below to have a meal to avoid losing his appetite later. Fituin sat cross-legged on the edge of a high mountain. There were steep cliffs below. Most people would feel dizzy at the sight of them, but Fituin remained calm. Can you please shut up? Even if my juniors didn't come, they must have been delayed by something. If you can't wait, you can leave. At this moment, Fituin's heart was almost filled with murderous intent. Guarding a pile of sacrifices but not being able to offer them to the evil god immediately made him extremely angry, almost irritated. Deidara, who had ignited the powder keg, was not angry at all. Instead, he was very happy and said provocatively, when your junior comes, I will definitely let him see my art. Maybe after seeing my art, he will abandon his faith and turn to me. Fituin glanced at Deidara with disdain. He had no faith at all and had no idea what a believer was like. Let alone abandoning his faith. Even if his faith asked you to die, a believer would do it without hesitation. He was too lazy to say more to such a person who had no faith. Deidara was also very disdainful. He believed that people who didn't understand art had problems with their brains. Talking to them was like talking to cow. Brother Scorpio is better, but his attitude towards art is problematic. What's so fun about wooden shelves? Don't you know that explosions are art? Explosions are art. After a shout from not far away, there was a huge explosion, boom, accompanied by a loud bang. A mushroom cloud rose up, creating ripples in the air. Okay, so beautiful. Deidara stared at the mushroom cloud with an obsessed look, his whole body trembling with excitement. This is what I want. This is what I want. He pointed at the mushroom cloud and said to Scorpion, Brother Scorpion, do you see this? This is art. This is real art. No, I have to go check it out right away. Deidara took out a palm-sized toy bird from his pocket and threw it upwards. The clay bird grew in the wind and turned into a giant bird with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters that could accommodate one person. Deidara jumped up and stood on the bird's back, waved his hand and said, Everyone, I'm going over first. You guys hurry up and come over, asshole. Fituin's face turned pale and he roared angrily, Who is it? Who dares to disturb my plan? If anyone delayed his sacrifice, Fituin swore that no matter where that person escaped to, he would capture that person and sacrifice him to the evil god. The explosion site was not far from the Kusagakure village. Such a big thing happening outside the village alarmed the ninjas of the Kusagakure village. Ninjas quickly gathered and rushed towards the location where the sound came from. What's going on? Why can't I get out? A bearded ninja wearing a Kusagakure forward protector said in horror in front of him. There seemed to be an invisible barrier, blocking his way. Me too, I can't get out either. What happened? What's going on? Go get the leader. There were endless exclamations, and everyone's way was blocked by the transparent barrier. Looking down from a high altitude, one can vaguely see that the barrier is like a big bowl, covering the entire Kusagakure village. Why are you so impatient? Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and deflected number one's energy ball. If they really attack the hidden grass village, how will he explain when Feng comes back? Number one felt sympathetic. Why didn't you say so earlier? After learning that the purpose of coming to Kusagakure village was to kill all the people in Kusagakure village, he thought that the chance to redeem himself had come. And he immediately prepared to launch an energy bomb, send them to heaven with one shot, so that when Feng comes back, he will suffer less physical pain. Who would have thought that Feng had already made arrangements with others in advance? If he broke it, wouldn't he be beaten again? Do you want to take the blame and show your weakness to the enemy first? Will the uncle buy into this? How about I become a beautiful woman? When he accidentally glanced at Kaguya, number one shuddered. Forget it. He could turn back into a beauty, and he didn't want to lose a part. When did you learn to be angry? Naruto said incoherently. Oh my god. His original body doesn't even know how to do it, but his clone has learned it first. Who is the clone after all? Well, let me think about it. Number one pretended to think for a moment and said, probably before Xiaoli. What? So you are the first among us to learn ki, Sasuke said in disbelief. He accepted the fact that he was lagging behind Xiaoli and Kai. After all, Feng said that the deeper one studied chakra, the harder it would be to learn ki, but now a shadow clone, even if it is a special shadow clone, it is still a shadow clone, and it has actually walked ahead of everyone. For a moment, Sasuke couldn't accept this fact. Stop talking nonsense. Kaguya slapped number one on the head and said impatiently, contact Feng quickly. He's not smart to begin with, and you still want to fight him? We are not from the same family and we won't be able to enter the same door, number one muttered in a low voice. Feng kept hitting him on the head. He suspected that his stupid behavior just now was because Feng hid him too much and made him stupid. Otherwise, why would he think of making amends? He didn't do anything wrong. Kaguya raised her hand. Don't hit me, don't hit me, contact me immediately, contact me immediately. Number one quickly begged for mercy. I started dialing in my mind. Hey, uncle, can you hear me? If you can, please reply. Over. Who? Which artist's work is this? Deidara, riding on a flying bird, began to descend. When it descended to a certain height, the bird became smaller and was put back into his pocket. He then fell freely and landed steadily on the ground. He simply ignored Orochimaru. Based on his understanding of Orochimaru, although Orochimaru also had some knowledge of art, the artistic path he took was different from his, and it would definitely not be something Orochimaru would do. He also saw the deep pit created by the explosion. It was perfect and beautiful, something he could not create at the moment. He couldn't wait to ask for advice. Since they all love the art of explosions, they must have a lot in common. After looking around the crowd, he locked onto Kaguya. Intuitively, he felt that this woman was very strong. He just opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Orochimaru interrupted him. It's not her. In front of outsiders, Orochimaru was very cautious and did not directly call Kaguya-sama, for fear of exposing Kaguya's information. It's not her, it's you, Deidara said impatiently. It's so annoying. What does the communication between two artists have to do with you? It's me. Number one covered for Kaguya and stepped forward. Kaguya's identity is too shocking. Without Feng's permission and Kaguya's willingness, no one would take the initiative to reveal Kaguya's identity. You? Deidara was skeptical at first, then laughed. Ha, I am dying of laughter, little devil, just you. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it again. Number one also knew that his appearance was very deceptive. It was possible for a teenage genius to be like this, but it was not that easy to encounter. It's normal for Deidara not to believe it. Snapped. Number one covered his head and said, Sister Wei, why did you hit me again? Stop talking nonsense and focus on your work. Kaguya raised her hand in a warning. Number one shrank his neck, a little aggrieved. I have already called. There is a delay. You have to wait a moment. Wait a minute. Where are my juniors? Chapter 198 Large-Scale Family Recognition Scene. Orochimaru, where are my juniors? The second person to arrive, Hidden, asked angrily, why are you here? But my juniors are not here. Something unexpected happened to your descendants. What? Who is it? Fidouin was furious. I will kill him and avenge my descendants. I finally have a younger generation who took the initiative to join the evil cult. I haven't been happy for a few days, and you tell me it's gone. Fidouin was so angry that he was about to explode. Orochimaru also knew the feeling of being interrupted, and said speechlessly, he's not dead. What are you seeking revenge for? He was just delayed by something, and we're still in contact. Fidouin was relieved and asked, who caused the explosion just now? Don't you know that I have already discussed this with the juniors? I have already drawn the formation. If the explosion alerts them, how can I explain it to the juniors? What do you want to confess? Kakuzu had completely given up hope on the hopelessly stupid Hidden. You big fool. You are the senior. How can a senior give instructions to a junior? Isn't this against Sharingan? It's not you who has the problem now, it's your juniors. You have prepared for several days in advance, but your juniors are late. If there is any explanation, it should be your juniors who should explain to you. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you would dare to contact us on your own initiative. Shiandao, who is very impressive, walked over with Konan, his tone cold, as if questioning in the past. Orochimaru might have been nervous, because he had no chance of winning against Tendo, but now, today is different from the past. The times have changed, and the offense and defense have changed. With Kaguya around, who does he need to be afraid of? Are you Yahiko? Fuck, can you let me finish what I'm saying? Orochimaru glared at Jiraiya fiercely. Jiraiya didn't even look at him, and said excitedly, you must be Yahiko, right? And Conan, you have grown up and become more beautiful. I remember that when I left, you two were only this tall. Jiraiya gestured the height with his hands, looked back and asked, where's Nagato? Why can't I see Nagato, teacher Jiraiya? Long time no see. I would like to say hello to you on behalf of Nagato, Conan said with a faint smile. Okay, all is well. Jiraiya's voice was trembling, and his eyes were red. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. In the end, he just apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know Danzo would. Shut up, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Shyandao. Don't ever mention that person's name in front of me. Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price. He could not forgive, and he would never forget that Chihiko died for him. He once naively thought that peace could be achieved through sincerity, but he was wrong, so wrong. People's hearts are complicated, and you can never change a person's mind by just talking. Only strength is the eternal truth. Itachi, who was hiding behind everyone, had a gleam in his eyes. It was the first time he knew that the leader was the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas. But how was he related to Danzo? Why does it feel like Danzo is everywhere? Sasuke stared at Itachi. He would never forget the look of that man. Kakashi was also looking at the figure of one of them, and he felt a sense of familiarity with that person. Obito, is that you, Kakashi? Obito clenched his fists. He didn't expect Kakashi to come today. Afraid that Kakashi would see something, Obito frowned and retreated behind the crowd. Black Zetsu removed the ugly picture plant, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and tried hard to suppress the urge to shout. Mom, number one, who knows everything, feels a bit of a headache. Isn't this a large-scale family reunion scene? Uncle, if you don't come, there will probably be a fight soon. Hey, uncle, can you hear me? If you can, please reply. Over. What foreign word is this? I heard it clearly. Over. Thank God. Uncle, please come back soon. We have arrived at the Kusagakure village and we have seen people from the Akatsuki organization. They're all here. What's the meaning of all coming here? It means exactly what it says, number one said anxiously. Tendo, Conan, Black Zetsu, Obito, every one of them, all the members of Akatsuki are here. A large-scale family recognition scene. Yi Feng was shocked. Will they fight when they meet? He just called Fiden. Why are there so many people here? Almost. Looking at the somewhat depressing scene, number one swallowed his saliva. The storm is about to come. Uncle, how about this? You go back to the convenience store, upgrade my phone, then send my phone back to me, and leave the rest to me. Yi Feng said he thought of a good idea. Since so many people were present and it was already the scene of the family recognition, he might as well expand the scope of the recognition. It just so happened that he had quite a lot of people on his side as well. Will it work? Number one was a little uncertain. Upgrading the phone is no problem, but how do we locate your world? Can the phone be sent over? The power of a convenience store is beyond your imagination. Yi Feng smiled and said mysteriously, go ahead, just do as I say. I will let the convenience store feel my aura. Okay then, I'll help you delay for a while. Number one nodded. Sister Wei, I have to go back to the convenience store. The uncle gave me a task. After ending the call, number one said to who I now everyone calls Kaguya Sister Kaguya. The reason is, you know, women are amazing. Sometimes they don't care about their age, and sometimes, age is their Achilles heel. After confirming her relationship with Yi Feng, Kaguya became a little sensitive about her age. She didn't want others to call her old, so she asked everyone to change the way they addressed her. Of course, this is only limited to people with whom you have a good relationship. For others, instead of calling her Sister Wei, why not try calling her Sister Wei? I'll let you know right there what it means to die if you try. How long will it take? Kaguya asked, and casually opened a space door. It will be quick, just a few minutes, number one said before walking into the space gate. Time and space ninjutsu. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is knowledgeable. It was because of their knowledge that they all frowned. Undoubtedly, Kaguya's move stunned them. There are two good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Feng asked with a smile after ending the call. He had already finished explaining the method of cultivating ki, and naturally, the army of guests invited successfully included everyone. Naruto, who had already eaten and drunk his fill, scratched his head and said, isn't this the same? They are both good news, so what difference does it make which one you hear first? Yi Feng pretended to be serious and said, of course there is a difference. Listen to one first. Then listen to the other. This is called a double surprise. Isn't it still the same? Naruto said casually. It's alright, uncle, You can tell whichever one you want, it doesn't matter, it's all the same anyway. Hey, that's boring. You don't even know how to cooperate, Feng said as he stood up. Let's go, check out and leave. Let's find a wider place. I'll show you how to make a fuss explosion, without a real feeling. People don't have an intuitive feeling. No matter what, it is not as real as personal experience. There are many open areas in Konoha village, and after decades of development and an increase in population, outward expansion is inevitable due to Feng's special instructions. Naruto dismissed everyone else, and there was no one else except those who were having dinner. Is this okay, uncle? Naruto asked. This is already the largest open space in the village. If all else fails, we can only go outside the village. Okay, Feng nodded. He was just demonstrating it to everyone, not doing it himself. Wait for the signal, Feng explained. The barrier between different worlds cannot be sensed or touched unless you reach a certain level. I have only barely reached this level, and I have used tricks to contact the people in my world. I will raise my aura to its peak later, making it easier for people from my world to locate me. You can feel the world barrier in advance, whether it is for comprehending time and space ninjutsu, or in the future. If one of you reaches that level, you will not be without a direction to go. There's actually nothing to be afraid of about the Otsutsuki clan. Once your horizons broaden, you'll naturally understand. Of course, there is still some difference in strength between you two, but as long as you learn ki, it will be enough to make up for it. It is true that people of the Otsutsuki clan can absorb energy, but ki is not just emitted as energy waves. It can also increase the strength of the body, just like Sun Wukong and others. When they have no energy left, they can be knocked down by a laser pistol, but after using the gas, they were all unharmed even when the planet exploded, except for one unlucky guy, King Frieza, who made a wish to Shenlong just to make himself a few centimeters taller. Hey uncle, the phone has been upgraded, number one's voice sounded in Feng's mind. The system has also started scanning and is waiting for you. Number one, who does not have full authority, can only operate at the cash register. Unlike Feng, he can operate at any time as long as he is within the convenience store. Wait, I'll start soon. You can go back to the hidden grass village first. Once it's set up, you don't have to worry about it, Feng said lightly. Okay, uncle, I'll go back first. After closing the door of the convenience store, number one turned and entered an alley in some narrow alleys. Sunlight can only shine in at the front and back, and the darkness just covers the space door. Chiraku, who was standing opposite the convenience store, was a little confused when he saw number one coming and going in a hurry. Didn't you say you were going on a trip? Why did you sneak back again? Number one was the one watching over the store most of the time. Ichiraku knew that number one was Naruto's shadow clone. Although they looked the same, their clothes and way of speaking made it easy to tell them apart. Ichiraku shook his head and smiled. Ninjas are really enviable sometimes. If he could create a clone, then instead of having to get up early and work late to run the store, how much fun it would be if he could create 10 or 8 clones to run the store and work for him. Number one naturally didn't know that he had unknowingly become the object of others' envy. He had passed through the space gate and returned to the outside of Kusagakure village, and in the Kusagakure village, a large number of ninjas have gathered. They dispersed and groped their way along the barrier, trying to find a way to leave. Some smart people dug a hole downwards, trying to dig a U-shaped tunnel to pass through the ground. As they were digging, they heard a bang and discovered in despair that the barrier even existed underground. There was no way to get into the sky. A group of birds wanted to fly into the village to rest and find some food, but they couldn't get in no matter how hard they tried. The entire Kusagakure village was surrounded by a circular barrier, covering the sky, the ground, and all directions. The barrier was naturally created by Kaguya. Before Feng came back, not even a fly could fly in or out. The space gate closed, and number one was about to explain the progress when he was surprised to find that a mobile phone belonging to Feng in his pocket had disappeared on the other side. The night enveloped the world. The meal took quite a while, and when we came out, it was already dark. At this moment, the moon was high in the sky and the stars were low in the sky. There was no need to prepare anything. Feng's momentum was gradually rising, and lightning began to appear around him. This was Sasuke's chakra. After being borrowed by Feng, it was transformed into pure energy called ki, which was used by Feng to enhance his momentum. Then it was Naruto's. Perhaps because he had been with Kurama since birth, his chakra inevitably had the aura of Kurama. As a result, a hint of gold appeared on Feng's body after he borrowed it. What Sakura and Kakashi have done is just a drop in the bucket, but it is also a timely help. Kaio also has quite a few, but they cannot compare with those of little Sun Wukong. Little Wukong, let me see how much you have improved during this period of time. Little Goku is a natural-born battle maniac and the ultimate lover of training, his strength increasing almost every moment in an instant. Yi Feng felt that his energy was raised to an incredible level. What have you been doing during this time? Yi Feng was surprised. A few days ago, Goku's energy was still at a relatively low stage. According to the energy value classification in the Dragon Ball world, it might only have a few hundred energy points, but now, Yi Feng felt the surging power in his body and estimated that there might be several thousand, or even tens of thousands. What's going on? Did Vegeta invade? Is the time span so long? In his impression, Sun Wukong started to take off at this time, and it was not until he arrived at Namek that he truly soared into the sky. But during the journey, his strength increased several times, which shocked Prince Vegeta. With tens of thousands of energies, Yi Feng is more confident in anchoring the world. This is all my old self, but with several times more energy. Hey, in the world of Naruto, this is what it means to be truly invincible. Even if the god of the Otsutsuki clan comes, he has to call him daddy. Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. The moon in the sky seems to be a little round, very beautiful. But why is my butt a little itchy? Catch, furry, is this uncle still a human? Why does he have a tail behind him? Naruto felt the aura of Yi Feng and tried hard not to faint. At the same time, he was sweating profusely and was surprised to find that a tail had grown behind Yi Feng. Chapter 199 Regret? Maybe. It seems like this is a bit too much. His heart was pounding so loudly that Yi Feng felt it was a bit noisy. Boom, boom. Yi Feng felt a tearing pain in his muscles and lost his balance, falling to his knees with a thud. Stay away from me, Yi Feng shouted ferociously during the transformation process. He could not control himself. Afraid of hurting Naruto and others, Yi Feng asked them to evacuate quickly. At the same time, a beam of energy appeared and turned into a barrier, covering Naruto and the others. The barrier did not block Yi Feng's aura. It just filtered it so that everyone would not be overwhelmed by the aura. Some people have already fainted because they couldn't bear Yi Feng's aura. Even humans can't stand it, let alone animals who are more sensitive to the smell. Although Shino became a teacher, bugs were his real hobby. The bugs hidden under his clothes fell down in a flutter, and those that were not dead tried their best to drill into Shino's body. Fortunately, thanks to the family's secret technique, Shino was able to avoid the pain of being eaten by thousands of insects. Sakamaru was trembling and wailing on the ground. Its child was even worse, with incontinence and eyes rolled back. Inuzuka Kiba, covered in shit and urine, held Akamaru's child in his arms with heartache and patted him gently, taking their children with them. Naruto and the others flew back. My mind is still clear, but my body is a little out of control. Yi Feng felt his own condition. The body was expanding and getting bigger. The clothes were being stretched to pieces, and the hair all over the body began to change to golden yellow. The mouth was bulging and had fangs. As soon as he opened his mouth, he roared like a beast. Roar! In the forest surrounding the clearing, birds and animals fled in panic. And the fish in the river turned upside down. The enormous force caused bricks and rocks around Yi Feng to splash and the ground to sink deeply. An energy field formed around him, and the violent energy could almost tear apart anyone who dared to approach him. At this time there were also strange phenomena between heaven and earth, with lightning and thunder, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The transformation took neither long nor short, in less than a minute, and with a roar, Yi Feng completed the transformation process. Above the open space, the terrain changed drastically because of his transformation. A giant golden ape, tens of meters tall, stood among the ruins. The thick tail just swung gently, and there was a huge sound of breaking through the air. There are no pupils in the eyes, just a patch of scarlet. He stretched his waist. Since he was not a real gorilla, he could not beat his chest. Yi Feng just felt his whole body was clear. It was as if this was his original appearance. Before, he was just a giant, huddled in a narrow room, so cramped that he had difficulty even turning over. The speed and strength are almost 10 times greater than before the transformation. He threw a punch casually. His huge body did not affect his flexibility. Stretch out a finger and catch the phone falling from the sky. The perfect mobile phone that can be held in one hand is now no bigger than his fingernail. Damn it. It's not easy for him to operate it. He turned his head and saw Naruto and the others. He squatted down, but it was still too high. Yi Feng simply lay on the ground and waved to Naruto. Come here and help me with the phone. Naruto handed the sunflower in his arms to Hinata and silently shook his head at Hinata, indicating that Hinata didn't need to worry. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm and said in a deep voice, I'll go. Yi Feng looks too weird now, so he is not at ease letting Naruto go over. At least he still has ninjutsu like time and space. Even if something unexpected happens, He can leave at any time and will not be too passive. It's okay, Sasuke. Having known each other for so long, Naruto knew what Sasuke was thinking. He consoled him and said, "Uncle, you can still communicate, which means you are not in danger. I'm not deaf, I can hear." Feng was speechless, not to mention his current appearance. Even if he really wanted to do something before, who could stop him? Just come together. It's a large-scale family reunion ceremony, so everyone has to appear on camera. Everyone looked at each other, and in the silent communication, everyone was mentally prepared for defense. "Uncle, are you looking like a tailed beast?" Naruto asked as he walked up to Feng. Feng did not point out Naruto's attempt to divert attention. No, strictly speaking, the tailed beasts are energy creatures without flesh and blood. However, Feng, who has transformed into a giant ape, is a true giant ape creature with flesh and blood, both in appearance and inside. Don't worry about these little problems. Come on, take this thing. One of the giant ape Feng's fingers was bigger than Naruto himself, and the tiny thing on it looked extremely familiar to Naruto. Game console. Naruto was a little confused in their world. Although technology is more advanced than before, mobile phones have not appeared. However, game consoles such as handheld game consoles have been around for a long time. What kind of game console is this? This is a cell phone. Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Given his current size and the loudness of his voice, if he really spoke with a normal voice, he might blow Naruto away. "Wake up these little guys first, and then I'll teach you how to operate the phone." How can the recognition of relatives be complete without these guys? He is looking forward to the surprised expressions of his people when they see their descendants. Oh, Naruto nodded. Feng has completed his transformation, and his aura has been restrained. Apart from his large size, which makes people feel uncomfortable, they are no longer frightened and fainted by the pressure of his majestic aura as before. This is an instinctive reaction of the human body and a protective mechanism. If you faint before you are scared to death, you won't be scared to death. Everyone's tolerance level is different. It can be overcome, provided you have been exposed to it. After waking up the frightened junior, Naruto took the phone and pressed the button on the side of the phone. According to Feng's instructions, the screen lit up instantly, emitting a long and bright light without setting a password. Who does Feng need to guard against in the ninja world? There is no way his phone is lost. Swipe up and find a green icon with two white circles with tails next to each other, like tadpoles. Is this it? Naruto asked, pointing at one of the many icons in order to see more clearly. One of Feng's eyes turned into the Kamui Sharingan. The Sharingan, coveted by countless ninjas, has become a magnifying glass for Feng. Yes, this is it. Click it. After Naruto clicked on it, what came into view were some strange names. Things like car owners' shops and number 1 in Asia are all things you can't understand. Don't worry about those, just click on the first one. There aren't many friends in the list. I met them all through playing games. I don't communicate with them on a regular basis. At most I'll send a login message. I'm busy, I can't answer the phone so quickly, I'm very busy. You have to queue up if you call me, or do you look like that celebrity? Oh, this poor guy. I asked him to upgrade his phone, but he also changed his ringtone. Feng couldn't help but want to land his fist, which was bigger than a human, on number 1. Suddenly, number 1 shuddered. Grandpa, your grandson called you. Grandpa, your grandson called you. Grandpa. The funny ringtone made the dull atmosphere suddenly break. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. He felt that someone was about to be in trouble. Number 1 showed an awkward but polite smile, cupped his hands and kept begging everyone, can you just pretend you didn't hear it? Don't talk about this later, please. If Feng knew this, he would die, absolutely die. He hurriedly took the phone out of his pocket and answered it. Number 1 explained, Uncle, listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding. I just thought it was funny. I'll correct it right away. Who are you? Number 1, who was explaining, suddenly realized that the person calling was not Feng, but someone who looked familiar but had never seen him before. I am Naruto. Although he was mentally prepared, Naruto was still shocked. Although number 1's outfit is different, he will never forget that face. Isn't it exactly himself when he was a child? Where's the uncle? Number 1 asked with a frown. So what if there's another self? He only cares about Feng's safety. Looking at the somewhat cold attitude of Naruto, Big Naruto turned the camera and said, Uncle is here. Fuck. Number 1 almost threw his phone away. Where did this beast come from? An orangutan-like face took up more than half of the screen due to the disparity in body size. Number 1 could feel the tremendous pressure even through the screen. Beast. Feng laughed. It's fine if you change the ringtone, But now you're scolding me. Good job, you're quite good at having fun. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back, uncle. Familiar voice, familiar tone, just right. Number 1 explained, uncle, listen to me, it's all a misunderstanding. I just thought it was fun. I think it's fun too, Feng sneered. Wait for me to come back, I'll play with you slowly. No, uncle, Number 1 cried. I know I was wrong, it's late. Give the phone to Sister Wei. Crocodile tears are useless to him, or maybe he learned it from him. How could Feng fall for such a trick? What are you doing? Kaguya took the phone and was stunned when she saw Feng at this time. Let's try a new idea, Feng said jokingly. Maybe in a while, I can grow yellow hair, golden yellow, so beautiful. Kaguya doesn't care whether the hair is yellow or not. When will you come back? I'll go back after I finish the call, Feng said. There's nothing wrong with staying here. I've taught everything I need to teach, and the world has been anchored. If I want to come here in the future, I can always come through the convenience store. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Do you have anything else to say to me? If not, I'll give the phone to Number 1. Kaguya's tone was gentle, forming a sharp contrast with her cold expression. Feng thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it when we get back. The Kaguya of this world is still sealed. It is not difficult for him to unlock the seal, but how to arrange it is a problem in this world. It is inevitable that panic will occur, since it is not as if all the people died after the Fourth World War. Especially after the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan, the major ninja villages became extremely vigilant towards the Otsutsuki clan. With the addition of Kaguya, it is estimated that the Fifth Ninja World War will begin soon. No matter what Kaguya thinks, the reality is that the Otsutsuki clan regards her as a traitor, and the people of the ninja world cannot tolerate her. Just put it in your own world. There is also Kaguya, who is your girlfriend. You have to discuss it in advance. I got my number back on my phone and asked, Uncle, what are your plans? If there was no arrangement, Feng would not let him upgrade his mobile phone and make phone calls, raise it higher and stand farther away so that all our people can be photographed. You too, why are your hands shaking? Looking at the shaking picture, Feng poked Naruto with his finger. I'm not shaking. Thinking he was talking about his Number 1, he dragged his finger across the screen like a projection. The picture is displayed in the air with a very high clarity. I'm not talking about you. What did you upgrade? You can even project. Feng thought that he had only upgraded the cross-world call function, but he didn't expect there was this feature. Naruto learned how to operate it, and the same enlarged screen appeared in front of Feng. The picture was still clear and did not appear dim at all because it was nighttime where Feng was. Sasuke, you hold it? Naruto asked for help. He really couldn't control his shaking hands. He was so excited. My childhood self, Sasuke's childhood, and everyone's childhood are all here. Wherever Niji stood, he looked very aloof. Teacher Jiraiya didn't change at all. His face was bruised and swollen, and it was obvious that he had been beaten again. It's not surprising. He saw a lot of things when he was a child, and he was implicated many times during the 2 years when he went out to train with Jiraiya. The whole time, he was discovered while peeping into the bathhouse and was chased everywhere, and that girl whose eyes were only on herself. Why didn't I notice it before? Sasuke's hands were not much better than Naruto's, and they were also shaking constantly. Everyone has regrets in their hearts, and he is no exception. He noticed the man in the crowd at first sight. Itachi, he muttered under his breath. Is it Sasuke? Itachi looked at the big Sasuke on the screen and smiled with relief. It seems I succeeded. The grown-up Sasuke is almost the same as when he was little, except that he looks much more mature and stable. Itachi had imagined countless times in his mind what Sasuke would look like when he grew up. Mom, look, there are 2 dads. Himori pointed at Naruto and Number 1 on the screen, and Uncle Niji. She had seen photos of Niji, and many people often mention Niji. Although Sunflower had never seen Niji in person, she had a deep impression of him. Hello, Uncle Niji. Waving her little hands, Himori greeted Niji happily. Niji had mixed feelings. He didn't find himself in the crowd across from him. But everyone else was there. Am I dead? It wasn't fear at all. For some reason, Niji suddenly felt like he was finally free, as if a huge rock in his heart had fallen. He also smiled and waved. Hello, you too, what's your name? Chapter 200, Across Space. My name is Himori, and this is my brother Boruto. Himori held Boruto's hand with a smile as beautiful as a flower. My name is Niji. Niji quickly accepted the fact that he was dead, and said softly, is your father good to you? If not, tell your uncle and he will help you beat him up. A slap landed on Naruto's back. At this moment, Niji felt displeased with Naruto. He couldn't imagine how Naruto, who sometimes couldn't even take care of himself, could take care of a child. Why did you hit me? Naruto grinned. Naruto was still immersed in the fact that he was married and even had a child, but the child was not Sakura's. He was lost and awakened by a slap from Neji. I just want to hit you. What's wrong with that? Is there a problem with you? Looking at Neji, who had veins showing around his eyes and raised his hand to slap again, Naruto shook his head frantically. Yeah, no problem, as long as you are happy. If you are happy, you will get one slap. If you are unhappy, I don't know how many slaps you will get. Giggle. Sunflower covered her mouth and smiled. Her eyes narrowed. No, Daddy is the best to me. It's just that Daddy is too busy at work and comes home very late, so Mommy is always with me. There was a little disappointment on her face, which made Neji feel distressed and slapped Naruto on the back again. Did you hear me? Spend more time with Himori in the future. It doesn't matter if you work or not. With your IQ, just go home and farm. Naruto bared his teeth but did not refute. Having never seen his parents, he understood best the feeling of longing for them to come home. He also felt that something was wrong with himself as he grew up. No matter how busy he was, he couldn't avoid spending time with his children, so he said to Naruto, "Hey, grown-up me, have you forgotten when you were a kid? Why don't you spend more time with Himori?" Naruto knew he was in the wrong. He knew he had neglected to spend time with his family because of work, but there was nothing he could do. As the Hokage, he had no control over his time. Silently turning around and pointing to his back, Naruto turned around and said, "You're right, I will spend more time with my family in the future, but I have kept the promise I made when I was a child." Ahoha! Naruto jumped up excitedly. I became Hokage. This is what he has always dreamed of. He saw himself grown up, wearing a Hokage robe with 7th Hokage written on it. Haha, the 7th generation. I am the 7th generation. Wait, why the 7th generation? Shouldn't I be the 6th generation? It is not his turn to be the 5th generation, and Naruto still has some self-awareness. Age is one problem, and not having made any achievements is another problem. The 5th generation is Grandma Tsunade, the 6th generation is Sensei Kakashi, and then it's me. Naruto did not hide it. The development of the world changed the moment the two selves in the two worlds had a conversation, especially since all the members of the Akatsuki organization were present. It was not certain whether the fourth war could be fought, and there is that person who has been silent. Although he is wearing the uniform of Akatsuki, why does he look so familiar? I feel like I have seen him somewhere. Kaguya had been sealed for more than 10 years, and for a moment, Naruto didn't think about it and his face flushed red, and she almost fainted. She saw herself standing next to Himori. When she grew up, Himori still called her mom and Naruto dad. Doesn't that mean? Big Hinata held Himori's little hand and made a cheering gesture to little Hinata. She had experienced what she thought when she was a child, although her thoughts are still the same now. Sakura was also cheering for her younger self. She held Sarada's hand, linked her arm with Sasuke's, and raised an eyebrow at Sakura, as if to say, "Look, I got him, and we have a child." The stick figure of Sakura, who hadn't appeared for a long time, appeared, with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. Following suit, Sakura tentatively took Sasuke's arm, and when she saw that Sasuke didn't refuse, she tilted her head slightly. "Don't push your luck." Sasuke frowned. Being able to let Sakura hold his hand was already his greatest concession. He is not the grown-up Sasuke, so naturally he has no feelings for Sakura. Besides, feelings are something that need to be cultivated slowly, and the gap is too big. And he is a little uncomfortable with it. Sakura pouted and obediently moved her head away. Knowing that she would succeed in the future, she was not in a hurry. Sasuke looked at Itachi with complicated eyes, and after a while he said, "I will never forgive you." Itachi's expression froze, and he said with a wry smile, "I know." He did not expect Sasuke's forgiveness. Some things were done and they could not be undone once they were wrong. There was no going back. He just hoped to complete one last thing in the last moments, and find a reasonable excuse to give his eyes back to his younger brother. However, it will take some time. He has to wait for Sasuke's Sharingan to be upgraded to the main Gekyo Sharingan before he can feel at ease. "No need." Sasuke shook his head and said meaningfully, "Don't you realize that I'm improving very quickly?" He was reminding Itachi that changes had taken place in young Sasuke that he was not aware of if he could learn ki. Big Sasuke didn't believe that little Sasuke, who lived in Yi Feng's house, would not have learned it. He had no doubts about his talent. He believed that it wouldn't take long for his childhood self to truly master ki. As for the issue of Sharingan, Yi Feng also said that one can skip the stage of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and directly open the Rinnegan. Yi Feng has already paved all the way for little Sasuke. So Itachi's plan is no longer necessary. It's not worth it for a false promise. Facts have also proved that apart from giving himself the eyes, Itachi has not done everything else well. You can say he is a good brother, but you can't say he is a smart man. Itachi, who is not smart, understood the implication of the elder Sasuke's words. He glanced at the younger Sasuke without leaving a trace, and said with a dull look, "Let's talk about it later." He has his own judgment, and if anything happened to little Sasuke that he doesn't understand, he will investigate. Sasuke was extremely annoyed by Itachi's stubbornness. Do you think that communication between people from two different worlds is an illusion? What kind of illusion can reach this level? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito frowned, when, in his understanding, only Infinite Tsukuyomi can pull people into the world of illusion without anyone noticing. But in order to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi, the Rinnegan is one of the prerequisites. Others, even the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, cannot support it. Only Nagato has the Rinnegan. Obito subconsciously turned his gaze to Tendao. He knew that Tendao was a puppet made by Nagato using Yahiko's corpse. Upon seeing this, Obito's frown deepened. There was a change of expression on the puppet's face. Is it Nagato's heart that is disturbed? No matter how Jiraiya apologized, Nagato remained expressionless. He became impatient and simply put forward two conditions that, in his opinion, Jiraiya could never fulfill. A verbal apology is the least sincere. If you really think you are wrong, first, kill Danzo, and second, let Yahiko live. If you can't do it, don't be hypocritical in front of me. It was easy to kill Danzo, but it would also easily expose his plan. Although the Rinnegan could resurrect the dead, he did not have a deep understanding of the Rinnegan at that time, and the power contained in it could not be fully utilized. But by the time he understood it deeply enough, Yahiko had been dead for too long, the statute of limitations had expired, and there was nothing he could do. What Nagato regretted most was letting Danzo escape. Jiraiya hesitated and said, "Can I change the two conditions?" Nagato sneered. He knew that Jiraiya was a little foolishly loyal and would not turn his knife against his own people, even if that person had hurt many people. As for resurrecting Yahiko, if there really was a way to resurrect Yahiko, he would have been resurrected long ago. Over the years, to put it bluntly, there is no method of resurrection. The so-called impure world reincarnation is a sorcery and cannot be regarded as a true method of resurrection. He had also heard about the reincarnation of the Sand Village, but as I said, it had been too long. Self-reincarnation is only effective for people who have died recently. Shino searched the crowd for a long time, but apart from seeing a person who looked very much like one of his tribesmen, he couldn't find himself among them. Hey, what are you looking at? I'm here. Descargo couldn't help but wave and shouted. He looked at Shino, and his eyes swept over him several times without saying hello, knowing that he had changed too much. He simply spoke first. Who are you? Shino frowned. His high-necked windbreaker covered half of his face, and the remaining half was covered by sunglasses. Few people have seen his true face. Even he himself has forgotten what he looks like unless he looks in the mirror. I am you. Descargo turned around and said proudly, "How about it? Isn't it handsome? Let me tell you, I am a teacher now, and I have dignity in front of my students." Inuzuka Kiba on the side didn't even bother to expose him. He had no authority at all. The students he taught were all troublemakers, each one more disobedient than the other. Although he was one of the 4 people who skipped classes when he was a child, at least he never talked back to the teacher. Even if you lie down and sleep, it won't disturb the teacher's lecture. Your students are different. They didn't sleep, but they are full of energy, as if they have ADHD. Whether in class or after class, his mouth is always busy, and he's even more talkative than Naruto when he was a child. Although Shino didn't know these questions, he had another question. They won't ignore you when you turn around to wipe the blackboard. If he stood there without saying anything, many people would not notice him at all unless they happened to pass by him and saw him. He has been used to it since he was a child. Also know when to show your presence. It is necessary to demonstrate it. His name is never called during every practical class, as if he is not a student in the class. PFFT, Inuzuka Kiba couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Shino-chan, you don't have to worry about that at all. Haha. Whether he turns around or not, his students won't notice him. You know, yes, I knew it. Shino didn't have much hope at first, as everyone in his family was like this, and he didn't know if it was a side effect of the family's secret technique. Anyone who practices secret techniques and their family has a very low sense of presence after being exposed. Shino looked like he had lost all hope, but there was nothing he could do. Who told him to be single? He has time to go to school. Others who have children are busy raising their own children. If Inuzuka Kiba hadn't had an unsuitable personality, he would have been pulled into the school to be a teacher. No way. Shino was furious when he saw Inuzuka Kiba grinning. I'll talk to Naruto when I get back and ask him to bring you over as well. Good brothers, although we may not be able to share happiness, we can share suffering. It doesn't matter if you have a bad temper. If you have personality, you may be more likely to be liked by students. Can't teach well, learning and teaching at the same time. That's how I went through it too. Inuzuka Kiba, who didn't know that someone was trying to drag him into this, laughed for a long time and finally stopped holding up a camera's child. Ganimaru showed off to his other self. How about it? Cute, right? So cute. He looks exactly like Kamaru when he was a child. Little Inuzuka Kiba was a little envious. He also wanted to hug him for a while. Of course, this is Kamaru's child. Inuzuka Kiba squatted down and touched Kamaru's head. Affectionately, Kamaru squinted his eyes in enjoyment and cried out in comfort. Wang, woof woof. Shina Kamaru also barked. Woof woof woof. Hong Wen's barking is very childish. Truly the voice of a puppy. It tilted its little head with a big question mark on its face, unable to understand why there were so many familiar strangers on the other side. It has seen photos of the 12 little strong men, both when they were children and when they grew up, and can find them all at home. Inuzuka Kiba pointed at the people in the photos and introduced them to it one by one. I still wear it and have seen every real person in the photo, a real person who is still alive. Woof woof. Woof woof. Kamaru explained to his children using the internal language of their ninja dogs. Woof woof. Shinzio Kamaru nodded and kept agreeing. It is quite convenient for them to communicate with each other. They can get through other people's long sentences with just a few barks. It is easy to feel sleepy after eating, especially when lying down. Feng really wanted to turn over and fall asleep. Youngster, where are you? Fidouin shouted anxiously, his face almost sticking to the projected screen. No, this one isn't either. The more he couldn't find them, the more anxious he became. Among the 20 or 30 people, Fidouin wanted to catch each one and ask them, tell me, are you my descendant in disguise? This gorilla is really in the way. Is it crushing my offspring? Fidouin was lost in thought and looked at the giant ape Feng with an unfriendly look. Hey, senior, long time no see. The giant ape Feng slapped his lips, holding back the yawn that was about to come out, and asked sleepily, how is it? Senior, are you ready? If you are ready, I will be back later and we can start directly. You are a junior. Fidouin's tone revealed doubt and temptation. How did you become like this? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.